Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that 80% of Fortune 500 companies rely on SAP to manage their financials? Businesses using SAP S for Hana Finance report a 50% increase in financial reporting efficiency and 35% faster decision making. Let us walk you through the exciting world of SAP S for Hana Finance. SAP S for Hana Finance is a next-generation financial management solution. It streamlines accounting, financial reporting, and planning, all while delivering real-time insights for better decision-making. It's built on the SAP HANA platform, ensuring speed, accuracy, and performance. Over 90% of the world's largest companies use SAP. Businesses using S/4HANA Finance report 30% faster month-end closing and 40% better financial transparency, staying competitive. Mastering S/4HANA Finance is crucial as demand for SAP professionals grows, leading to higher salaries and better job prospects. In this training, we'll dive into core financial processes, managing accounts payable and receivable, asset accounting, and financial closing tasks. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Basics of SAP HANA. 2. Basics of SAP S for HANA. 3. Introduction to SAP S for HANA. Simple Finance. 4. Analyzing Universal Journal. 5. Simple Finance Ledger. Let's dive in.
A presentation layer, and I have an application layer, and at the same time I have a database layer also. Okay, so these are the three layers of SAP R3 architecture. Presentation, and this is going to be called as application, and this we are going to be calling as a database. And database we are using as the Oracle database, and now I see that okay, I want to extract a report. Yesterday we also seen that I want to extract a report of a customer analysis. Okay, yeah, the same thing yesterday we also discussed. Let me have some clarification on this today's also. Customer aging analysis report. Customer aging analysis report. I want this report for how many customers you want. I want this report for 1,000 customers. I want to have this report for 1,000 customers from the date of 2010. Very, very important. See here, I'm giving the date range from 2010 to 2016. Okay, I want a customer aging analysis report. I want the customer who are active customers, who are dead customers, and I want to have a customer report on aging analysis, like what is the payment due of the customer, from which date to which date, and how many days the dates are due, and who are all the customers have been paid, and what are all the total open items, and I want the complete address of all the customers. Can you pull out this report and send it to me? Now, in the previous, if you go to the classic database level, what is happening here? Whenever a query has been passed from the presentation to the application, now what is happening in the application? We know that in the application, all the SQL queries, the query performance is going to be happened in the application, and once the query performance has been happened, then the query will be moved to the database to look out for the tables for this customer analysis report. So is it a one table? It is looking out for the customer analysis report in the classic Oracle database we are using whenever we are using the classic Oracle database? No. So whenever a query has been processed to the database, so in our Oracle database, or if you see any classical database, we have multiple thousands of the table. So when I'm passing this analysis report, what is happening? It is looking out for the multiple table. It is looking out for the BKPF, it is looking out for the BSIC, and it is also looking out for the BSIS, and it is looking for the BSID, BSIK. Oh my God! It is looking out for all the tables. So all the tables tables query performances are going to be happen in the database. So, and it is taking about a time of not less than 6 to 7 hours. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, before I leave my company, I just kept an extract of this report. So yesterday, so tomorrow when I logging into my company, when I get logged into my system, I see the report has been displayed on my desktop. It means that complete 6 to 7 hours it has taken. The compiling time of the report has taken up to minimum 6 to 7 hours to extract the report, or even some batches also there. Even if you go, some batch jobs are going to be running. Period batch jobs are there. So variance report, something like a variance batch job, production order variance batch job, settlement batch job. There are some batch jobs there, which is taking about huge data. If you run the batch job in the background, if you run the job, if you go and see in the SM37, you see some performance. I mean to say the batch job is still under the active. It has not yet been finished because it is taking a long time to run the batch jobs also in our classical, when we see about the classical architecture of my SAP accounting. So what is that? That is the time performance. That is the one of the major factor is going to be called as the time performance is the major factor. Okay, where I want to have a speedy. Yesterday also I discussed one point with all of you here is nothing but so broad and acceptance and speedy and simple. I want a database should be very, very broad, and at the same time it has to be very simple and speedy. Okay, so the two concerns are there from my side. One is the broad and deep. One is the broad and deep. So when I'm talking about the broad and deep, it is going to be called as a OLTP process. When I'm calling it as a simple and speed, it is talking about the OLAP process. So I want a report to be extracted with a minimum of extraction time. It should not be more than a minute. It should be less than a minute. So I want that kind of speed of capacity, that kind of accelerated speed. I want to extract the report. So what happened here is nothing but then we have came out with a concept called as the in-memory database platform, in-memory columnar storage. So what do you mean by in-memory? Now let me discuss about the in-memory database now. So I don't want to accept this architecture. I don't want to accept this kind of architecture to be presented to my company, where my company has been expanded in various other countries. So lot of amount of transactions are getting posted to my database. So if you're taking the extraction of a single report for hours and hours, so this cannot be accepted. So what happened? They have come out with, SAP has come out with in-memory database platform. What do you mean by in-memory? Let me discuss about here. See here. Okay, just I'm going to be putting the diagram here. See, very, very important. This diagram is extremely sorry. This diagram is very, very important. So this is common. This is just like a presentation. And this what I'm going to do here. Okay, this is going to be called as the application. Now, this is going to be called as my Hana database. Very, very important. See here. This is my Hana database. This is not an Oracle database. This I'm going to be calling as a Hana database. So this is presentation, same as it is. Presentation, and this we are going to be calling it as the application. And this is going to be called as the Hana platform, SAP Hana platform. Hana database, and it will be on the same platform of Hana. Now let me discuss this point. Okay, very, very important points today we are discussing here. Okay. So what happened here? So I went on to the in-memory database. So when I'm calling it as the in-memory database columnar storage, there are two types are there. Okay, the data will be stored in a row base, and then parallelly the data is going to be stored in a columnar storage. So when you are using the classical architecture, when you are coming before the business suite has migrated to the SAP S4HANA, so before the business suite has been migrated to SAP S4HANA, so I'm using a data is storing storing to my database in a row base. It is not in a columnar storage. It is completely on the row base. So what is happening when the data is storing in a row base? The capacity, I mean to say that the storage of the data in my database is very high. Means it is not a compressed database. I'm not compressing my database actually. I'm not going to be compressing my database. That is the reason the database is becoming full, okay, within a quarterly or half-yearly or annually. So every time I need to do the refresh, but not in the case of Hana, please. In the Hana, what we are going to do, the data is going to be stored in column-wise, not in a row-wise. So when you're storing the data in a column or storage, what is happening? You can see the compression of the data. You can see the compression of the data. That is nothing but reducing the data footprint. Reducing the data footprint, I'm using a word called as reducing the data footprint. Reducing data footprint means whenever the data is going to be stored, whenever my SAP has been migrated, my database has been migrated or converted from SAP Oracle database to SAP HANA database. Now the new storage of the device has come, where the data is going to be stored in a columnar storage. So once the data is stored in a columnar storage, what is the importance? Here the importance is going to be my data has been reduced. My data footprint has been reduced. So if I see this diagram, see here, that same diagram I'm just displaying on the desktop. See here. So this is the point I just want to discuss with you, everybody. See here. So when I see the data, in my traditional database, which is going to be called, which is not an Oracle, which is not an HANA database, it is going to be called as Oracle database. I see the data capacity. The data is 593 GB. 593 GB. When I'm bringing the same data to my HANA, that is going to be on the business suite of HANA. When I'm bringing the same data onto my HANA, see the data has been compressed up to 118.6 GB. Means 593 GB to 118.6 GB. Where is 593 and where is 186, 118.6? You know, okay, 100%. I mean to say that 200% the data has been reduced in my HANA. And when the same data, when you're bringing on to the SAP S4 HANA platform, when you're bringing on to the SAP S4 HANA platform, again I see the data has been reduced up to 42.4 GB because of now I am removing all the aggregates and all the index of the tables. I'm bringing with only one table. That table name we are going to be calling as ACDOCA table. That table name we are going to be calling as ACDOCA table for my finance perspective. I'm talking about the financial perspective. Now the same data, when you are bringing on to my HANA database, when you are bringing on to my S4 HANA finance, the same data has been compressed up to 42.4 GB. See the difference when I'm bringing the data to here, when I'm bringing the data to my here, okay, when I'm bringing the data, it has been become up to 42.4 GB, 42.4 GB of the data. When the data here, when the data is in Oracle, the data is up to 593 GB here. When I'm talking about the classical 593 GB, and the same data when it has been migrated and when it has been migrated to S4 HANA Finance, when I see the data in the same database, now the data has been compressed up to 42.4 GB because I have removed all the aggregates and the index table. I'm using a very common database approach for the storing of the data within one table. That table name I'm going to be calling as the ACDOCA table, and in SAP terminology it is going to be called as a universal general. And in SAP terminology, it is called as a universal journal. See the data compression. Now see the data compression between the classical database to SAP S4 HANA database. See the radical change has been happened. Even the SAP also never expected this radical change is going to be the one of the major factor of bringing the SAP on the top of my ERP platform. Very important point this is. And if you come to the base level, and if you again come to the base level, now from the SAP S4 HANA, again if you are bringing to the actual, the red color part, which you are going to be seeing, it is going to be called as actual. I will explain you. This is what the part we are going to be calling as the in-memory, and this is going to be called as the historical data. Historical data is the blue color one is going to be called as historical data, means, okay, the data previously from 2001 to 2014 means, okay, the data previous, all the 10 years of data is going to be pushed to the historical database, and the current process means last 3 months or 4 months or 6 months of the data which I am processing will be in the actual. This is going to be called as the hot storage, and the blue color one is going to be called as the cold storage. The blue color one is going to be called as the cold storage. So here what I'm going to do here, this particular database which I am using, this I am going to be calling as a cold storage. Very, very important. See here, cold, C-O-L-D, cold database. I'll explain you what is the cold database. So here in this cold database, okay, I have archived the data. I have moved all the data from 2001 to till 2016. All the data has been, all the historical data of my company's reports and everything are going to be stored in my cold storage. Means all the historical data. Now current data. Current means now the current accessing data, maybe from last 1 month or 2 months or 3 months or 6 months or last 1 year data. I mean, not behind the 1 year, it is below the 1 year. Now all the current data will be in the cold storage, sorry, in the hard storage. That is going to be called as actual. If you see the actual compression, now the same compression of 42.4 GB has been, when you are moving the data to the actual database, now it has been compressed about 8.4 GB. My dear friends, now I can store my data in my mobile also. My iPhone 7 is a quadrant. It is a quadrant processor. Now it is accepting, now the compatibility of my iPhone 7 is up to 64 GB. Now I can store my data in my iPhone also from today onwards. See the data compression. See the data compression has been done by the SAP now. Why the people cannot accept my SAP from today onwards? Now, why? Who are the customers who are ignoring my SAP to be one of the architecture for their company? See the data compression. That is going to be called as a reducing data footprint. This process is going to be called as reducing. How the data has been reduced? Because of columnar storage. Because of columnar storage. Now I'm not going to store the data in a row base. I'm going to be storing my data in a columnar storage. That is the reason what is happening. My data is getting compressed up to the maximum extent in my Hana database, and it is allowing, or it is providing the space, and it is providing the space for the other transaction to be updated in the same database. That is the reason the data footprint is very low and my throughput is very high. So the throughput is nothing but my accelerating, my report extraction, my everything is very, very high when I'm comparing with my classical database to my SAP HANA database. This is going to be called as a data footprint reduction and with high throughput. With a high throughput. Let me come to the in-memory. Now we have been understand about the compression of the data. The data has been compressed because the data has been stored in a columnar storage. The data has been stored in a columnar storage. Let me open my SAP now. Okay, see here. One minute. Let me open my SAP. See here. I just show the demo. See here. The screen change doesn't change the space. The screen changes will not be changed. Okay, the screen is as it is how you are working in classical ERP. Same screen. Now, see here. Okay, now I'm going to the system, and if I see the status over here, now what I'm trying to show here is nothing but let me explain you the concept here. Now, what I'm trying to explain is nothing but now I have migrated, I have converted my system. Now I converted my Oracle database and I have migrated to SAP S4 HANA place. Now the migration has been successfully, the conversion and the migration has been successfully completed. After the conversion of my Oracle database to HANA database, now I'm seeing the data over here. See, this is what. Okay, go to the system, status. If you see the status, now you can see that what is the database. Now currently it has been converted and the migrated. Now current database is going to be called as the HDB. HDB is nothing but HANA database. Now what happened here after the conversion? After the conversion and the migration process, after the conversion preparation, my data migration and the post-migration activities have been completed. Now I see my database system has been converted to HDB. HDB is nothing but HANA database. Very, very important. Okay. Now what is the production version. The production version is SAP S4 HANA on-premise. You can see SAP S4 HANA on-premise. Okay, we are discussing, okay, in the coming classes also we are discussing what is the on-premise and what is the cloud and what is going to be called as a hybrid. Now, it is an on-premise. On-premise is nothing but existing SAP customers are moving to SAP S4 HANA. Means existing SAP customers are converting the Oracle database to SAP S4 HANA database. That is, HANA database is going to be called the on-premise. We'll discuss in the coming classes when we are starting about the on-premise process. So I see the production version is on-premise and the production version is on-premise. So what is the release? The release they have been installed with 15.11. Now in the current trend, in the current market, now the 16.10 is the upgrade one. The release one is upgrade. The upgrade release is 16.10. But these companies have been gone through 15.11 version. Okay, right. Now I'll go to the components. If you see the components, if I see the installed product version, now I can see the complete information I'm seeing over SAP S4 HANA premise, 15.11 release, SAP.com, the vendor is SAP.com and SAP S4 HANA on-premise 15.11. This is going to be called as a installed production version. So which version you have been installed? They'll put a question. Okay, you are bringing a resume and you are going for an interview. Now you are putting a resume in front of the interviewer. Now he's asking, so which version you have been worked? Can you please tell me what is the version you have been experienced? So don't confuse. Maybe he's asking about the release of the SAP version. Maybe 15.03 or 15.11 or 16.10. You have to be very, 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 very confident in giving the solution, please. Okay, so this is the one. Now the second thing, let me go to the SE16 or SE11. I'll go to the SE11. Now I'm telling that there is a single table now. There is a very common table now we are using to store all the financial accounting transaction for the GL, asset accounting, material ledger, house banks, and controlling, COPA, and credit management. We are using only one single. That table name we are going to be calling as the ACDOCA table. Now see here, the same table name I am displaying over here. Okay, now the actuals have been migrated. Now the see here, now what is happening? I am removing all the aggregates and the induction tables. I am removing everything. Now there is no remembering of all the tables from today onwards. SAP has removed every table and they have made it as a backend table and they made it as a one single table for every transaction. That table name we are going to be called as the ACDOCA table. Now I'm going to be displaying. So the ACDOCA table consists of how many fields? 350, 360 fields, and it can be expanded up to 600 fields also, my dear friends. Now the current fields in the ACDOCA table is 358 fields. You can see the general ledger fields, you can see the payable fields, you can see the receivable fields, you can see the asset accounting fields, and you can see the material ledger fields, you can see the controlling fields, you can see the COPA fields, you can see the house bank field, and you can also see the credit management fields in this one table today onwards. Before that, if you want to see the general ledger table, means you have to use the BKPF and BSID, BSIS like that. If you want to see the customer tables, you have to use the separate table. If you want to see the vendor tables, you have to use a separate table. And if you want to see the asset accounting tables, you have to use the asset accounting tables. Now there is no part of remembering all the tables. Now all the tables have been eliminated and they have brought out with one table. That table name we are going to be calling as ACDOCA table, with bringing of all the fields into one table. Bringing of all the fields into one table. This is what I just want to say to everybody. This is what I want to tell here. Okay, see here. This is what the screen I just want to tell. Now the list of the tables have been replaced by the compatibility view. Okay, means the tables have not been deleted. It has been moved as a compatibility view. What is the compatibility view? I'll tell you in the coming classes, please. So if you see on the desktop, see these are the tables: BSIS, BSAD. This is only the example I have been given on the desktop, please. Don't take into consideration that these are only the tables which have been eliminated. No. These are only the examples I'm displaying on my desktops. These are the tables, some of the few tables have been eliminated and moved as a compatibility view. No need of accelerating these tables from today onwards once the migration has been successfully completed. Now there is only one common table. That table name we are going to be calling as ACDOCA table, and it is also called as a universal journal. It is also called as a universal journal table. How it look like? See here. This is what I just want to tell you to everybody. It look like this. It look like this. See the middle one. The green color one, the highlighted, the dotted green color one is going to be called as the add DOCA table, which is also called as the universal general. Now see, you can see all the general ledger fields into that DOCA table, profitability fields into that DOCA table, controlling fields into that DOCA table, asset accounting fields into that DOCA table, and the material ledger fields into that DOCA table. Now you can view all the tables, all the fields into one single table. That table name is going to be called as DOCA table. And if you see the desktop and if you see the screen, now you can see here, and if you go to the technical setting, now how the data will be stored in the DOCA table. If you see the database specific properties, if you go into the database specific properties, now I can see now the data is going to be stored in a columnar storage, not in a row base, please. Very, very important. Not in a row based storage. Now it is the data is getting compressed because of this particular radio button selection. That storage type is columnar storage. I'll give one example also in the coming classes how the data is going to be stored in a columnar storage. Because of this columnar storage, my data footprint has become very, 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 very reduced and compressed. When I'm coming to the concept of in-memory, see here the data is going to be look like this. Now forget about your forget about your HANA database for a meanwhile, please. Forget about this cold storage, everything. Forget about means. Okay. Now what is going to be the in-memory? In-memory is the concept which has been brought out by the SAP, where we are also calling it as the DRAM. DRAM is nothing but database RAM. Now we are using, now if you go to the, now go to your house and see your computer or see your laptop, where the data is going to be stored. Okay, the data will be stored in your RAM. RAM is a one kind of random accessible memory part which is going to be using for your database storage, for your computer, for your personal computers, or for your laptops, or for your tabs, or something like you are using the RAM as a database storage. Now the SAP has brought the same RAM as a in-memory database. Very, 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 very important. I'll open the screen now. See here. I'll show the diagram to all of you. This is the diagram. And just open the diagram. Now see here, this is going to be called as SAP HANA DRAM. DRAM is nothing but a database RAM. Common RAM, whatever the RAM you are using now in your personal laptop, that is the RAM I'm talking about, please. It is not a separate RAM. Okay, that is the RAM I'm using. Now what the SAP has taught here, nothing but, so we should take the RAM as a database and take this RAM into the same application server. Very, very important. Now this is the RAM. Maybe the RAM is supporting up to 512 GB or 553 or 593 GB. It depends upon the capacity of the RAM, please. Okay. Now I'm taking the RAM. The RAM is going to be called as a database RAM. I'm taking the same RAM, and what I'm going to do here is nothing but I'm taking the RAM and I'm installing here. Means, okay, I'm putting the RAM over here. Very, very important. See here. Just I'm taking the RAM into the same application here. I'm just taking the same RAM into the application. This is going to be called as a DRAM. DRAM. Okay, the capacity of the RAM. Okay, example, I'll take it as a 512 or 553 GB or 512 GB. I'm taking it as a 512 GB. Yeah. Okay. Now what I'm going to do here is nothing but I have taken a RAM. And that RAM has installed within the same application layer of my SAP. Very, very important. See the technical word I'm using here. The RAM has been taken as a database within the same application instance, which is the interface of my HANA database. So what I'm going to do, I'm just installing my RAM into the same application. So what is happening here? So whenever the data is going to be processed, the data will be processed to my application. And from the application, what it will do, the data will go directly to my RAM. Instead of moving the data to here, instead of moving the data to my HANA database, so what is happening here is nothing but whatever the accounting transactions or whatever the accounting entries you are posting, it will go to the presentation, and from the presentation within the application, and from the application it will go to the DRAM instead of going to the database directly. So what is happening here is nothing but now I have a database within the application itself only. in memory. That is going to be called as the in-memory database. Means what is happening here is nothing but I'm using a RAM as my database and I'm installing this RAM within the application. So what is happening? So the data, whichever the data you are processing, the data will go from the presentation to application, and from the application, the data will go to the DRAM into the 512 GB, and the data will not be processed to the cold storage. It will be still lying in my hard storage over here only. So what is the importance of this? The importance here is nothing but, okay, where I am making. So whenever you want to extract any data, whenever you want to pull any data, see, very, very important word I'm using here. Whenever you want any report to be extracted, about 3 months or 4 months or 5 months of the data you want to extract. Ganesh, I want a vendor analysis report. Okay, Mahesh, I want a report of GL balance. Suresh, I want a balance of asset accounting balance. Okay, Mr. John, I want a balance of my material ledger balance. Can you provide all these balances immediately? My company is asking me 5 reports. One is GL balance, vendor balance, customer balance, asset balance, and the material balance. Can you please pull out this report and send it to me immediately? Now, because of this DRAM process, what is happening here is nothing but my data storage and my data calculation. Very, very important. My application, my data calculation and my data storage is going to be happened within the DRAM, so that what is happening, whatever the reports you are expecting from me, I can extract the reports from the DRAM within a fraction of seconds because of not moving the data to my database. See here, very, very important. See this screen. See this screen. This is the performance activation within the, see, in the classical approach, classical means I'm talking about this one. I'm talking about this particular model, okay, with the Oracle database model. In the classical approach, you see that all the calculations are going to be, all the SQL calculations are going to be happened in the application, and the low amount of the data extraction is happening to my database. This is the performance. This is what, where is the throughput is very, 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 very low, very, 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 very low, and the data footprint is very, 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 very high over here. So what happened here? So in my classical ERP, when I'm using my classical database, my application is taking a lot of burden. My application is working with a lot of data. Okay, actually the database has to be performed very accurately, but in my classical ERP, in my classical Hana Oracle database, my application layer is going to do a lot of burden, a lot of activities. I don't want to accept this. So what is happening, whenever any query is going to be performed, whenever you are expecting any report should be expected. Now what is happening? First, it will go to the application, and within the application, the calculations are going to be done, and very low amount of the data is going to be stored in the database, and this is what the performance which is going to be happen in my classical approach. But after the migration to my HANA approach, what is happening? I have given very, 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 very less burden to my application. Very, very important. See here. I have given very less application. I have given the work performance, I have given as a very less, and the calculation and the online transactional and the online analytical process has been happened through my database, from directly database. Because of this approach of the in-memory, what is happening here, whatever the data or whatever the reports you are trying to extract, so because of this in-memory database, now the same data I can extract and I can execute, and I'll give it to you within fraction of seconds. Even not in a minutes also, my dear friend. Within a fraction of seconds, I'll give the data to you. You want 5 reports? Just wait for 10 to 15 seconds. I'll extract the report and I'll give it to you. Because now my database, my DRAM, my database is playing the major role over here, not the application. But in our classical, my application is playing the major role of all the calculations, everything, and then it is going to the database, and again from the database it is looking for the tables. No, now directly, if you process any query, directly it will go to my database, and here it will look out for all the processes and all the tables, whatever the required data you want, and it will extract the data, and it immediately will process the data to your presentation layer. Why? Because of how? Because of parallelization and partitioning. Very, very important. Why? Because of parallelization and the partitioning. Because of my parallelization and the partitioning, so what is happening? The improvement has been done in a drastic way. Because of these two words, partitioning and the parallelization, I am going to give the report within a fraction of seconds from the DRAM. Very, very important. Now I have two databases. One is the DRAM, which is going to be called as a hot storage, which I have installed within my application. Another one is going to be called as a Hana database, which is going to be called my secondary database, where I can extract, where I can extract all the historical data, or all the historical tables and all the historical data from my Hana. And for the current data, if you want to execute any report, it will going to be extracted from the DRAM. DRAM is going to be called as the in-memory. In-memory is nothing but having your database within the application. Having a one more database within the application layer itself only is going to be called as a in-memory database, columnar storage. Because of this in-memory database columnar storage, now the changes, the data extraction has been become very, 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 very speed. And if you see the screen also, you can understand here how the approach. Before that, the calculations and all the manipulations are going to be happen at the application level. Now you can see that now the calculations have been moved to the database level. I'm not going to give stress to my application. I'm not going to give any stress to my application. All the calculation, OLAP and OLTP process is going to be happened within the database layer. Because of this, I can view the reports within a fraction of seconds through my HANA database. So this is what about the partitioning. This is what about the concept of my in-memory database columnar storage. This is what the things I just want to give a brief introduction about my in-memory. In-memory is nothing but your DRAM. In-memory is nothing but your DRAM. DRAM is nothing but your in-memory, and it has been installed and it has been constructed within your application itself only. Whenever you are coming to my cold storage, the data is going to be compressed in a columnar storage, not in a row base, please. See here, I'm using the DRAM within the application. Why? Because so if you want to get any like limited data, you can extract from the DRAM report. But if you want any extracting report of historical data, so it can be acted from the cold storage in the same process how the DRAM speed is going to be processed. Same speed, there is no change in the speed of my extraction of the place. Why? Because now the data has been, my application has been connected to my cold storage, and the same performance is going to be happen within the speed. There is no decrease of the speed. The same speed is going to be applied. There is no change in the speed. That is what I'm telling. The data for the throughput is very, very high over here. Because of the throughput of very, very high, you can experience the same speed of the extracting of the data from my cold storage also. There is no delay in my speed. Because why? Because now I am combining both OLAP and OLTP together. So before that, the OLAP and OLTP are separated. Now I'm bringing this OLAP and OLTP together. Because of this, you can experience the same speed from the DRAM and from the cold storage also. There is no delay in the speed with the same reports.
And now, I mean, it might be a stupid question, but then you said calculations happen in the application layer itself because the DRAM is there at the application level. Now,
Exactly.
supposing you're doing data from both places, then where does the calculation take place in the DRAM? DRAM takes the data, historic data, puts it there and calculates.
Calculation will be happen directly in the HANA database, directly calculations and everything will be happen in my course from the HANA database itself. The application itself is only to the query performance, and it will move the data to the database, please. See, bringing the OLAP and OLTP is going to be called as a common database approach. Very, very important. This point you have to keep in your mind, please. Very, very important. These three lines you have to keep in your mind. Okay, so what is the common database approach? A common database approach is for online analytical process, and the online transactional process is going to be called as a common database approach. Whenever you are taking a HANA database, whenever you are using a terminology called as a common database approach, very, very important. See here, this word is very, very important. That is what just now, previously I have clarified one doubt related to the same database. The same point I'm bringing up to here. So if you go into the normal classical ERP, when you are going to the normal classical HANA with the Oracle database, with presentation, application, and my Oracle database, what is happening here is nothing but I see three types of data in three different models. Okay, one is a transaction, second one is analyze, and third one is going to be called as accelerate. Okay, what is happening here is nothing but I am able to see three different copies of the data in different models actually. So that is the reason what is happening whenever I want to pull any report, for example, if I want to pull a historical report from 2001 to 2010, what is happening? There is no data available in my Oracle database because already the data has been extracted to BW server. The data has been extracted to my BW server. There is no data is available. Now what I have to do? I need to connect to my BW server. I had to create some cubes and I had to extract the data from the BW server, not from my Oracle database. Why? Because see, all the transaction analysis and accelerations are going to be happening in three different copy of the model. Because of the separation of this OLAP and OLTP, what is happening? The duplication one is very, very important. There is a lot of duplication has been happened, and there is a very pure innovation leading to the wastage of the data actually. Now what the HANA has been done, instead of having three different copies, one copy for the transaction, one copy for the analysis, and one copy for the acceleration. So all these processes, what is going to be happening here is nothing but it is going to be happen in my application layer itself only. It is going to be happen in my application layer because of this, the speed is becoming very, 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 very slow. Now what the SAP has done, instead of having this analysis, having this acceleration, and having this transaction into different copies, they have made it as a one copy within the DRAM, where we are going to be calling as a one individual copy of the data for analysis plus transaction all in memory. What is happening? It is eliminating unnecessary complexity, less hardware to manage. Yes, that is what, less hardware. I'm using this application in a very, 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 very less. Before that, I'm using this application as a very huge database. I mean, it's a very huge performance. Now I'm using this application into the very, 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 very low. Why? Because my data has been moved to my calculation, has been moved to my database layer. So that is what, less hardware to manage and speed. When you're coming to the accelerate is nothing but a speed through the innovation. That is simplification plus in memory. Now I'm bringing this con. This is the word I'm using as called as a common database approach. That is what I'm telling here in the diagram. If you're seeing the diagram here, this is going to be called as a common database approach for both online analytical process and the online transaction process. When you're coming to the classical ERP level, when you're coming to the classical Oracle, what is happening? The transactions, the transactions are going to be posted in a separate copy. The analysis is going to be happen in the application, and the acceleration is going to be happen in the database. Three different copies are going to be processed. Now onwards, no three different copies. Everything will be performed through the DRAM. Acceleration, analytical, and the transactions are going to be happen from the DRAM. Actually, it is nothing but a speed. Actually. So what is happening here? The speed is very slow here. Actually, whenever I'm doing the transaction, whenever I'm processing a data to the analyze to my database, the acceleration is very, very slow over here. That is what the difference. But here the analysis is nothing. The acceleration is nothing but the speed. What is the speed? How much speed the data is going to be hitting to my presentation? Again, back to my presentation. That is what the speed. Speed is nothing but the one of the major factor over here in my HANA.
So the another question, SAP HANA DRAM, where does it physically stay in fact?
The physically, the database.
It's the same concept like in the computer we have like a RAM and ROM. Is it the
Exactly.
same concept?
The same concept now I'm using in the application itself only. Correct. Very good.
Oh, okay. So that means SAP HANA DRAM physically stays in the on-premise or in the cloud, right?
Exactly. Very good. Now, what is the difference here? Nothing but, see, what is happening here is nothing but, so if you're bringing this DRAM, whenever you're bringing this DRAM to the application, come on, just go in the broad way, just understand where is the data is going to be moved. Now the data, instead of going to the database, it will go to the DRAM itself only. So what is the speed now you're experiencing? The speed will be very, very high. HANA means here, this is going to be called as the HANA database. So I'm coming to the HANA database. Now, what is happening here, the complete database, when you're going to be the on business suite, when you're coming to the on business suite using of SAP S1, this is the difference and this is the very different. This is the common database approach for the in-memory database. S4 HANA is nothing but suite on HANA. Suite on HANA is nothing but on-premise. This is the HANA database you are using for the both application and the cloud version, please. But here, when I'm coming to the SAP S4 HANA on-premise, the on-premise is going to be the different here. I'm talking about this is one the on-premise database. On-premise database, please. Don't confuse between the traditional data on HANA and S4 HANA. On HANA is nothing but a completely cloud, and S4 HANA is nothing but a completely, I'm talking about the on-premise data version here. This point I'll explain you on the on-premise and the partitioning. So you're confusing between the on HANA and S4 HANA. So I'll take a separate class on these two things. So it will be up to half an hour class. Okay, I'll explain the complete process over here because this is completely technically related. So actually, I'll try to explain more briefly in a functional way. So I'll make you to understand about the process, but it's completely on the technical part.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary ledger in SAP S for HANA Finance? Option A, Special Ledger. Option B, Universal Journal. Option C, General Ledger. Option D, Profit Center Accounting. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S4 HANA Finance course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S4 HANA Finance. It's a powerful tool to manage financial operations, from accounting to reporting and everything in between. Our course covers all the essential topics, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who have years of experience. Your instructors are finance pros who know their stuff. They're ready to guide you and answer any questions along the way. Don't just take our word for it. Students love this course. People like you have found it extremely valuable and easy to follow. Best of all, it's super affordable. You'll get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to level up your finance skills with SAP S4 HANA? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
What do you mean by what is exactly the meaning of a columnar? What is the row base? Okay, if you go to the classical ERP, if you go to the SAP, okay, normal SAP, which is not on Suite on HANA or which is not an SAP S4 HANA, just you go to the basic level. Okay, if you go to the classical level, okay, you see that we are posting a multiple number of transactions to my database. Multiple transactions you are posting to the database. So what is happening? So we are using the non-HANA database like Oracle database or any other database because our application is going to be supported to any kind of database. It is not particularly that we have to use the Oracle database or we have to use the RDBMS database or we have to use the DBMS database. Okay, any kind of database you can take, our application is going to be supported. So what's happened here is nothing but, okay, whenever you store the data to your Oracle database, what's happening, all the data is stored in a row base. Actually, it is not in a columnar storage. It is going to be as a row based. Okay, if you see my desktop, the data will be stored in a row base, means okay, the data will be like this. Okay, the data is going to be stored here like this. Okay, so I'll take one example now. Let me take one example. Okay, what are the disadvantages when you're comparing with the row based with the columnar storage? Okay, I will take an example. I'll take one example of a customer. Okay, right. Okay, so I'm taking a number of customers. Okay, so there are nearly 1,000 customers. 1,000 customers who are very active in my company. So the day-to-day transactions are going to be happen to these customers now, and I have nearly about 1,000 vendors. Okay, see example I'm taking here. Okay, there are 1,000 active customers and there are 1,000 active vendors. Now, when I take a customers, okay, so what is happening? Okay, these customers are very active in my company from 01, example, 11, 0101, 2011. Okay, still, as on till date, they are very good. Okay, till date, they are very good in my company. Okay, right. Okay, these are all the customers. So, till date, in the sense is nothing but till, example, I'm taking March 31st, 03, 2017. Okay, till date means I'm taking 31/03/2017. I see a customer transactions are going to be happened. Okay, so from 2011 to till 2017, March 31st, okay, lot of amount of transactions have been posted to these customers and these vendors. Okay, lot of amount of the transactions have been posted. Sometimes from the 0101, okay, 2007, 2011, okay, I had debited, and 2000, like 02, example, 02, 01, 2011, I have credited some transaction like this. If you see the debit and credit, there are ample amount of transactions we can see over here. So what is happening whenever I'm processing any data or something, like whenever I'm posting any data to my database, what is happening? The data is stored in a row base rather in the column base. The data we are storing in a row base. See, if you see the line over here, so the data will be stored in a row base. So for example, I want to pull a data extract of 500 customers or something, like I want to pull a data extract of enough 3 to 4 customers enough. For example, from 2011 to till March 31st, I want to extract the data of a customer. 3 customers are enough. Customer A, I want the data of customer A, and I want the data of customer B, and I want the data of a customer C. For example, let us take an example. I want this three customer data I want to be extracted. Now what is happening when I'm sending a command or when I'm processing a transaction or a command? The command will go to my presentation, to my application to the database, and what is going to do? It is going to have a random access of all the tables. It is going to be random access of all the tables. Multiple tables are involved actually. Multiple tables are involved to extract the data of these 3 customers. Okay, so so here it will be like, it is going to be row based, means customer number, for example, customer number, and here it will be the customer name and address. It will look like customer name and address. Example I'm taking, okay, address, and if I coming here, okay, it is going to be row based. Okay, here it will be as a customer total debits, example, and here if I coming about, here is nothing but customer total credits. Customer total credits, like this. Okay, so each and every row there will be a table. Each and every row wise there will be a table, and the fields are going to be updated, and it is not going to be in a one row. I cannot see any kind of the data which is very full-fledged. Like in any row I cannot see a customer number, in any row I cannot see a customer name. In one row I'm talking, I cannot see all these 4 details in a one row. Okay, so whenever the data has been processed, whenever I process the data to my database, so what is happening? The transaction is getting split into row wise actually. The transaction has been split into row. So one field, one row consists of the customer number, second row consists of the customer name and address, third row consists of the customer debits, and the fourth row consists of the total customer credit. So can you assume now can you please assume now how much data has been occupied, how much database has been occupied? If I'm going to do the same process, if I'm going to do this same transaction for the 1,000 customers, you believe now just analyze something, like you just go back and you do the analysis, how much data is going to be occupied if I'm going to do the same process as a row base for the SAP S4 HANA also? You cannot assume that, because the same parallel partition is not going to be happen. So if I go like this as a row base, okay, every quarterly I need to do the refresh of my database. Why? Because even if I'm using the HANA database also, which is going to be up to 5 terabytes, 6 terabytes of the data storage also, even though also it is not going to be enough for me. It is not going to be enough for me. I had to wait till the report has to be extracted. If I want a report of 3 customers like A, B, C from 2011 to till March 31st, so whenever I process any command, to extract the data, okay, I mean to say, the database is going to be very active. Actually, the application process is very slow, and the database calculation is going to be happen very high when I'm taking the classical level. I'm not talking about my SAP S4 HANA. So what is happening? Application will be very slow. I mean to say, there will be no calculations are going to be happened in the application. So whenever I process, like Ganesh, I want Ganesh, Suresh, and customer C, Ramesh. Okay, these are the three customers. Okay, I want to extract the data. So when I pass the command, okay, this is the transaction code. You put the transaction code, okay, and send the transaction code to the database and do the random access and get the report. So when I'm asking the report to be extracted for Ganesh, Suresh, and Ramesh, what is happening? When I pass the command, the command will go to the application, and in the application, the SQL query will be performed, and through the application, it will go to the database and it will start calculating of the data. It will looking out for the tables, and then it will come back to my application and it will show the report. And how much time it is taking? Nearly 6 to 7 hours or something like nearly 3 to 4 hours time it is taking to extract the data. Why? Because nowhere I'm not going to find any data in a single row. A customer is splitted into multiple rows. A customer number is one row, a customer name is one row, a customer address is one row, a customer debits are in one row, a customer credits are in one row. This is what the previous experience, what you have been faced over here. This is what the previous experience, how I am facing the problematic issues. Because of the row base, because of the splitting of the one transactions into multiple transactions, into multiple tables, into multiple rows. This is what the experience have been faced. You believe or not, very, 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 very important. This condition is very, very important. Now, what happened? Once an SAP suit on HANA, something like yesterday we had discussed, SAP suit on HANA and SAP S4 HANA we had discussed. So any customer who has worked on SAP suit on HANA, something like SAP S4 HANA, they can know about what is the columnar storage and how fast the data is going to be extracted. Now, what happened, the SAP, what it has done, when we have got our own database, when we brought our own HANA database to my application, okay, instead of using the third-party database like Oracle DBMS, RDBMS, so we are using the HANA database now. So once the HANA database has been stapled to my application, when the HANA database has been stapled to my application, now what happened, instead of row-based, okay, I made it as a columnar storage. I have made it as a column. Now where? Now I don't want any row based from today onwards, Mahesh. I want everything should be under the columnar storage. Okay, let me see an example. See here. Now I'm showing one example. Now I'll show an example to all of you. Okay, now see here. Now, okay, now what I'm going to do here, see, very, very important. I'm going to SC11. I'm going to be SC11. The transaction code is remains as the same. Okay, there is no change in the transaction code. Now I'm going to give the table called as DotCom table. Okay, which is going to be called as principle of one. I think yesterday everybody has remembered this concept. What is the principle of one? Principle of one is nothing but, so all the fields of GL, asset accounting, material ledger, controlling, COPA, and cash management, and everything is going to be stored under one table. That is going to be called as the principle of one. Okay. Now display. Now, if you come to the technical settings here, if you come to the technical settings, this is not a practical, just I'm just showing the difference between the row based and the column based, please. Okay. So I'm just showing between the row based and the column based. I've taken the table called as DotCom table. Now, if you come to the database specific properties, see, if you click on the database specific properties, now you can see here. Now I've been switched off from the row base, row store to the columnar storage. See here, I just selected the radio button. This we are going to be calling as radio button. Okay, so I selected the radio button called as the columnar storage instead of going to the row based storage over here. Very, very important. Before that, in my Oracle, everything will be stored under the row base. Now, what happened when I brought the HANA suit on HANA, something like RDBMS, something like I'm bringing an R3 database from R3 database to my HANA database. Now I have made it as a columnar storage. I have made it as a columnar storage. This is what the very, very important. What is the storage type you are using for the SAP HANA? So the technical question for the interview point of view, or you can expect a certification question also if you are applying for associate level. The database is a columnar storage. So what are the advantages when I'm taking about the columnar storage? Let me see that. What is happening when I'm going to do the storage in a columnar storage? See here, this is how the data will be look like this. Now instead of storing in the database, now I'm storing the data in a columnar. This is going to be called as a columnar storage. So I'm just making as a columns. So I'm just made it as a 4 columns. I'm taking the same customer. I'm taking a customer A. Example, I'm taking a customer A now. Okay, he has been associated with my company from 01. Okay, same thing I'm taking 01 2011 to till the date. So till the date. Till the date is essentially nothing but till as on date. Okay, so he is very active customer in my company. I have seen many amount of transactions have been posted to this customer A. So whenever the accounting entry is posted, something like, or whenever any SD transactions are getting hitting to my accounting document, to my SAP financial part, that is GL part, okay, so I'm seeing a lot of amount of transactions are coming from various other models to my general ledger, or I may be posting about some manual accounting entries to my directly in my GL accounting. Okay, now once the transactions have been posted, something like, okay, so what is happening here? Directly I can see a columnar. Okay, so each and every column will be created. Okay, so directly I can see a customer number. Okay, I can see a customer number here only, and I can see a customer number or customer address, and I can see the customer account number and customer address, and I can see the total debits to the customer, and I can see the total credits of the customer, and I can see the total balance of a customer. Very, very important. This point is very, very important. Balance of the customer means I can see all the information in a one column. I can see all the information in a one column for a particular customer here. What is happening previously when I'm going to the row base? So I can see each and every row, there will be specific fields are going to be copied for all the customers. Customer A will be, number will be in the row A1, and customer address will be in the row number 2, and customer debits will be in the row number 3, customer credits will be in the row number 4, like that I have seen, because the transaction has been split into row wise. Now what happened when I made my database on Hana, Suite on Hana or S4 Hana? Now I have removed the row based actually. So what happened? I have made it as a columnar storage. I have made it as a columnar storage. So columnar storage consists of you can extract the customer A record from one column with a speed of you cannot assume the speed also. It is just like a rocket. So within 3 to 4 seconds, I mean to say I'm using our caller within 3 to 4 seconds. If you want a customer report, if you want a customer report of A, okay, customer A, pull me the Mahesh, pull me the report of customer A report from 2011 to till 2016. Within 4 to 5 seconds, it will not take, as maximum, it will not take 15 seconds to extract the reports in my Hana when I'm using my Hana. Why? Because the paradigm shift my developers, I mean to say the paradigm shift of my acceleration of my SAP. See, I'm using a word called as acceleration. When I'm using a word called as acceleration, I need to come to my database. So what is happening? If you go and see at the classic level, see, let you see that. Okay, so this is what my application, and this is nothing but my database. Application, and this is nothing but database. In what is happening in a normal, when you take about the classic level, what is happening here is nothing but it look like this. Okay, this is a Hana. This is going to be the Hana. I am writing here, this is going to be the Hana. And here I'm taking the classic. Classic means without my Hana database. So how it look like? So what is happening here is nothing but when you are coming to the Hana, my application, see my portion of my application is very, 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 very low. Means I'm not going to give any burden to my application. I'm not going to do any kind of burden to my application. All the calculations are going to be happened at my database level, CALC. All the calculations are going to be happened at my database level. And previously at the classic level, when you are seeing at the classic level, what is happening here is nothing but the majority of the amount of the calculations are going to be happen at the application level, and the database is very, 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 very low. I mean, so the point here, whatever the point you are seeing at the application level, it is going to be actually, I don't have the arrow, okay, I don't have the inverted like this. I want the inverted of this particular triangle. I don't have the inverted triangle. So what is happening here is nothing but, let me draw a diagram. So let me draw a diagram. It looked like this, okay? So it looked like this. Yeah, it looked like this. Yeah, it looked like this. Okay, so thanks. I got something like, okay, so what happening here? The majority of the amount of the application is going to be done in the classic level. All the calculations, SQL query performance, everything is going to be done, and then slowly it will go to the database and it will extract the data to my application. That is what we are seeing. That is nothing but I'm going to be putting an arrow. The arrow will be look like this. Okay, so this is what which is going to be happen. From presentation to application, application to database, and then it will go back to the database and to the application. So this is what the data actually we have seen in the from the classic level and the Hana. Now what happening when you're coming to the Hana, I see the majority of the calculations are going to be happen in my database rather in my application. Very, very important. So that is the reason the speed has been improved a lot. Means the database storage and the calculations or everything is going to be happen in my database. So what is happening when I'm processing a command, I want a customer report of A from the 2001, 10, 2011 to till the date. So what is happening when I'm passing a command? The application will play a minor role of processing the command to my database, and from the database, what the database is going to do, it is going to look out all the customer records from the columnar storage. Means all the plus, minus, and SQL query performances are going to be happened at the database layer. That is the reason what is happening. My application, the strength of my application is going to be very, 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 very high rather than the comparing with my database. But when you're coming to the classical level, I'm going to give a burden to my application. So that is the speed is going to be very, 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 very slow. If you're going to give the burden to your car engine, for example, if what is happening here is nothing but I'm traveling in a car. There is a very high deep I mean to say that there is a very high deep portion is there. I need to take my car to the particular something like hill area, something like that. So if I'm going to put a fourth gear or something like, if I'm going to put a top gear and I'm putting an AC in my car, if I'm pressing my accelerator, so it is a very hill area, it is a very slope area. So when I'm pressing my accelerator, the car will give a lot of sound and it will go very, 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 very slow. Why? Because you are taking a burden on your engine. You're taking a burden on your engine. So instead of putting on a first or second gear, you're directly taking onto the high gear and you're trying to push your car to the slope. That is what the application itself is telling that. So for one record, you're putting a lot of burden to my application. That is the reason the processing of your extraction is very, very slow. And rather than you are using the database layer as a row based. And here it is taking a long time to extract my data. So this principle has been eliminated. In my Hana. No, I don't want like this. Now come and switch on to like this. So when I'm switching on to like this, what is happening here? I don't want to give a lot of burden to my application. Yes, when I'm traveling in my car, don't give a burden to your car engine. Don't give any burden to your car engine. Smoothly you can go. Yes, I have modified your car in such a way that even if you're traveling on a hill area, so that even if you are going to be on the third gear or fourth gear, you will go very, very smoothly, because I'm not going to give a burden on your engine. I'm going to give the burden on your tires. So like this, something like I'm giving an example. So what is happening? So application will be very, 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 very minimal, and the calculations and the processing of the data will be happen from the database. So because of this, I can see very good speed in my application, processing of my database to the application to my database. Within a fraction of seconds, I'm telling, within a fraction of second, I can see the data has been extracted. I can see the data has been come to my presentation to view my data, what exactly the expecting of a customer record is going to be expected. The same report, if I'm extracting from the classical level, it is taking hourly base. But the same report, if I'm trying out from my Hana database, it is taking in a minutes or seconds. See the difference. See the difference from India. By this time, I can travel from India to USA, and I'll come back from US to India also when I'm using the classic level. This is what the concept of row-based and the column-based. This is the concept of row-based and the column-based. And here you can see this diagram is going to be called as a paradigm shift for developers. Paradigm. Paradigm shift for developers. What I'm trying to say here is nothing but in traditional application, especially from SAP, the database is largely used as a data storage mechanism. Very, very important, please. There are a lot of certification questions are there in my words. Please listen very, very concentrately. Listen very, very concentrately, because see, if you are very, very thorough, if whatever the words which I'm delivering, no need of referring any books. If you keep my points in your brain, automatically you will attempt 100 out of 100 questions. Sorry, 80 out of 80 questions in your certification. That is the guarantee I'm going to be giving to you. Very, very important. So understand the process now. Understand the process. So what is happening in traditional application? I'm talking about the traditional means classic. In the traditional application, especially from the SAP point of view, I'm talking. So in the traditional application, the database is largely used. The database is largely used as a data store mechanism only. But here, when you're coming to the HANA, the database is largely used not only for the storing mechanism, and it is also playing a role of calculation. But here the database is only used for database only. Yes, I cannot do any kind of calculations in the classic level. I will only use the database only for the storing mechanism only. Mr. Mahesh, I'm very much clear. If you are using the classic database, only storage purpose, no calculations, no SQL query, nothing will be happen. But if you are using a HANA, okay, not only you are storing the data, you can have your calculations or everything will be happened at the database level, so that you can giving a low very burden to your HANA database. What is happening? Massive queries bring large amount of data back to the application. So massive queries. Okay, if I'm passing a lot of queries to my database, okay, I want this report, I want that report, I want a customer, I want a vendor, I want asset report. So massive queries you are passing to your, okay, so massive queries are bringing to a database, okay, from the application. So lot of calculations are going to be happen to the application. Vendor report, customer report, asset report, material reports. How much amount of query you're passing to the application. So the application is playing the lot of massive queries in the application and low amount of the data. I mean to say the database is going to play the normal role as a database storage. But here, no. All the massive queries or anything you are passing, that will directly go to the database, and it will start looking into the calculation and will start looking out for your data. That is the reason why I have been switched off from my Oracle database to HANA database. So once again, I'm giving the definition. In traditional application, the database is largely used as a data storage mechanism only. Massive queries bring large amount of data back to the application server for processing. Lots of application execution time is spent. Yes, in the classic level, lot of application execution time is spent in the application server, looping over records and performing exclusion and the calculations, etc. Everything, a lot of amount is going to be stored and calculations are going to be. But with HANA, the key to the best application performance, pushing as much of logical execution into the database. Pushing as much as logical execution is going to be performed in the database, not in the application. But here, the lot of executions are going to be happen in the application layer. That is the meaning. That is the thing why I have been switched on to the row base why I have been switched on to the column base rather than the row based.
Earlier, when we are having the traditional database, when we give one command from presentation, it goes to application, and in application it does calculations, and in database it stores the data, right?
Exactly.
Then when it comes to HANA database, what the application layer will do? if a database performs.
Application is only going to do the SQL query performance only. The calculations, everything will be performed only. See, for example, if I'm passing an execution of the report, I want a customer analysis report. So when you're passing a customer analysis report, what is happening in my HANA database when you're coming to the SAP S for HANA? The query will be go from the presentation to application, and here the application only look out for what type of query you have performed, and the application immediately it will move that query to my database layer. Because now what is happening here in my application layer? Okay, there are three things are there. The HANA view reporting purpose is going to be, there are two very important. Why I'm switching to the why I am switching to my HANA database? Because of analytical view, calculation view, and application view. All these three, very important. All these three are going to be happened in my HANA database. But when you are coming to the classical level, no, there is no analytical, there is no calculation, and there is no applications are going to be performed in the database. The database is simply acting as only to storage purpose only. But when I'm coming to the HANA, you can have your reporting. That is nothing but you can have your embedded BW reporting. You can have your embedded something like your HANA live reporting. Everything will be performed from the database itself only.
I mean, just it will split the categories and it will send to database, right?
Exactly. Because now I'm using a single table that is going to be called as the ECDOCA table. There are no multiple tables, so there is no reason for SAP to looking out for multiple tables. It will go extract to one table and will pull up the data and will give the report to you.
Okay. And one more thing, you just mentioned earlier that the total storage of HANA database will be around 4 to 5 terabytes.
Exactly.
Because that it will be, actual will be 8.4 GB and
that is actual. Now, there are
what
two
is
things
that?
There are two things are there. One is actual is nothing but I'm talking about the DRAM.
DRAM. Okay. Yeah.
When
Which
I'm
will
talking
install
about the
in
HANA
application.
which is installed within the application. But when I'm
Okay.
talking about HANA database, it is called a secondary database. So when you are going to be on premise, whenever I'm going to be on premise or SAP on premise for SAP S4HANA, there will be two databases. One is going to be called as a DRAM within the application. Another one is going to be called secondary database, which is going to be the HANA database.
Okay, now this 8.4 GB is only of this.
Yes, compressing the data into the DRAM.
Okay, DRAM. Okay, that's it.
In the columnar database, usually in the database tables, conventional database table, the intersection of row and columns is a cell where the value is stored. So, for example, there is an accounting document where, or the SD document in your example, customer number, address, debit amount, credit amount, blah blah blah. Whether all will be stored as a one string or whether there will be different values in different cells in the column.
In the different, I'm going to be called there are different processors there actually. There are different types of processors or the servers will be there within the database. So I'm going to tell that the part will be the next part. That is going to be called as parallelization and the partitioning.
Okay.
Actually, what is happening whenever you are going to be organizing it in a column now? So what is happening? You're partitioning and distributing it is among to the multiple servers. Actually, it will distribute the data to multiple servers within my database.
Yeah, agreed. For example, if the whole set of data of an document is it stored as one single value or multiple values in different places?
Multiple values in different places, please. Not in a single value.
Okay.
See, for example, okay, you are catching your iPhone, something like in your hand. Okay, now what is happening? You are looking out for a number of Mahesh within your phone number, within your iPhone. So actually, iPhone 7 is a quadrant. Actually, there are 4 processors there in your iPhone 7. So what is happening here? Whenever I'm looking for, so you are giving a command and passing the command to your database to your within a 4. So what is happening here? So it will look into the 4 quadrants and it will extract the data and it will pull up the data to your application, to the presentation, and it will display the number to you. So what is happening? So the command is going to be processed to all the 4 processes, and it will look out for the Mahesh which you are looking out for, and it will extract the data and it will pull up to your screen and it will give the number. Oh, trainer Mahesh number, blah 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 blah. This is what the activity which is going to be performed. So, but what is happening in my SAP? But what is happening in my SAP, it is not a quadrant actually. 10 processes are going to be working simultaneously. 10 processes are going to be working simultaneously means nothing but I'm going to do the partitioning and distributing the data into the multiple servers and distributing the data to my multiple servers. Let me bring out that.
Basically, my understanding was row base is basically when something is getting all the rows for any transaction. Suppose for a sales document is created or the financial document is created. Basically, the storage, what happens for a row document is basically it happens in a sequence of basis.
Exactly.
But when it reads, suppose you have a sales order, it has a sales document number, sales document date, and the customer number, and so and so. But when it reads, basically it jumps, basically it tries to find the addresses of the sales document number, date, vendor. Even though the table has around 20 or to 50 columns, it jumps to find these addresses. That's why the processing take time in order to jump and find the addresses and read these individual columns. But when it comes to columnar storage, basically it individually stores each and every column as one place. So basically it doesn't have to jump. It knows that it has to read from this address to this address because my all customer numbers or all my document numbers, all my posting dates are stayed at one.
That is what my screen, whatever the diagram I have been made it as, that is what the explanation which is going to be given very clearly. You are putting as a manually, I put it as on diagrammatical form.
Right, but the thing is, it doesn't store everything. It doesn't store all the one customer details at one column. Rather, it splits individually one column and stores it. So everything doesn't store at one column actually. Everything it gets individual columns and stores individually. And it doesn't. The other thing is, why do we see the reduction in database size? Because in a HANA, basically, when you store any data in a columnar storage, it doesn't repeat. It uniquely saves the data. And because of the decompressions and the uniqueness of the data,
not decompression, we can call it as something like the reduction of the data footprint by removing of the duplications.
Right, but that means unique data, but because of the compression algorithms, there are certain algorithms which helps in compressing.
That is what we are not going to be moving as a more technical. What is we are using a one chord which is going to be called as a compression. You are telling as a compression. Right. When you are doing the compression, what is happening here? Whenever you go to the columnar storage, the data will be compressed as much as extent. Why? Because the data is going to be stored in the columnar into the different processes. So I can see a lot of compression in my data, where I can see the data footprint is very, very low when comparing to my row-based with the column-based. I have given the definition that is nothing but in traditional application, the database is largely used as a data store mechanism only. I'm talking about the traditional. The database is largely used only for the database mechanism only. And what is happening? Massive queries bring large amount of data back to the application layer. That is what we are discussing. But when you are coming to the HANA level, what is happening here? The key to the best application performance is pushing as much of logic execution into the database as much as possible. I don't want to, because see, the application itself is telling that I don't want to take my burden. I'm pushing massive all the queries, and whatever the queries which our user is expecting, the queries are going to be moved to the database actually. And here, what is happening? All the calculations are going to be happening within my database. That is the difference between the classical approach. That is what the difference between my classical approach with my HANA approach. And whatever the diagram we have seen that, okay, so that the triangle diagram, what we are seeing, that is a basic diagram actually. So I just want to show the diagram to you. Now, if you see this diagram very, very carefully, so this is going to be called as a classical approach. What the SAP is telling in the classical approach level, in traditional application, especially from SAP point of view, I'm talking, okay? In traditional application, the database is largely used as a data store mechanism only. So I'm talking about the database. So where it is the traditional mechanism, the database is largely used as a data store mechanism only. And the massive query bring large amount of data. So I'm passing my queries. I want a vendor analysis report. I want a customer analysis report. I want the total asset balance depreciation. Okay, everything. I'm passing a massive queries to my application. So what is happening? When you're passing a massive queries, bringing a large amount of data back to your application server for processing, lots of application execution time is spent in the application. So a lot of time. So application is playing a major role in my classical approach actually. So application is going to play the major role because of massive queries you have been asking for to get the extraction of the data. And when it is taking a large amount of time to do the calculation, and after the calculation, then it will send the command to the database to extract the data. So the database is playing a very minor role, and the application is playing a very major role. That is because of the reason the time execution is very high at my classic level. When I'm shifting to my HANA approach, when I'm shifting the same approach to my HANA, what is happening here? Whatever the massive queries you are performing, whatever the massive queries you are sending to the application, as much as possible, the queries will be pushed to the database layer. Very important. Why? Because all the calculations, like what type of calculations, analytical calculations, application calculations, all these types of calculations, now this is going to be processed in my HANA database, not in the application, what you are seeing as a classical approach. So when the maximum amount of queries are going to be pushed to my database, so HANA database is going to play the major role, and it will do all the SQL performance, and will extract the data and push the data to my application to the presentation within the time frame, within a seconds or within a minutes. Why? Because application is not going to play the major role in my HANA database, in my SAP HANA approach. When you're treating with my classical approach, this diagram is going to be very important. That is what I'm telling. With HANA, the key to the best application performance is pushing as much of the logical execution into the database as possible. Now we are trust the database keeps all the data intensive logic down in the database layer, like SQL script, HANA views, everything will be performed in my database, not in the application. I'm not taking you to the technical part. I don't want to make you confused in the technical part. That is what my intention of my class is, because I just want to bring everything in a very ground level understanding, not at a high level understanding. What is the partitioning and what is the parallelization? What is the partitioning and what is the parallelization? Just now I told one point to everybody. Okay. Simplified, converged, and optimized. Very important. These 3 points you have to keep it in your mind, please. One is simplified, converged, and optimized. So, can somebody tell me what is the simplified, how the data has been simplified? I think from the last 3 classes we are seeing something about the simplification. Can somebody tell me what is the point you have to focus about in my SAP S4 and the data has been simplified? Only one terminology you have to use. What is that? Anybody can tell me?
One table.
One table in Agropra. Very good. Exactly. And when you're coming from the database level, okay, simplified in the sense is nothing but I'm going to bring like this. See here. I'm going to bring like this. Simplified is nothing but OLAP plus OLTP bringing together with in columnar database. This is what something like we are going to be calling as simplified when you're coming from the database level. I'm bringing both OLAP plus OLTP in a columnar. And converge is nothing but you are going to be processed end-to-end data processing, which is going to be happen within my DRAM. That is going to be called as a DRAM. End-to-end, everything is going to be processed. When I'm talking about the optimized, optimize is nothing but application. Very important. Application processing has been optimized. So these 3 words are certification question, please. These 3 words, what I've been explaining on the board, what you're seeing on on my paint. Okay, that is these 3. Out of these 3, you can expect one certification question. What is simplified? what is converge and what is optimized. For simplified, you have to give a right answer as OLAP plus OLTP. Both are going to be in a columnar database, and converge is nothing but an end-to-end data processing within the DRAM that is going to be called as a database RAM. And optimize is nothing but which is going to be called as an application processing, but nothing but your application processing has been optimized. Just now we have seen one triangle diagram. Your application processing has been optimized and bringing the data, everything from the database. These three processes are called as simplified data and application processing. What I meant to say here is nothing but whatever I meant to say is nothing but SAP Hana promise, very, very important. See, the definition is very, very important. So what I would like to say here is nothing but all these 3 points into one definition. See, the definition here is look like SAP Hana promise OLTP and OLTP workload on the same platform by storing the data in high-speed memory. First of all, one very, very important. First of all, what is that? SAP Hana promise OLTP and OLAP workload on the same platform by storing data in high-speed memory, organizing in columns and partitioning and distributing it among multiple servers. That is what we are going to be talking about, the partitioning. Organizing, very, very important, very, very important. Organizing and distributing in multiple servers. That is, we are going to be calling as end-to-end processing. End-to-end processing, that is nothing but we are going to be talking about the DRAM. This delivers faster query that aggregates the data more efficiently, avoid costly full table scan and single columnar indexes. Excellent definition has been given by the SAP for these three. Simplified is nothing but bringing of OLAP and OLTP in a columnar database. Converge is nothing but a complete end-to-end processing is going to be happen from the database. And optimize is nothing but you are going to minimize your application processing and maximizing your database, means pushing all your logical queries to the database and extracting the data from the database is called as a optimized. So, what the definition of the SAP? SAP HANA promise OLTP and OLTP workload on the same platform by storing the data in high-speed memory, organizing it in columns and partitioning and distributing it among multiple servers is called as simplified, converged, and optimized. You can expect one certification question from these three, please. You can expect 100% guarantee one certification question from this partitioning and parallelization. So tomorrow we'll discuss about the diagrammatical form of the partitioning and the parallelization. So as on today, any doubts or clarification? And the simplified, converged, and optimized, everything will be under the DRAM. Please don't make it as a confused. All this, so everything will be under the DRAM only. Simplified will be happen in the DRAM. Converged is nothing but end-to-end processing is going to be happen in the DRAM. Optimized means you're going to optimize your application and bringing the data from the database. That is DRAM. All these three, simplified, converged, and optimized, everything we are talking from the point of DRAM.
Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S/4HANA Finance course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S/4HANA Finance. It's a powerful tool to manage financial operations, from accounting to reporting and everything in between. Our course covers all the essential topics, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who have years of experience. Your instructors are finance pros who know their stuff. They're ready to guide you and answer any questions along the way. Don't just take our word for it. Students love this course. People like you have found it extremely valuable and easy to follow. Best of all, it's super affordable. You'll get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to level up your finance skills with SAP S/4HANA? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
What is the suite on HANA? The SAP suite on HANA comes first. As the name suggested, the traditional SAP ECC solution is available on SAP HANA itself only. So what I've done here, if you come and see my definition, if you come and see my diagram also, the solution will remain same. How the solution, whatever the solution you're working as an ECC, the same solution here also I'm working on the same ECC 6.0 only. But the only one change which have been brought is removing the Oracle database and bringing the HANA database to the application. To the application is called as a business suite on HANA. So this is going to be called as SAP suite or business suite on HANA. It has also had a traditional functionality of ECC environment, but the engine, but the engine database is now on HANA engine. This is the one of the biggest advantage. This is the one of the traditional important meaning you have to remember. Okay, normally nearly all the SAP transaction codes, are available, and there is no concept of data simplification. Very, very important. Simplification, we are coming out from SAP S4 HANA only, from the SAP S4 suite on HANA. Very, very important. Simplification, we have come out from S4 HANA, from the point of S4 HANA, not from the business suite on HANA or SAP suite on HANA. So there is no point of simplification. So whatever the tables, whichever the tables I am using existing, whichever the tables I am using as before I convert to HANA database, the same tables I am using, but the only one change here I have made it as removing the traditional database and bringing the HANA database. Only one thing I have done. There is no simplification and there is no change in the transaction codes and there is no change in the table levels. All the tables will remain same. Very, very important. And access to HANA Live Studio gives an ability to create. Okay. So accessing. So you are going to be given just like, okay, if you want to work on SAP, so you have to log into the SAP console. That is nothing but your server has to be installed and you have to start your server. Okay, there we are going to be calling as SAP console management, but here we are going to be calling as a HANA Studio. Very, very important. HANA Studio. Okay, access to HANA Live Studio gives an ability to create the real-time reporting. Yes, now you are going to have the real-time reporting and real-time analysis. Very, very important. That meaning that OLAP and OLTP. The solution also boosts the transaction to utilize the HANA database and provide additional performance benefits. The route to suite on HANA, that is nothing but SAP suite on HANA. The route to SAP is pretty simple to the digest. You need to upgrade to the, okay, so what is the minimum pre-requirement? If you want to go to SAP S4 HANA database, so the minimum requirement is your server should be ECC 6 and with the minimum enhancement package 7 with the service pack level 09 and then perform a database migration. See, I'm only using the word called as a database migration from your current database to HANA. This is what I'm going to do. So currently what I'm going to do, this is going to be called as a database migration. Database migration in the sense is nothing but converting from the existing database to, okay, that is Oracle database to HANA database is called as the SAP suite on HANA. The transaction codes remain same. There is no change in the architecture. There is no change in the transaction codes. And there is no change in the table level also. The same tables are going to be. But here you can enjoy the real-time reporting, bringing of real-time analysis and real-time reporting. That is one of the biggest advantage you are going to be getting. This is going to be called as a SAP suite on HANA. Now you got a clarification. What is the SAP suite on HANA? Thank you very much. So that is going to be called as a suite on HANA, SAP suite on HANA. SAP suite on HANA is only the thing we are going to be just migrating the classical SAP database, that is traditional SAP database to HANA database is going to be called as a suite on HANA, SAP suite on HANA. And there is no change in the transaction code, there is no change in the application level, and there is no change in the programming level, and there is no change anything. There is no change in the table level. Everything will remain same, but only the conversion we have made it from the Oracle database to HANA database is called as the SAP suite on HANA. That is what we are discussing in the lab. When I bring the same data, so when I bring the same data from the traditional database to on HANA, on suite on HANA, SAP suite on HANA, the complete database has been compressed and reduced up to 118.6 GB. So we are going to be seeing, we are observing there is a 200% compression of the data. Where is 583? Assume that round figure, if you are making as a round one, it is 600 GB actually. The 600 GB we are bringing up to 120 GB. 250 times it is very compressed when we are comparing to the traditional database to HANA database. Now, come to the point of SAP S4 HANA. What is an SAP S4 HANA? SAP S4 HANA is going to be called as a suite on HANA, or it is also called as a simple suite on HANA, where you're going to be called as 4 is going to be called as a 4th generation language. Very, very important. Suite on HANA, very, very important, very, very important. This is going to be called as a SAP suite on HANA, but this directly we are going to be calling as a suite on HANA. Let me see the difference of compressing the data from 593 GB to 42.4 GB now. Okay, see here. Traditional database with R3 architecture, very, very important, with R3 architecture. Normal traditional database, please. Presentation, application, and this we are going to be calling as a database. Very, very important. Just now we are database, and this we are using as the Oracle database. Okay, Oracle database with 593 GB. Just now we have seen also 593 GB. Now come to the point. Now the second one. What is the second one we are talking about? The second one we are talking about is going to be called as a SAP. See here, SAP S4 HANA, suite on HANA. Very, very important here. SAP suite on HANA, or it is also called as simple HANA. Very, very important. Okay. The 4 is going to be called as the 4th generation. You have to remember it. The 4 is going to be called as the 4th generation. So here I'm talking about the two scenarios. One is upgrade and migrate, and the second one is new implementation, which is going to be called as a greenfield implementation. So first we'll discuss about the upgrade and migrate, then we'll go for the greenfield implementation. Now he is a company, okay, he is a client, okay, he is a client from 2006, okay. So I'm taking something XXX client, or we are taking something like we are taking as a General Motors, okay, General Motors, okay. He is a client who has already been implemented SAP in 2006. In 2006, with which are 2002, with the 2002, with which version? With 4.7. See, very, very important. With 4.7 EE version. With 4.7 EE version. Okay. Now, he want to go for SAP S4 HANA. Now, he want to go for SAP S4 HANA now. Now, as per the requirement, if you want to convert, or if you want to migrate, or something like if you want to convert your traditional database to HANA database, the minimum requirement should be, just now we have discussed, the minimum requirement should be, okay, your server application should be ECC 6.0, very, very important. These are minimum requirement with the minimum enhancement package with EHP 7 and with the minimum service pack 09, SP09. So I want these three requirements should be met. Okay, your current server should be on ECC 6.0. Okay, the enhancement package should be the 7 and minimum service pack should be 09. Okay, until or unless if anything is missing, I cannot go for the conversion of your Oracle database to SAP HANA database. But here, if you see the General Motors, okay, he was already working on SAP from 2002, but they're still working on 4.7 EE. If they want to have the conversion of Oracle database to HANA database, no, I cannot do that. Why? Because your 4.7 EE our application will not support to convert from Oracle database to HANA database. Then what I have to do? First, you need to upgrade your application. First, you need to upgrade your application. That is going to be called as the upgrade. Upgrading your version from 4.7 EE to 6.0. This will be treated as a small project. This can be treated as a project before you go for the SAP S4 HANA. The first one, come on, go for the upgrade. Upgrade in the sense is nothing but go for the server upgrade from 4.7 EE to ECC 6.0. Okay. So first I am going for the upgrade. Okay, right. I am writing here. Upgrade. Upgrade from 4.7 EE to ECC 6.0. Very, very important. See, I'm using a very good terminologies here. 4.7 EE to ECC 6.0. Okay. Can you go right now? Yes, I'm ready. Now I'm ready with my, okay, whatever the principles you are telling, whatever the minimum configuration requirement you are telling, I'm ready for it. Now, okay, you are telling that 4.7 EE version cannot be supported to SAP S4 HANA database migration. Now I'm ready now. Can you please upgrade my server? Please. General Motors company is very clear that they're asking us to go for the upgrade the server from 4.7 to ECC 6.0, then go for the HANA database conversion because I want to work on HANA right now. But the upgrade only I can do once you have completed the year-end activities. Very, very important. See here. The terminology I'm using, okay, when I should go for the upgrade. Upgrade should be done only once you completed the year-end activities. Yes, very, very important. So, I'm not going to do any upgrade project until you complete the year-end activities. Once you complete the year-end activities, once you have confirmed, once you have prepared your P&L account and balance sheet, once everything is clear, once before you do the balance transfer to the next year, that is nothing, carry forward balance to the next year, then hand over the system to me so that I can work on the upgrade project. Until or unless I cannot do any kind of upgrade. That is the one prerequisite. Very, very important, and it is certification question, please. For everybody, it is a certification question. If you are going to write a certification on this SAP Simple Finance, this is one of the certification question. When the client can go for the upgrade from 4.7E to ECC 6.0 before the conversion to SAP S4 HANA database. So at the year-end activities, once they complete the year-end activities only. So once they complete the year-end activities, then you go for the upgrade. Yes, upgrade. So once the upgrade has been done, from 4.7 to ECC 6.0, then I can go for database conversion. Database conversion. See, I'm using a word called conversion. I'm not using the migration, please. I'm not using the migration. Here I am using a word called as a conversion. Very, very important terminal. Don't confuse between the migration and the conversion or conversion and the migration. Conversion is called as converting your existing database to HANA database is called as the conversion. Migration is nothing but simplifying the application, simplifying the path, simplifying your tables, simplifying your transaction course is going to be called as the migration, please. Don't confuse between the conversion and the migration. First, what I had to do here? First, I need to start the conversion. Yes. When should I go for the conversion? Yes. You told that, Mahek, just now you told that. Okay. I can go for the upgrade once I complete my year-end activities. Okay, that is well and good. Okay, I have completed all my year-end activities. Now you are done the upgrade. Now my server is on ECC 6.0. Now you can start your conversion. Yes, I can start the conversion at completing of at any period-end activities. Please, very, very important. P-E-R-I-O-D. After completing of your period-end activities. Very, very important. Period-end activities are very, very important. So, upgrade should be done after the year-end activities, and database conversion you can complete after completing of any period-end activities. Very, very important. Very, very. These two terminals, a lot of the people are confused. So, when I should go for the upgradation and when I should go for the conversion. Upgradation, year-end activities, and conversion is after the completing of period-end activities. If any client is already working with ECC 6.0, Ganesh, if any client is already there into ECC 6.0, then there is no need of upgrade. Only you have to convert your database from the Oracle database to HANA database. This can be done at any period-end activity. This you can do at any period-end activity. So, now I am coming to the conversion Very, very important. Presentation and application. And this I am going to be called as a HANA database. Very, very important. Presentation presentation, and this I'm calling as application, and this I'm going to be calling as a suite on HANA. Very, very important. SAP HANA database. I can directly write as a HANA database. Very, very important. See here. So what I've done here, the only one thing which I've done here is nothing but I have not made any changes in the presentation and the application, but I have converted from the Oracle database to HANA database. But here I made it as a suite on HANA. SAP S/4HANA means I have simplified your transaction codes, means after the conversion I have done the migration. So in the previous one what we had discussed, only I have done the database conversion. If you're talking about only HANA, if you're talking about in the previous one, when you're talking about only HANA, I'm not simplified. Only I just converted your Oracle database to HANA database. That's all. I not touched any transaction codes. I not touched any tables. I not touched any programs. I not simplified anything. Only you're converted. But here, if you're coming to the SAP S/4HANA, what I've done, I have simplified. I'm using a word called simplification. I am using a word called as a simplification. Means what I've done, I not only converted your database, and out, okay, apart from the conversion, what I've done, I converted and migrated. Yes, very, very important. See the difference here. Please see the difference here. In the last screen, we have only converted and not even touch anything of your program. But here, I have simplified also. Means, I have converted your database and I have simplified your tables, I have simplified your programs, and I have simplified your custom programs, and also I have simplified your tables, and bringing and removing all the indexion and the aggregate tables. I have eliminated all the indexion and aggregate tables, and I have made it as a one single table. One single table. That table is going to be called as Universal Journal, UJ. Universal Journal, which is the table name is at DOCA table, ACDOCA table. Very, very important. Very, very important. On suite on HANA, that is nothing but last screen we had discussed about SAP suite on HANA. SAP suite on HANA is nothing but only you have made the changes in the database level. You are not done the migration. You are not simplified anything. You are working with all the application as it is, but only database is going to be the Oracle, HANA database. But here, if it is SAP S/4HANA means what you have done, okay, you are not only converted your HANA database, you are not only converted your Oracle database to HANA database, but also you have simplified your process. You have simplified your process. Very, very important. Now you have completely simplified your process, means eliminating all the tables, all the aggregates and indexion tables, and you have completed the simplification and you have completed the migration. This is going to be called as SAP S/4HANA. Means what is the definition which is going to be given by the SAP? See, this is what the definition which has been given by the SAP. SAP HANA is a new product. It is based around the core ECC solution. Yes, until or unless if I not go for the ECC, I cannot go for the conversion. There are minimum. The data has been simplified. Very, very important. This is what the terminology I had to use. Here, what you have done, the data has been simplified, but where in your SAP suite on HANA, you have not simplified the data, just you have converted the data. But here I have simplified the data. This is achieved by replacing the core tables with a certain process into single table. That is what we are going to be calling a DOCA table. And the new functionality has been released. However, some traditional functionality is no longer available due to the simply principle of one. What is the principle of one? Principle of one is nothing but you are going to be calling as a universal journal. You are going to be calling as a universal journal means there will be no GL tables, there will be no asset accounting tables, there will be no COPA tables, there will be no controlling tables, and there will be no material ledger table, and all the tables have been eliminated, and it has been made it as a one simple principle of one concept. We are going to be calling it as a universal journal. See here, this is what I just want to tell. This is called as the principle, one principle. Where is this? This is going to be called as the one principle. If you see on my screen, this is the green color one, the highlighted, the dotted green color one. Now I'm making all the fields into one table that is going to be called as a Docker table, which is very simplified. Very simplified. You can view general ledger fields, you can view profitability fields, you can view management accounting fields, you can view asset accounting fields, and you can view material ledger fields, all the fields into one table. See that. Now till yesterday you are remembering some thousands and thousands of tables. Now eliminate all the tables from your brain and keep only one table in your brain. That table name is Docker table from today onwards. That is called as a principle of one. It is a certification question, please. It is a certification question. What is a principle of one? In SAP S4HANA SFIN, that is simple finance. It is a certification question. Make a note on your paper. If you have a pen and book on beside you, make a note on paper, please. Very important. That is what I'm bringing as a simplification here. Okay. And embedded reporting has been released with over 300 CDS views. This will discuss in our coming classes. What is CDS? Core data service. We are going to be calling as a core data service views actually available. I'll tell you what is the embedded reporting. Embedded reporting is nothing but now you're going to have your BW within your application, within your ABAP application. Before that, BW is separate and ABAP application is separate. Now you have the BW within your SAP ABAP application. That is going to be called embedded. We are discussing in our later classes. When you're coming on the reporting classes, we'll discuss in depth about that. Okay, the BW and see, very important. The SAP BW and SAP BW can be embedded. Very important. See, embedded means combined. SAP BW and SAP BPC can be embedded within SAP S4HANA environment. It is worth nothing that SAP will not replace BW or BW, but it enables certain scenarios to be performed within the new product. Means it is worth nothing that SAP will not replace BW or BPC, but it enables, means it is bringing both of them into one platform. That is called as a simplification. Now you can have the real-time reporting with real-time analysis. That is nothing but OLAP and OLTP together. This is called as SAP S4HANA. When you are bringing the same data, on SAP S4HANA, when you are bringing the same 593 GB, but here you are not seeing the compression, but here you are not seeing the simplification. That is the reason it is little bit of high. The data GB has been compressed little bit of high when comparing with SAP. But here we have simplified the data. Means we have removed all the induction tables, we have removed all the aggregate tables, we have simplified the process, we have removed some configuration paths, we have removed some programs and everything, and we have simplified the data. And when the same data has been compressed on SAP S4HANA, it is compressing up to 42.4 GB. After the simplification. After the simplification, I'm using a terminology called as after the simplification. This is called as SAP S4HANA Suite on HANA. This is called as the SAP Business Suite on HANA. This is called as SAP Business Suite on HANA. This is going to be called as SAP S4HANA. Very important. There is a lot of differences there between these two. Here there is no simplification. There is no simplification. But here there is a simplification. That is what the data has been. The data footprint has been reduced up to certain extent. 42.4 GB. How much speed you can expect now? Come on, tell me now. If you want to extract a report, if you want to extract a customer analysis report or vendor analysis report, or you want to get a 1000 GL balance account report, come on, tell me how much speed you can, how much, okay, what is the time it will taking? It is not even taking them in a second. Within a fraction of a second, I can extract the data. See the data now, how much? Only 42.4 GB. Even I can carry this data in my mobile. If you take your iPhone 7, 62 GB it is supporting. I can carry this 42.4 GB in my iPhone also from today onwards. See the compression. This is because of columnar storage. This is because of columnar storage bringing up your embedded BW and BPC together. So you can have the real-time reporting with the real-time analysis. This is one of the concepts we are going to be talking about. And what is the actuals? Actuals are nothing but 8.4 GB. Actuals are nothing but in memory. Just last class we have discussed that. In memory means you are going to have the DRAM within the application. That is going to be called as the actuals. Historical is cold data. Actuals is nothing but your hard data. And my dear friends, from this today's whatever the SAP has been declared, okay, if any new client wants to go for SAP, they had to go for SAP S/4HANA. Now there is no concept of traditional database and there is no concept of SAP suite on HANA. Now everybody has to go for, and I'm talking about the new clients. I'm talking about the new client, not the existing clients. Any new client, if they want to go for SAP, they have to go for SAP S/4HANA directly. That is suite on HANA directly, which is going to be called as a greenfield implementation process. Which is called as a greenfield implementation process. This is the difference between the traditional database, comparing with my SAP HANA database and comparing with my SAP S/4HANA database.
So you said like 8.4 GB is an actual. So basically, you're saying that basically 42.4 GB is basically your total memory, out of which 8.4 is your actual, which is basically your in-memory data. And remaining everything is a historical, is something which is called, you're saying is a hot data, cold data. Is it the right statement?
Yes, correct.
So when you say 8.4 GB, is it estimated 8.4 GB on a yearly basis for any enterprise, or is it something as a rough number?
No rough number actually. It is up to SAP has taken tentatively up to 6 month GB data. I mean to say they have taken over the large scale industries and they've given this estimation from 6 months, 1 to 6 months.
So it's basically 6 months of data. What we say for an enterprise will hold in memory 8.4. So per year it will be like 16.8.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It is a tentative actually. So see, we cannot predict. See, some companies, even some low-based companies, also they can go for high database also. We cannot predict. This is just an average we have taken.
Yeah, basically, but what the diagram says is basically a in-memory data.
Yeah, because I have taken example of 593 GB and I compare with my actuals, it is coming up to 8.4 GB. If it is something like 700 GB, it may increase also.
Yeah, I understand.
One is I am using a terminology called as a conversion and the migration. I'm using a terminology called as the SAP suite on HANA and SAP S/4HANA business. And also I'm using a terminology called as a simplification with principle of one. See, a lot of certification questions I'm going to be giving here. So any doubts or any clarification you required, please. Very, very important things we are discussing now.
So in between, right, when we're going through, you have showed certain PPTs, right, where you say certain functionalities, traditional functionalities are not have been dropped or some sort of not available. So do you have any clarity on what functionalities are getting dropped out?
See, for example, now, I think you have been worked on SAP, that is house banks. Okay. So now the house bank, recently you're working with ECC now with the SAP application. Now they have been brought out into the Fury app now directly. Now you can create your house bank creation, house bank approvals, house bank management, everything from the SAP Fury, not from your application directly. And
that means that the application is already there. So we are not losing the functionality.
We are not losing the functionality, but we are bringing the configuration to the theoretical side here. And something like when you are coming to this asset accounting, the real estate management, lease accounting, joint venture accounting, this will work as before as it is. They have not been brought out into the SAP S/4HANA place as will, because those are some of the changes which have been not brought into the SAP S/4HANA. As it is, they are working how you are working yesterday. What are the tables? The same thing you are going to be working here is follow. So there are some technical changes are also there which will be not supported into your SAP S/4HANA.
So basically, when he refers to that statement, then it is with respect to the technicalities. Not from the functionalities.
Mostly we have to talk it as a technicality in rather functionality. There are some functionality changes are also there. Actually, the one is going to be called a simplification. We are going to be calling a simplification mean. See, a lot of tables have been removed. Okay, if the people can remember some asset accounting tables, ANEK, ANLP, ANLC, like there are different types of tables are there. Now, when you're talking about the same functionality and the technicality, now nowhere we are concerned with any kind of table. Now, only one single table has been brought out. That is going to be called as a principle of one, which is going to be called as ad hoc table. That is what the simplification. That is what the SAP is trying to tell to the world. That is nothing but what we have made it as a one of the principle is principle of one, which are making as a universal general. Now I think you have got the meaning. Now you are very much aware about this three process. One is What is SAP HANA? What is SAP Business Warehouse? What is SAP Business Suite powered by SAP HANA? Very, very important. This is what today we are discussing. SAP Business Suite powered by SAP HANA. That is nothing but only you have migrated, only you have converted the database, but you are not simplified your data. That is going to be called as SAP Business Suite. SAP Simple Finance and SAP S4HANA Simple Finance with HANA database is nothing but not only you have converted, you are also simplified and you have migrated your data into the SAP HANA platform is going to be called as the SAP S4HANA. So in the coming class, what you're going to do here, what is simplified data? What is a new user experience? What is the advanced processing? What is the choice of deployment? And what is the multi-tenancy? We are going to be focusing on all these 5 points. And very, very important, I'm telling, follow my instructions very carefully. Follow my day-to-day classes very carefully. Don't miss my day-to-day classes so that, okay, you are going to be, after completing of 35 classes, I'm damn sure I'm going to give a guarantee that you will be a good consultant in the market in SAP S4HANA projects. Completely on the real-time, please. I'm focusing on the real-time scenarios with the real-time examples. This is not the training, please. This is not you should not treat it as a training. This is a platform I have given to you that you are behaving as a real-time consultant. You're working on SAP S4HANA platform. You have to assume like that and you have to start working on it. And here is some of the difference I just want to bring here. So, okay, some of the differences that I want to focus here. Okay, this is the one of the things. Let me cover this also. So this is what the comparison of the version, very, very important. From ECC 6, Suite on HANA, this is SAP Suite on HANA, SAP S4HANA Simple Finance, SAP HANA Enterprise Management, this is MM. This is SAP S4HANA Finance is there, and SAP S4 Enterprise Management is nothing but which you are going to be calling as S-Log, something like S Logistics and MM and SD, everything is going to become. See, core SAP ECC process, okay, yes, it is to be the yes, okay, without the core SAP process, I cannot work, I cannot go on SAP Suite on HANA, and I cannot go for SAP S4HANA also. Core ECC model, yes, and here, HANA database, no, because here you are using the Oracle database, that is the reason I'm using, there is a no option, that is for SAP, but here, the HANA database is yes, like this, so you can use that. So real-time reporting, yes, on the Suite on HANA also I can also go for the real-time reporting, but not on the classic level, I cannot go for the real-time reporting. So these are the some of the things, and very, very important, see here, these two things, embedded BW and embedded BPC. These two options you cannot enjoy even if you go for Suite on HANA also. Very, very important, no. But embedded BW with embedded BW plus BPC, you can enjoy in SAP S4HANA after the conversion and the migration, please, but not on SAP Suite on HANA. This is a certification question, please. This is a certification question. This is a very good certification question. Damn sure that it will be 100%. It is a certification question for you. Embedded BW plus SAP BW plus SAP BPC cannot be covered under Suite on HANA. It can be on SAP S4HANA Finance only. Yes is the correct answer for SAP, is not on Suite on HANA. So here, you are only upgrading. Here we are only upgrading from 4.7 to ECC 6, but the system conversion of the new installation, this is what we have discussed, that is nothing but very, very important. And the project effort is medium, very, very medium. It will take only few days for you to convert from the Oracle database to your HANA database. But here the project estimation is going to be high. It will be minimum 6 to 7 months for the conversion.
Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S4HANA Finance course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S4HANA Finance. It's a powerful tool to manage financial operations, from accounting to reporting and everything in between. Our course covers all the essential topics, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who have years of experience. Your instructors are finance pros who know their stuff. They're ready to guide you and answer any questions along the way. Don't just take our word for it. Students love this course. People like you have found it extremely valuable and easy to follow. Best of all, it's super affordable. You'll get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to level up your finance skills with SAP S4HANA? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So most of the things we are covering about from we are covering about the in-depth about the process which is happening at the database level. Now today something we'll see the partitioning and the parallelization, something which is related to the technical point of view. So something like, okay, I'll give it an example so that I will not make any complicated so that you are not going to be understanding. So I'll give a small example on this. What is the parallelization and how the partitioning is going to be happening. So this is how, okay, this is something like which is going to help you out to understand how the speed, I mean to say how the acceleration, we have to use the word called as the acceleration, okay? So how the acceleration of our HANA database is going to be performed. What could be the backbone for this particular acceleration? One is, yesterday we had discussed about the data will be stored in a columnar storage instead of storing the data in the row base. So one is the reason for the speed or accelerated or the something like velocity of my database is columnar storage. And the second one is going to be called as the parallelization and the partitioning. This is also one of the major factor which is improved my speed about my database analysis and the reporting here. Okay, all the people you might be handling the iPhone now in your hands, or maybe whatever the series you are handling, okay, the smartphones. Okay, now it is a quadrant processor. I can tell it is a quadrant. Quadrant is nothing but it is having the 4 processes. In the simple terminology, what I'm going to be saying is nothing but it is processing in 4 processes. Okay, that is nothing but multiple servers. I can tell it as a multiple server. Quadrant is nothing but 4 servers. The data, whatever the data you have been stored, in your mobile or something like in your iPhone, okay, maybe you're storing some videos or maybe some snapshots or something like something notes you have been maintained or something like contact numbers you have maintained. Okay, there is a lot of things you have been working with your iPhone 7 or something like iPhone 6. So where the data is going to be stored, yes, we know the data will be processed to the database. Now the quadrant is nothing but 4 processes. 4%. In the same way, when I'm coming to my SAP HANA database, when I'm talking something like which is going to be called as the HANA database, okay. So HANA database is having totally 10 processes. Very, very important. We are going to be discussing. Totally, there are going to be the 10 processes. Or we can talk when we are going to be talking as a multiple servers. Okay, we can call it as a multiple server terminology in our HANA. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, see here. So 6 plus 3. So I'm going to be giving as a 9 and the highlighted one which is going to be called as the 10th one. So just example, okay. So you make it, but make sure that it is going to be handling in a multiple servers, okay. Now, what exactly do you mean that? Okay. See, yesterday we had discussed something about the HANA permits OLAP and OLTP workloads. See, very, very important terminology I'm using here. SAP HANA permits OLTP and OLAP workload on the same platform. What is the same platform? Here, what is the meaning of a same platform? It is called as a HANA platform. So when I'm using the platform, automatically you have to remember that, okay, and automatically your mind has to set with HANA platform. Very, very important. All the processes are going to be working on a HANA platform. So when I'm using a terminology called as the platform, it is nothing but a HANA platform. Very, very important. If I'm saying the same platform, by storing the data in high-speed memory, organizing it in columns, we have seen about organizing how the data will be organized in the columns, and partitioning and distributing it among multiple servers, and partitioning and distributing in multiple servers. Actually, SAP HANA consists of 10 servers. I mean to say 10 processes which are working simultaneously. Very, very important. This is the question we can expect. What is the parallelization and the partitioning? They'll ask a question in the certification also. So they will give a multiple choice of 4 questions. Out of that, you need to select the one best answer to make it as the correct one. Okay. So partitioning and distributing. So if you see my all the processors, there will be a partitioning will be there between the each and every processor or between the each and every server over here. So there are totally 10 processes are working in my HANA database, which is improving my speed, or gradually it is going to be called as an accelerated SAP HANA platform combining with OLAP and OLTP. Okay. Now let us assume that I'll take an example. I'll take an example. Now I'm going to take the same example what we are discussing from the scratch. Okay, so a customer report. Okay, customer report from 2014 to till 2016. I want the customer report. Okay. Now, which customer report? I want A and B customer reports. For example, okay, I'm taking, what are all the customer reports you're expecting? I want A and B customer report from 2014 to till 2016. I have given the date range also. Okay, now what is happening? Forget about your normal process. Now forget about your HANA database platform. Okay, now go to the come out of from the HANA database and just work on with Oracle data platform. So when I'm passing the same command from the presentation, the application layer, what it is going to do, it is going to play the calculations and everything are going to be happened at the application level. So it is going to do all the SQL queries command to the database to look out for the particular data, to look out for the particular tables. Okay, what is Mahesh is expecting? Mahesh is expecting a report of a customer A and B from 2014 to 2016. Now please extract the report from the database. Now when I'm passing this command, what is happening actually? The command is not splitting actually. The command is not going to be split. It is going to be acting as a consolidated command. Consolidated command and the splitting command. There are two things are there here. So what do you mean by consolidated command? So when I'm passing this command to my Oracle database, what is happening? First, it will go the command will go into the processor A. The command will go into the processor A and it will look out for the customer. It is look out for the customer with number 1, 2, 3, 4, or it will look out for the customer A. First, it will come to the processor 1 and it will look out for the customer, and then again it will go to the processor 2 and it will look out for the same customer. If it is not available, it will go to the processor 3, processor 4, processor 5, processor 6, like this it will go to the 10. Again, the same activity will be repeated. Okay, now yes, we got the customer A. Now I'm keeping over here. Yes, now you got the customer A from so and so table. Okay, the first point is clear. Now what is the report is expecting? The report is expecting, okay, for the customer A and customer B. Again, it will try to look out for the customer B for in the processor A, processor B. Okay, so the command itself is behaving in such a way that, okay, it is acting as a consolidated command looking on all the processor. Then it will go to the processor 1, 2, 3, 4 and it will find out the customer B. Okay, now we have got the two customers from the tables, two tables. Now what is the second requirement? The second requirement is from the financial year 2014 to 2016. Now it will look out for the 2014, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, it has been found out in processor. Okay, in the processor 5. Okay, I got the 2014. Where is the 2015? Come on, go to the 2015. So what is happening here? The mistake. What is the reason behind the slow processing of the data is nothing but, so whatever the command, whatever the query which has been raised to get the data of a customer report from 2014 and 2016, the query is not splitting according to their own requirement. For example here, okay, now my company, okay, now I'm playing a treasury. Now I'm playing a treasury hunt. Okay, so there are three guys. Okay, A, B, C. There are 3 persons are there. So my management has put a treasury on one particular tree. Okay, in a tree 1 there is a treasury. In tree 2 there is a treasury. In 3 trees there is a treasury. Like that, there are nearly 100 trees are there in a forest. Now I'm playing a game. Me, A, B, C. These 3 resources are playing a game. Now what the requirement? My management is telling, there are nearly about 1,000 trees are there in this forest. So out of this 1,000 trees, in 3 trees. On the 3 trees, there is a treasury is there. So go and find it out the treasury and bring the treasury to me. That is the assignment as given by my management. Now, out of 1,000 trees, I need to find out my A, B, C. These 3 resources are there. So these 3 resources, they need to find out the treasury and they have to get back the treasury from those trees and get back to my management. So what actually I have to, we 3 have to do? We 3 have to distribute among ourselves. Okay. So A has to go to the east. Okay. B has to go for the north and C has to go for the west and look out for the treasury. But this is not happening here. But this is not happening over here. What these 3 people are going to do? A, B, C. They consolidated. I mean to say they're not splitted. The first, these 3 people, they went to the north side and they looked out for the treasury and they found a treasury over there. And again, these 3 people consolidated, they went to the east and they found out the treasury. And again, these 3 people consolidated, they went to the west and they found the treasury. Come on, tell me now how much time they have taken to search for the treasury? 1 hour. Why? Because the task which has been given for these 3 people, actually they have to split and they have to get the treasury. If they have been splitted, they could have bought this treasury within 5 to 10 minutes. According to the, but what they have done the mistake itself is they're not splitted according to the roles and responsibilities, as they have been acted as a consolidated and they are moving, all the 3 people are moving simultaneously to east, west, north and south and they found the treasury. So 1 hour they have taken. In the same way, what my Oracle database itself has done here is nothing but, or what my classical database is done is nothing but, the query which I am asking to my SAP from the application to my database layer, I want a customer report from 2014 to 2015. So 16. So what exactly it has to do? It has to split actually. So one, it has to split and go and look for the go and look for the year. One, it has to go and look for the customer number. One, it has to go and look for the debit and credit balance. And one, it has to look out for what are the remaining. Then it will get the speed analysis of the report from my database. But this is not the situation in my classical database. What is happening? The query is not splitted according to the responsibility. That is the reason what happened in my classical database. I am experiencing a very low database performance. I am experiencing a very low reduction of the data front. I am experiencing a very low performance of my database to extract the reports. If the small report, this is only 2 years report I'm asking from my Oracle database or something like my classical database, it is taking 3 to 4 hours to extract the same data. Compiling. After 3 hours, now I got my data on my presentation layer. Why? Because of no parallelization and no partitioning. Because of no parallelization and the no partitioning over there. Now, once we have brought this Hana database into the picture, what we have done here, there are totally 10 applications. I mean, it's 10 servers or 10, there are 10 processes working simultaneously. 10 processes are working simultaneously. So what is happened when I'm passing a query? When I'm passing a command or a query, the application pushes the query to my database. The application pushed the query to my database, and the query, what it will do, it will split according to their roles and responsibilities. Very, very important. It is splitted. But in the previous, the query is not splitted in the classical approach. But here, the query has been splitted according to roles and the first query, what it will do, okay. Okay, who are all the customers you want? You want A and B. So the first query will go to the server 1, second query will go to the server 2, third query will go to the server 3, and it will be split, and automatically what it will do, it will get the data from the from my servers, and it will pick up those customers, and then again it will go to for which year to which year. Okay, second query will go and look into the from 2014. Third query will go into the 2015. So fourth query will go into the processor and look at the 2016 and get that data. Okay, means it is splitting according to the requirement. It is not stopping. It is not consolidated. Okay, it is splitting according to the requirement, and it is bringing the data to my database and giving the report to you. within a fraction of minutes or a fraction of seconds. So this part of the parallelization, okay, if I want a number, yes, okay, you are having a number, okay, you are having my number in your mobile, you are having my number in my mobile, okay, Rahul Mahesh, okay, Mahesh, okay, he is a trainer from the ZaranTech teaching my SAP S/4HANA Finance, okay, now I want his number in my mobile. So when you are searching for my number, actually there are four Mahesh, there are four resources are there by the name of Mahesh. Now what you will do, you are going to search a person by the name called as a trainer. Okay, whenever you're passing a command in your mobile, so what the process are going to do, it will pick up the Mahesh number and it will display on your desktop. Okay, so okay, how many Mahesh are there? Four Mahesh. Out of this four Mahesh, which Mahesh you're looking? I am looking out for a Mahesh who is the trainer for my SAP S/4HANA Finance. So you are passing a command, you are writing a command in such a way that you are going to display only one Mahesh. That Mahesh number is SAP S/4HANA Finance Trainer Mahesh number. So the four quadrants are going to be acted over here. In the same way, in my SAP HANA database, there are totally 10 quadrants. I mean to say there are 10 processors there. Each and every processor are going to be independent, not dependent. Very, very important terminology I'm using. Each and every processor is independent, not a dependent. So when a task is performed or when a query is performed, the query will be distributed because of my partitioning. I had done a partition between each and every application, between each and every server. You can see a partitioning. So there will be no point of contact. There is no point of understanding about the dependency between the one processor to the another processor. This is the reason why my database is very, 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 very transparent, and I can see the data flow into the database, and I can also observe that how much time it has taken to extract the report. See the innovation done by the SAP. This is exactly what the SAP is telling. Because of my partitioning and my parallelization, because of combination of my OLAP and OLTP, now you can experience a new world of extracting the data with accelerated speed. With accelerated speed. That is what we are going to be calling as partitioning and parallelization part. So this is what we are going to be calling about the database analysis. So by this, we have completed about the first topic of our syllabus. Means I'm not telling that it's the first session. It is the first topic I'm going to be covering. This is going to be called as overview of SAP HANA database. Overview of SAP HANA database. Okay, so the topic what we are going to be discussing is going to be called as Introduction to SAP S/4HANA. Don't tell that what is an SAP S/4HANA now. Once we have started the class, because already I have given the comparison between what is SAP Suite and HANA and what is SAP S/4HANA in the last class, day before yesterday. Now don't come and tell that what is SAP S/4HANA. I think everybody knows what is the difference you have been find out. Okay, so what is SAP Suite and HANA? SAP Suite and HANA is nothing but, so we have the same application and we have the same presentation, but the database has been converted from the Oracle database to HANA database, and all the tables, all the applications, and all the transactions, all the programs will remain same. There is no change at the table level and the programming level, but only the thing you are going to be do the change at the database level. Okay, what is SAP S/4HANA? It is Suite and HANA for SAP people. Okay, what you are going to do here is nothing but you are completely, not only you are doing the conversion, you are also doing the migration and simplifying the data, where you can experience the embedded BW with the embedded BPC with the reporting purpose. So what we are going to do in this particular, okay, what are the learning objects we are going to discuss in this introduction to HANA? So one is, okay, after completing this session, you will be able to know about, okay, one, okay, see, very, very important. I'm giving the agenda. Now I'm going to be giving the agenda. Okay, what is the one? Okay, the one thing is nothing but, okay, after completing of your syllabus, after completing of this introducing to SAP S/4HANA, so one is, so I am going to be provide an objective or provide an overview. And the second one, I'm going to explain the benefits. And the third one will be something like, what is the there? Okay, describing the, okay, I'll describe the delivery roadmap, please. And what is the fourth one I need to discuss? Okay, yeah, very, very important. And I'll make you to understand the deployment options. So once we complete this syllabus, okay, once we complete the topic number 2, Introduction to SAP S/4HANA. So after completing of this, okay, at the end of the session, you will be able to understand the overview of SAP S/4HANA, and you can explain, okay, you will be in a comfortable, okay, to explain the benefits of SAP S/4HANA, and you will be describing the roadmap, that is the delivery roadmap. Okay, already we have discussed the delivery roadmap in 2011. We have got the HANA in 2012. Okay, we have got the BW and SAP S/4HANA, and in 2013 it is a suite on HANA, SAP suite on HANA. In 2014, SAP Simple Finance. In 2015, we have got with SAP S/4HANA. That is the roadmap already we have seen. But anyhow, one more time I will also show the roadmap and I'll explain you the process. And last but not the least, okay, understanding the deployment option for SAP S/4HANA. These are the things we are going to be covering in our introduction to SAP S/4HANA classes here. Okay. So you are in the process of evaluating. Okay, so what I'm going to say here is nothing but you are in the process of evaluating your IT infrastructure. Okay, you are in process of evaluating your IT infrastructure. Very, very important. See the word terminology which I'm using. Okay, make a record of this. Okay, so okay, evaluating your IT infrastructure based on the best practice choice of deployment. Okay, you want to remain the flexible and assure maximum continuity and support, and you also wish to speed up your business processes and reduce your operational cost. That is nothing but is you reduce the operational cost, and by taking the advantage of the latest technology, you are investigating the speed and simplification benefits of in-memory computing. Finally, you want to provide the users with a modern and simplified user experience, optimized for all the devices, and you want to run your business in a very smooth, without any disturbance. You want to run. I want to reduce my total hardware. Okay, I'm using a number of instances right now in my company. I'm using SAP instance. I'm using a complete Oracle instance. I'm using a PeopleSoft instance for the HR processing. I'm using a several instances. How should I reduce all this? How should I connect to my people? How should I connect to my operations? How should I reduce my total cost of operations? What is the solution you're going to be given? That solution is called as SAP S/4HANA on-premise, cloud, and hybrid. The terminology which I am using is going to be called as a solution to the business. The terminology which I am using is called as a solution to the business. What solution you are going to be providing to the business if they are operating their businesses with multiple applications or with multiple instances. The hardware is very, very high. The hardware is very, very high. They are nearly operating the company. They are nearly recording the transactions into multiple database. Not only the SAP Oracle database, they are using the Oracle. They are using the PeopleSoft. They are using the embedded system. They are using the Java. They are having the multiple instances with the multiple databases. Now, is there any solution where you can reduce my total applications or the instances and make it as a one centralized? Yes, I can make it as a one centralized process. That process is going to be called as SAP S/4HANA. Now, before I go into the SAP S/4HANA, okay, already we have discussed about the processes and we are already discussed about the database level, how the HANA is going to be working. And also we have seen the difference between the SAP suite on HANA, and also we have discussed about the SAP S/4HANA. Now come on to the roadmap. Okay, when I'm talking about my roadmap, okay, already we know much. Okay, we already know what is the roadmap we have seen. So we are trying to explain to the client, this is what the roadmap about my SAP. So first we'll describe about the roadmap and then we'll go into the in-depth about the process. This is what my roadmap. Okay, in 2011, in-memory platform. In 2012, SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP Hana, which is going to be called as the real-time analysis and the real-time reporting. In 2013, I have brought my SAP Business Suite powered by SAP Hana. This is the very, very important one. This is the very, very important one here, where the real-time business, OLAP and OLTP together, SAP Hana Enterprise Cloud for SAP Business Suite on Hana and SAP Hana. And 2014, we have come out with SAP Simple Finance powered by SAP Hana, instant financial insight, okay, no aggregation, single source of truth. And today we are in the world of SAP S4 Hana. SAP S4 Hana, and it has several advantages like simplified data model, new user experience, advanced processing, choice of deployment, and multi-tenancy. Let me see one by one in a very depth. What is the simplified data? What is a new user experience? What is the advanced processing? What is the choice of deployment? And what is a multi-tenancy? Now we are in a beautiful world. Now SAP has given a very good it has given a very good gift to all the customers where you can reduce your all the hardware and move to the cloud or move to the on-premise or move to the hybrid, which I'm going to give a solution as an SAP S4 HANA to all the clients who are already been working on SAP platform. So that is called as Suite on HANA, SAP Suite on HANA with fourth generation language. 4 is nothing but a fourth generation. 4 is nothing but a fourth generation. HANA is nothing but a database. Very, very important. SAP S4 is nothing but a simplified, or it is a suite. 4 is going to be called as the numeric 4 is going to be called as the fourth generation, and HANA is going to be called as a database. HANA itself is going to be called as a database, and if you see the listed, there are several advantages: simplified data model, new user experience, advanced processing, choice of deployment, and multi-tenancy. Let me see one by one in a very, very beautiful. Okay, so SAP HANA is the next generation business suite. SAP S4 HANA is the next generation business suite to help line of business and industries to run simple with all that only HANA can do. SAP HANA combines the most recent innovations. Okay, so what are the innovations which has been done by the SAP S4 HANA? One is SAP HANA platform, and second one is SAP Fiori UX. We'll discuss. We'll go in depth about what is the SAP HANA platform with 40 plus years of experience in mastering complex industry challenging in a new suite that caters to digital network economy. Let me see what is that. Okay, now let me see that. Okay, now I'm going to my previous PPT. Now I'll explain you one by one in a very detail. So first we'll discuss about the key functions. Now my heading is going to be the key enabler to run digital transformation. Very, very important. Okay, see. Okay. Key enablers. What are going to be the key enablers to run my digital transformation? One is SAP HANA, and the second one is real-time and simplified, and the third one we are going to be talking just now. We discuss SAP Fiori. This is a certification question, please. Certification question. If you are writing a certification at the associate level, this is the one question you can expect. What are the 3 enablers to run my digital transformation according to the SAP S4 HANA? They'll give a question like this. What are the 3 enablers, key enablers to run the digital transformation according to the platform of SAP S4 HANA? They'll give a question like this. and they will give five also. They will give five multiple choice answers. Out of these, you need to select the three, the best three. The best three are going to be the SAP HANA one. Second one is going to be the real time and simplified, and the third one is going to be the SAP Fiori. The remaining two are going to be the wrong, and the best three are going to be the correct. First, we'll discuss about what is the SAP HANA. First, we'll come out with what is the SAP HANA here. Okay, what is the SAP HANA? Everybody's know that. What is SAP HANA? SAP HANA as the underlying platform. Yes, very, very important. So, SAP HANA is an underlying platform. So, what is the answer you have to give to the what is the SAP HANA? SAP HANA is an underlying platform. Very, very important. So, what is the meaning of underlying platform? Okay, which consists of one. Okay, which consists of one. OLAP plus OLTP. Second one. What is the second one? Someone can guess what is the second one? In memory. I can tell it as in memory. In memory. Compression. You can use a word called as compression. Compression. And the third one will be the increase in speed, that is velocity. So these are the three one. Okay, these are the three one which telling about your HANA. What is that? So what are the key enablers to run my digital transformation? One is SAP HANA. Second one is going to be the real time and simplified. And third is going to be the SAP Fiori. What is the SAP HANA? How it is going to be the key enabler to run my digital transformation? Because SAP HANA is the underlying platform for OLAP plus OLTP merging and in-memory compression and increase in speed. Very, very important. What is the real time and simplified? What is the real time and what is the simplified? Okay, the real time and simplified is nothing but simplification of application and underlying data model. Very, very important. Okay, what is real time and simplified? So the simplification is, okay, I'm writing here. Applications and underlying. Underlying data model. Okay, underlying data model. What exactly it means that? What exactly it means that? Means no aggregates. No aggregates and what do you say? No index tables. No tables. I mean, so no aggregate tables and the no index tables. What is the second one? What is the second one? I can write a higher throughput. Or higher flexibility. And what will be the third one? Okay, if I'm talking about the real time and simplified data footprint, very, very important. Data footprint. Okay, you can call it a reduction. Data footprint reduction. So when I'm telling it is a real time and simplified. Okay, what is the meaning of real time and simplified? Simplification of application and underlying data model. What do you mean by a simplification of application and underlying data model means? So from today onwards, once you have migrated and migrated your database from the Oracle database to your HANA database. So what I'm going to do here is nothing but your process is working on a real time and very simplified. That is nothing but I am going to reduce all the database table. So you may be experiencing in the Oracle, you may be experiencing in the classical ERP, the classical ERP. Okay, once a data has been stored, a table has been, okay, for example, I am posting a customer invoice or I'm posting a vendor invoice, I'm passing a general accounting entry. So I assume that how many tables it is going to be occupied? So it is going to be occupied with BKPF, BSEC, BSID, BSIK, BSID. Okay, oh my God. How many tables it is taking? It is taking a multiple tables for one transaction. Now, in this today's world, once you go for SAP S4 HANA, I'm going to reduce all the tables, my dear friend. Okay, except only BKPF will be there. BSEC is there. Why the BSEC is still there, I'll explain you in the coming classes. Except these two tables, I'm going to eliminate all the tables from your database, and I'm making it as a principle of one. Principle of one, which is also called as a single source of truth. In our SAP terminology, it is going to be called as a universal general with ACDOCA table, ACDOCA table. With one table, I'm going to be simplifying your model. I'm going to remove all the tables. I'm going to remove all the aggregate and indexion tables. I'm going to remove everything from you, and I'm going to provide only one table to you. That table is going to be called as the ACDOCA table, which is an underlying platform for SAP S4 HANA for extracting of any financial reports. Very, very important. Very, very important word the SAP has been given by us. Okay, that is no aggregates and no induction tables. High flexibility and throughput. High flexibility. Very, 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 very excellent. Okay, you are going to experience a very high flexibility with the data footprint reduction. Yes, I'm compressing your data now. I'm going to compress your data as much as an extent because of columnar storage. I'm going to compress your data as much as, okay, because of the columnar storage. What is happening? You can find there is a data footprint reduction because I have eliminated all the tables. Now there is no point of creating, now there is no point of occupancy of multiple tables. Now I'm going to create, now I'm going to give only one table. That table name is going to be called as the ACDOCA table, which you are going to be calling it as a single source of truth, or it is also called as a principle of one. And you can experience a high throughput. High throughput is nothing but it is the difference. Okay, it is something like what is going to be executed and what is going to be expected. The expected should be very, very high. Very, very important, my dear friends. So I may expect a multiple customer reports. I may expect a multiple vendor reports, or I may go to, from today onwards, I am going to execute a big data report. Okay, I'm expecting this throughput from this my SAP S4 HANA. So very, very high flexible and very high throughput, and with the data footprint reduction. This is what the real time and simplified. Very, very important that you can experience one question here is, okay, the question will be like this, okay, SE, what do you mean by a real-time and simplified according to the SAP S4 HANA? They will give the question, they will give three answers, okay, like four answers. No aggregates and tables, high flexibility, and low throughput. They will make here it as a low throughput. Very, very, please read the question. The answer should be high flexibility and high throughput. But what they will give, they'll make you confusion that, okay, they'll give the high flexibility, but here, and they'll put it as a low throughput. And in the third multiple choice, what they will give, high flexibility and high throughput. They'll give the third one will be the right one. Okay. And data footprint reduction. They will ask you to select 3 out of these 4. So the answer should be no aggregates and no inductions. Yes, very, very good. And the second one should be it is a high throughput with high flexibility, not with the high throughput, not with the low flexibility with a low throughput. The answer is high throughput with the high flexibility with the data footprint reduction. 100%. This question is very, very 100%. 100%. I damn sure that this is a 100% question for anybody. I can challenge it. And what is SAP Fury? Okay, so SAP Fury, I can tell you in the simplified, okay, because anyhow we are going to have a class on SAP Fury also. So SAP Fury is nothing but as a user experience. Okay, so I'm from the point of the user level I'm talking here. Okay, from the user level I'm talking here. SAP Fury. SAP Fury is nothing but you can call, okay, it is a UX based actually. So remember that, okay, yes, okay. Okay, so you can use the word like this, okay. Okay, see, it is something like, okay, so it is going to be called as a unified cross application user experience, and it is completely on like that, okay. So it is completely on. Web-based, very, very important. Web-based actually. It is a web-based with connecting to any, you can connect to any device, all devices. All devices, and there is one more also there. It is a web-based and is a role-based also. Role-based. The third key enabler is going to be called as SAP Fiori. It is a very, 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 very important from the end user point of view. It is a Fiori as a user experience. It is a new user experience, okay, from the user point of view, where you can post all the accounting transactions. You will get the reports, and some of the configuration settings have been moved to the SAP Fiori, and it is completely on the role based, and it is going to be on the web based, and you can connect SAP Fiori from any device. Okay, if you have a smartphone in your hand, okay, you can install the SAP Fiori application, and you can get an access to that, and you can run your businesses. You can post the day-to-day transactions from all the devices. Okay, if you have the Fiori app in your mobile or iPad or iPod or something like laptop or desktop, in any device, you can connect to the SAP Fiori, and you can post the transaction, not to waste any time and not to go to the company and open the application and do the transaction. Wherever you are in the world, connect to the SAP Fiori and do the transaction posting. That is a new user experience given by the SAP. So if I see all these three, SAP HANA, real time and simplified, and SAP Fiori, okay, these are going to be called as the key enablers to run my digital transformation. So what is the meaning? SAP HANA is going to be called as the underlying platform. Real time and simplified is nothing but simplification of your application and underlying data model. And SAP Fiori is nothing but which is a role based and the web based application for connecting to all the devices to post the day-to-day transactions. And it is also useful to extract the reports, and it is also some configurations have been moved to the Fiori as an end user device. So these 3 points are going to be under the key enablers to run my digital transformation. Don't take it as an easy of any topic, please. It is going to help you out a lot when you go to the client side. Okay, you are from tomorrow onwards. So you are going to be called as a SAP S4HANA finance consultant. So maybe your company is asking you to go to the client side. So whenever you are there in the client side, client may ask any doubt. So you had to be in a situation that you had to answer for all the questions. So what the classes which we are commencing are going to be very, very important, not only for your career growth for the certification, it will also help whenever you are there in the client side, so you can give a proper answer to the questions.
Can you just please explain the aggregates and indices one more time?
Aggregates and index is nothing but, see, when you go forget about SAP S4 HANA, now come to the R3 architecture with we are using a Oracle database. So whenever you're posting any transactions or something, how many tables are there in finance? There are 2,15,000 tables are there only in finance. Okay, like BSID, BSIK, like FLA, FAGL, FLE, XT consolidated tables, like that. There's several tables are there actually. Okay, now what the SAP has done here, aggregate tables are nothing but a group. Aggregate tables are nothing but like your Flaggle Flexi. These are going to be called. If you want to, for example, if you want a vendor account balance or customer account balance or something like GL account balance, you are using aggregate transaction code. What is aggregate transaction code? Flaggle Flexi. These are going to be called as some tables you are using. Now, what the SAP has done here, instead of using the multiple tables to the database, all the tables they are eliminated now. Now, once the accounting entry is getting posted, for example, I'm posting an accounting entry, okay, vendor invoice. If I'm posting a vendor invoice, can you please tell me what are all the tables it is going to be captured? One is BKPF, BSEG, BSIK. Okay, like this, there are several tables. One accounting entry will be stored in 12 to 13 tables in our classical HANA database, Oracle database. Now, what the SAP has done, they have removed all the tables now. No need of extracting of any tables. No need of aggregate tables. Aggregates are nothing but group tables. That is nothing but a combined table. It is going to be called as. And induction tables are going to be called as, okay, these are going to be called individual tables based on your accounting entry transaction. Now they have removed all the tables. Nowhere you can find any table. Lakhs of tables have been removed from our database, and out of all the tables, they have given only one table to us that is going to be called as ACDOCA table, ACDOCA table. Yeah, there will be header tables and the line item table. Header table is a BKPF. Okay, line item tables will be the many line item tables are there. Now they have removed all the line item tables. Header table will remain same as the BKPF. There is no change in the header table. BKPF remains as a BKPF, but all the tables, excellent tables, have been removed. If you see here, if you see my PPT, just a few examples have been given. See, these are going to be called as index and aggregate tables. Index table, BSIS, BSEAD, BSID, BSAK, okay, these are going to be called index tables. These are going to be called aggregate tables. Aggregate tables are nothing but vendor master level, customer master level. All the tables, many tables actually. Now, from this today's world of SAP S4HANA, forget about all these tables. Only one table you have to remember. That is going to be called as DotCom table. That is going to be called as a single source of truth. Principle of one.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which reporting tool is native to SAP S/4HANA Finance? Option A, Crystal Reports. Option B, Excel. Option C, Embedded Analytics. Option D, Business Objects. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S/4HANA Finance course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S/4HANA Finance. It's a powerful tool to manage financial operations, from accounting to reporting and everything in between. Our course covers all the essential topics, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who have years of experience. Your instructors are finance pros who know their stuff. They're ready to guide you and answer any questions along the way. Don't just take our word for it. Students love this course. People like you have found it extremely valuable and easy to follow. Best of all, it's super affordable. You'll get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to level up your finance skills with SAP S/4HANA? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Let me bring the business into here. Technicality from the business point of view, I'm talking. Technicality from the business point of view. This is very important here. So there are 3 points are there from the technicality from the business point of view. One is going to be called as very important. If you have a pen and paper, you can make a note. One is going to be called as reduced data footprint. Please, if you have a pen and paper, something like if you are maintaining any something like book, okay, so you can you can write on it. Okay, reduce data footprint. Reduce data footprint. I told that. Okay, your ERP is going to be on any database. For example, till yesterday I'm working on my SAP with Oracle database or any not only Oracle. You take any other database apart from the HANA database. Okay, what is going to be happen? Your data footprint is very high. Your data footprint is very high. If you are using ERP on any database, I'm talking any database, I'm not except HANA database. If your ERP is working on any database, assume that your data footprint is very high comparing with your HANA data footprint. But if you are shifting your traditional database to HANA database, if you're shifting from ERP from any database to HANA database, okay, you can see that that is nothing but SAP Suite on HANA. If you still remember, we have discussed about the 2 differentiation between what is SAP Suite on HANA and what is SAP S/4HANA. SAP Suite on HANA is nothing but having your application on HANA database. Having your application on HANA database is going to be called as SAP Suite on HANA. What is SAP S/4HANA? SAP S/4HANA is nothing but, so you're going to be completely on the application on your HANA database. Very important. Last class we have discussed these 2 important points also. So 2 things are there. One is data footprint. Yeah. One is ERP. I mean to say your ERP on any database. Any database. Okay. Second one, when you are coming to B. When you are coming to ERP, your ERP on HANA database. See the difference here. Third one is going to be your S/4HANA completely. Third one is going to be the S. Second one, you know that it is Suite on HANA. Second one is going to be called as Suite on HANA. Third one is going to be called as SAP S/4HANA. Okay. If you see the data memory footprint here, Okay, if I concentrate on any database, I assume just assumption here I'm making here. For example, it is 7 tera database. 7 tera database, very, very important. Okay, on any database. But when you are bringing the same database, when you're bringing the same data on Suit on HANA, it is reducing up to 2 tera database. See the difference? It is reducing up to 2 tera database. Same data if I am bringing on here. But if the same data, if you are bringing on SAP S4 HANA, same data I'm bringing on SAP, it is reducing up to 0.5 TB. Very, very important. See the difference. Where is 7 TB of data and where is 0.5 TB of data? Assume that how much reduction of the data footprint. This is going to be called as reduced data footprint. This we are going to be calling as a reduced data footprint, one of the best advantage. Why I should go for SAP S4 HANA? The best one is, so you're going to reduce your memory database footprint from today onwards. Second one, high throughput. Very, very important. Higher throughput. What do you mean by higher throughput? If you take on the data, okay, if you're working on ERP HANA database, okay, your throughput is very, 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 very low. Means, okay, your actuals and between the targets is very, very low. Okay, it is going to be up to 1. But when you're going on to the SAP S4 HANA, it is going to be improved 3 times better than the reporting when you're working on ERP HANA database. Very, very important. Your throughput is very, 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 very high. It is the difference. Throughput is nothing but it is the difference between your actuals and what is going to be the expected, please. The difference between the actuals and what is going to be expected. So here, when you're taking on throughput, about SAP S4HANA, the throughput is very, 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 very high when you are comparing with the ERP with any database. Second point is very, very important. And third one is nothing but fully flexibility. Very, very important. Full flexibility. Everything will be inside instant. No aggregates, no inductions. Now there will be no redundancy of your data. Full flexibility has been given to your ERP from today's environment if you are going for SAP S4 HANA. So these are the 3 very, very important. One is when I'm talking about the business point, business values, I need to talk something about the reimagined business model, reimagined business process, reimagined business decisions. But when I want to talk from the IT and the user level, what are the values for the IT and the user level? I need to talk on the reimagined user experience, reimagined system configuration, and the reimagined data models. But when I want to talk purely on the technical related to the business values, I need to talk on reduced data footprint, high throughput, and full flexibility. So these are the 3 main important things. Okay, you can expect at least 3 certification questions out of these 3. From the business, from the IT end user, from the technicality. Out of these 3, you can expect 3 beautiful certification questions, please. Very, 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 very important. This is going to be called as a business values, IT and user values, and the technical values. So by this, we have completed the value-added portion related to the SAP S4 HANA. Okay, let me open the session here. Okay, so this is what I just want to be tell. Okay, this is what you have covered about the innovations. And if you go to the Fury level, okay, this is what, okay, I'm going to take 2 or 3 classes on the Fury in the coming days. Okay, so what is SAP Fury we are going to be discussing, and a guided configuration. We have completed all these 3. Simplified data model. Simplified is nothing but no aggregates, no inductions, no more redundancy of the data. And if you are completely Fury is nothing but new user experience, completely on the Fury. And the guided configuration is completely what you're going to be talking about, the given by the SAP based on the SAP best practice with Activate methodology. So this is what I just want to give some overview of SAP Fury. Okay, that is nothing but, okay, intuitive user experience and the responsive design now. Okay, if you go back to your traditional level, I'm talking about your traditional level. Just let me increase the font size. If you see on my left-hand side, if you see on my left-hand side, where the column is showing with today, it is completely a functional based application, completely on the functional based application, one transaction with multiple roles, with too much complex functionality. Yes, the same role has been given to multiple consultants. The same role has been given to selling. The same role has been given to Ravi. The same role has been given to Uma. Okay, I want to post some vendor invoices, customer invoices. 3 people can work on the same role. That is going to be called as a functional based. And the second one, if you see the below diagram, from multiple entry points for the users and inconsistent user experience. The user has been given not only for the one role, okay, he has been assigned to multiple roles. He has been multiple roles. Okay, he is going to be working on multiple transactions. That is what the today's world is telling about that. But when you're shifting the world of your functional to the role based, now if you see on the left hand side, okay, you can experience now. Okay, it is a completely decomposed apps for each role with simple functions. Every person has been given with a certain roles. Those roles can be activated only for you, not to the others. If Ravi want to work on some transaction like vendor and the customer invoices, now completely the roles have been assigned to the Ravi. So if Selly want to activate the same roles, no. Why? Because Selly has not been given to those roles. Okay, Selly has been given to another roles. It is completely a role based in the today's environment. If you go back to your traditional, it is a functional based, not on the role based. It is the role based in this today's SAP S4 HANA environment, which you are working on completely on the Fiori UX app. Very, very important. One entry point for the users and the UX following the common design functions. Everything will be under the one role from today's world. And to see the difference between the diagram, if you see the diagram here, you can clearly understand where we are standing right now and where we are going to be in the next coming days.
So if you go back to the screen there before, on the left-hand top corner, you see today functional-based application means, for example, three persons could have access to PR05, which is in travel. Okay, so it means 3 users could log into any transaction or any T code in SAP.
No, any transaction in the sense I'm not talking related to the configurations from the SPRO side. I'm talking only from the SAP Easy Access here.
So from the Easy Access, for example, that's what I'm saying. So say, for example, I called FB60. Anybody could call FB60 as well. Are you talking about?
Yes, if your user has been assigned to the same role. If 3 users have been assigned to the same role with the same transaction, yes, 3 people can activate the same transaction FB60.
Yeah, so say for example, when you talk of role, I look at GX or GX single role or composite role. That's what I think you're talking about. I could assign to accounts payable, GX, AP payable. They could do. They would have the same access to do everything at the same time, right?
Exactly. See, for example, say you are a very senior consultant in your company. Okay, let us assume like that. Okay, so you are working on FICO and you are working on some material-related transactions. Okay, you are only this one single user you're working. Now Mahesh is a very new consultant. Okay, you have joined in your company very recently. Okay, he doesn't have any access to any kind of transaction. Now, what my manager is going to do? My manager is going to send a mail to the security team saying that whatever the roles you have assigned to the user Selly, the same role assigned to Mahesh. Means what they are going to do? They are going to assign the same roles, whatever the roles have been assigned to you, they are just copying and pasting to my role. Means what is the understanding here? So whatever the transactions you are getting activated, the same transactions I can also activate from today onwards in this world environment.
Yeah, I kind of see what it just needs to sink in because say from what I know is, say for example, I'm an IT analyst and the company brings any other IT analyst. Normally, what security does, there's already a template for IT analysts. So they issue all same roles, right?
Exactly.
So, right? But if the developer, if it's an IT analyst developer, they could have IT analyst and they could have access keys, roles that will grant them access keys. So,
but if you see the headline here, it is a functional base. I'm not talking at the technical point of view. I'm talking about the functional based piece. Don't bring the developers point over here. Developers is a separate role. They have been given the access to the separate client within the same environment. But here I'm talking about the functional side, not at the technical side.
No, but what I'm saying that in my company, some of the developers, they do have functional roles as well, right?
And yes, exactly.
So when they're doing some testing, they could also test that stuff. So what I'm trying to understand really, say decomposed apps for each role with simple functions. Like, what does that really do? Does that make each transaction, each role based on each pricing? That's what I'm trying to understand there.
Now you are very clear about what is today's target. Na? You are very clear about the left hand side what have been displayed the diagram, that is functional based application. So your doubt is only the row based applications. So in the row based application, what I'm going to do here is nothing but before I'm accessing, anybody can install the Fury app. Okay, even if you doesn't have the authorization, also you can go into the something like Play Store and you can install the Fury app over there. But only if you want to activate any of the title or any of the catalog in the Fury app. For example, there can be the something like transaction based Fury apps will be there. Okay, something like fact sheet related, analytical related, and configuration related Fury apps will be given in that. But if you want to get into any of your catalog, or if you want to get anything into the cat list, something like Mahesh, I want to post some transaction related to F-02, but if I'm trying to click on that catalog in my Fury app, it is telling that the transaction has not been assigned to your role. Means what does it mean? Means this particular role, your role has not been assigned to this particular F-02 transaction in the Fury app. So what I'm going to do here is nothing but I am going to send a mail to my security people. The security people, what they are going to do here, there is no role assignment in such a way that it can be all the transactions are going to be assigned to you. No, there is no such thing like a consolidated role assignment to one user. So every user will be assigned to independent roles. Means Sally, you are going to be assigned to only two transactions. One is F-02 and FB60. Means what does it mean? Okay, Sally has to work on with only two transactions. What about Mahesh? Mahesh has not been given to the access of F-02 and FB60. So what I'm going to do here is nothing but I've been assigned to the asset accounting related transaction. So Sally cannot do the postings of asset accounting transactions. Mahesh cannot do the postings of the vendor or customer related transactions. It is completely not on the functional bit. It is completely on the role based on your functional modules only. Means SD people cannot enter into the FI people cannot go into the SD related. So this is how you can see something like about the capabilities of the Fury design screen example of SAP Simple Finance. It is going to be given to you like a very, 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 very good understandable screen. Even the layman who doesn't have the experience on the Fury, if he see the screen, he can understand, oh my God, what activities are going to be performed in this particular Fury. Very, very user friendly. Very, very user friendly. Everywhere you will find a menu bar. Everywhere you find the personal layout variant, you can find out your toolbar and you can analyze your each and every screen with a user friendly. Compatible. It is a very, very compatibility for the responsive design. Okay, there are three types of Fury's apps are there. One is analytical, fact sheet, transactions. Very, very important. 1 second, I'm telling. So there are three types are there. One is analytical. Second one is fact sheets. Third one is transaction based. Very, very important. If you see here, these are going to be called as the fact sheets. Very, very important. A fact sheet based on your Excel sheet, spreadsheet. A fact sheet based on your pie diagram or something like bar diagram. A fact sheet which is going to be given something role based, something like a management role based. Everything will be designed, decision making purpose, like something about. This is some of the example I'm showing here. But anyhow, you're going to learn something about the theory in the coming classes. Like, okay, you can see that your mobile, okay, you can see that your mobile is going to be handing about the Fury app here, example. And this is how the SAP Fury is going to be look like. This is going to be called as a new user experience. The SAP Fury design paradigm approach for entire SAP suite. Very, 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 very important. So you can install your Fury on the desktop, mobiles, or anything, wherever you're in the world. So these are going to be called as a catalogs. See, these are 1, 2, 3. Each and every some rectangle box, some cubes are there here. See here, cubes. These are going to be called as the catalogs. Catalogs are tiles. T-I-L-E-S, tiles. You can call them as a catalogs or you can call them as a tiles. And you can see in the mobiles also, see here like that. And this is all with the guided configuration. Completely, you understood about the simplified data model, and you completely understand about something like overview of the Fury. What is the guided configuration? This completely, if you open your SAP S4 and a simple finance, okay, it will going to give the guided configuration. Okay, what section? Okay, where you have to click and where from. If you're clicking on this, where it will take you to from, and what are the activities you have to do. Completely a guided configuration based on both cloud and on-premise. It is based on both cloud and on-premise. It is going to give a complete full flexibility, my dear friends. So it is completely give the simplicity to configure the system based on your guided configuration. Very, very important. So these are the 3 innovations. One is simplified data model, completely Fury, and the third one is going to be called as a guided configuration. Like this, guided configuration. Configure your solution, test your process, migrate your data, view recommended settings, view solution summary and line. Everything will be guided here. So if you want to configure, click on the configure. If you want to test. If you want to do the migrate. You can step-by-step process. Completely no remembering of any kind of transaction codes. No. Forget about all the transaction codes what you have been working earlier. Completely a user level design. SAP has completely come out with a user level design paradigm. Very, very important. Okay, so these are going to be the next classes. Okay, I'm going to be discussing about the next classes, all these things. So, and there is one more small topic is there. Just I want to bring out. This is going to be. This is called as a roadmap of SAP. Releases of SAP roadmap. Releases of SAP roadmap. Here you can see 2 things. One is a cloud edition, completely cloud edition, and on-premise edition. If you are going for SAP S4 HANA on-premise edition, every yearly, the innovation cycles are going to be yearly. Okay, you can really, okay, now the 1610 is running. Now what is the version of SAP S4 HANA on-premise release? 1610, 1610. So when you can expect the next release? 1710. That is next year. This is the same year, but in the month of October. So the releases of innovation cycle for on-premise will be on yearly base. It is a mandatory yearly base. And for the cloud, when you're talking completely on the cloud, the releases will be on the quarterly base innovation cycle. Every quarterly, they will release a new release. Like recently, they have released a quarterly base, 1611. 1611 is cloud. 1610 is on-premise. 1611 is cloud, please. So this is the roadmap. This is something about the roadmap of an innovation cycle you can work on. So very, very important. SAP S4 HANA on-premise innovation cycle will be on yearly base. SAP S4 HANA cloud edition will be on quarterly base. Required, not optional. Required. Required quarterly, required annually. So any more doubts before I just wind up the class for today's session? We have discussed very, very important session. We have discussed very, very important topics today. This is what something like we are going to be calling as overview of SAP S4 HANA. SAP S4 HANA. So this is the customer journey to SAP S/4HANA. So 3 situation, 3 deployment options. Okay, customer A, very new customer. Very new customer. See here, he's a very new customer. Customer A, I'm talking about this person. He's a very new customer. Okay, he can go on-premise deployment. On-premise, nothing was 1610. It is a completely a greenfield implementation. You can go, or you can also go for the cloud also. You can go for the cloud, or whether he can go for the. Now, if you want to go for the cloud, he has to go for 1611. 1611. On-premise is 1610, and hybrid is nothing but, see here, if you see this diagram, it is the combination of both on-premise and the cloud. Okay, some modules will be on the cloud and some modules will be on the on-premise. So it is a combination of both hybrid and cloud. For hybrid, there will be no releases, my dear friend. For hybrid, there will be no releases. SAP is releasing the quarterly release for cloud and annual release for on-premise. It is for the new customers. Till now, a customer who has not worked with SAP till now, okay, who are the customers? I am going to give the option, choice of deployment. Whether you can go for the on-premise with 1610, whether you can go for the cloud with 1611, and whether you can go for the hybrid. This is the 3 options I am going to be given to the new customers. Starting point B, SAP Business Suite on any database customers. Okay, if you take a customer, okay, in this today's world, okay, he is working on SAP on Oracle database. On Oracle database, I'm talking about. On any database means Oracle database apart from HANA database. Now, for this kind of customer, the starting point will be, okay, one thing I can go for the on-premise. One thing I can go for the on-premise, upgrade the latest EHP because maybe the customer is working with 4.6 or 4.7. If the customer is still working on 4.6 or 4.7, he cannot go for the migration. Why? Because if you want to go for SAP S/4HANA migration or the conversion, conversion, the minimum and then the minimum support will be an EHP 7 with ECC 6.0. I want these 2 requirements, an EHP 7 with ECC 6.0. But the customer B is working on 4.6 or 4.7. Then I cannot go for the conversion on SAP S/4HANA. So what I have to do? First, I need to upgrade. First, I need to upgrade to the latest EHP 7 with ECC 6. Then I have to go for the migrate of the database HANA. Or if you don't want to work on the on-premise, directly I can transfer the data to the cloud. Very, very important. Cloud is also available to him. I can go for the cloud also. And third one, you know, that is hybrid. Hybrid is a combination of both cloud and on-premise. And the starting point C. SAP Business Suite powered by SAP HANA. Yes, a customer is on SAP only. A customer is working on SAP without any disturbance of any kind of tables or the programs, anything. But the database is using with HANA. Simple. The application works as before. Same transaction, same tables. There is no compression of the tables. There is no reduction of the tables. He is working with only with change of HANA database, but the application is going to be the same. Those consultants are going to be called as SAP Suite on HANA consultants. If they are working on HANA platform, but they want to get migrated, yes, you can go with the deployment exchange innovations on-premise, or you can also transfer to the cloud. One is a new customer. Second one is SAP Business Suite on SAP Business Suite on any database. Third one, SAP Business Suite on HANA database. So SAP has differentiated like this. See here, this is a very, very important diagram, supported by the predefined migration system conversion in the cloud and the deployment package from the partners and SAP. Please understand the difference between SAP Suite on HANA and SAP S/4HANA. Very, very. In SAP Suite on HANA, you are only change the database from the Oracle database on any database to HANA database. That's all. Your application is going to work with the same transaction with the same table. But if it is SAP S/4HANA, means not only change your database to HANA database, but also you are compress your aggregation index tables, no aggregation, no index tables, no redundancy, and you are completely on in memory. Difference is very, very huge.
Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S/4HANA Finance course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S/4HANA Finance. It's a powerful tool to manage financial operations, from accounting to reporting and everything in between. Our course covers all the essential topics, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who have years of experience. Your instructors are finance pros who know their stuff. They're ready to guide you and answer any questions along the way. Don't just take our word for it. Students love this course. People like you have found it extremely valuable and easy to follow. Best of all, it's super affordable. You'll get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to level up your finance skills with SAP S/4HANA? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So I hope everybody is viewing my screen. So let me understand the SAP S/4HANA roadmap. I want to say it is something like the next roadmap for the SAP S/4HANA. Okay. So if you see the process over here on my desktop, okay, so from 2011 to till 2015, you see the different resolutions have been happened from the point of SAP. In 2011, you see that SAP HANA has been introduced, which is going to be called as an in-memory platform. In 2012, SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. In 2013, SAP Business Suite powered by SAP HANA. I'll explain you all this process in depth. Okay, I'm covering the overview. 2014, it is an SAP Simple Finance. It is SAP Simple Finance powered by HANA, and 2015 it is SAP S/4HANA Finance. It is not a Simple Finance. It is SAP S/4HANA Finance. Okay, now let me understand about the process in depth here. Why I should go for SAP S/4HANA? Yes, why I should go for SAP S/4HANA? The first question here. Okay, right. Why? Why for HANA? Why for HANA, or why for I should go for SAP S4 HANA Finance? Yes. Why should I go? Why should I go? There is some answer I should be needed for this particular question. Why should I go for the SAP S4 HANA Finance? Okay, what could be the disadvantages when I'm comparing with my traditional model? That is nothing but my traditional database model with my HANA database model. First thing, okay, why should I go? The first thing is nothing but the answer is going to be yes. Okay, so let us come out from the HANA perspective from today onwards. Okay, let me understand about the basic ERP now. Okay, so what are the disadvantages are there? What are the disadvantages are there when I'm taking my traditional model? Traditional model in the sense is nothing but before the HANA, whatever the disadvantages you are going to be facing. Okay, one. Okay, so sub-optimization execution speed, I can tell it as a sub-optimization. Okay, so you know that execution speed. The one of the biggest disadvantages is nothing but sub-optimal execution speed. I need to execute lot of reports. I need to execute something like bad jobs. I need to execute some reports related to the customer. There are a lot of things are there, not only for 1 or 2 months. Okay, I need to execute the reports for yearly report, monthly report, quarterly reports. Okay, there will be a lot of reports are going to be there. So lack of responsiveness, one of the good is nothing but lack of responsiveness is one of the drawbacks. Yes, one is the biggest disadvantage is lack of responsiveness, and the second one is going to be the user frustration. User frustration, yes. User frustration is one of the biggest disadvantage. Why? Because if I want to execute any traditional history, or if I want to execute any historical data, if I want to execute the historical data of the customer, I want the data from the 2011 to till 2015. I am just frustrated with the SAP performance. Okay, the speed is very slow, and the table which I want to execute, I need to execute multiple tables. So in the single table, I'm not going to get any data. So I need to look into the multiple tables of the customer aging analysis. So I need to execute all the tables. But what is the drawback for that? What is the result I'm getting? The result which I'm expecting from the SAP is not up to the mark. The user frustration is very high. Even though I executed the report is not up to the mark. The report is not up to the mark in the sense is nothing but there are a lot of redundancy, there are a lot of duplications are there where I need to extract the report to an Excel sheet and I need to do some homework. by removing all the duplicates. Then I need to bring out the correct figure and I need to give the figure to my manager. So how much time I'm wasting for executing of the reports here? The speed is very slow. I want the speed should be improved. I want the speed should be improved. I want the transparency in my data. I want to see the transparency in my data. Where is the speed? Okay, that is the biggest high speed, and it has to be very simple and it has to be very real time. And I want an in-depth, deep analysis of the report. The first one is nothing but why the user is frustrated, because the user is frustrated because of having the high speed. Okay, I want to have the report should be executed in a very speed. Yes. And the second one is nothing but the user is expecting deep analysis report. And the third one is nothing but the user is expecting about the real-time analysis, real-time report. And the last but not the least, okay, he want to be very simplified. It has to be very simplified. The report should not be very complex. Okay, it has to be very simplified. So these are the four things every user is looking out for. That is the frustration of the user because of using the traditional model, because of disadvantages what I am facing in the traditional model right now. And what is the next year? The next is nothing but unsupportable business process. Unsupportable business process. Yes, what is the unsupportable business process? Mahesh, my company has been expanded, Mahesh. My company has been expanded throughout the world. Now I have the business in my throughout the world. I'm doing all my activities everywhere in the world. My company has been expanded. My network has been expanded. I have a lot of customers. I have a lot of vendors. Okay, my production, I mean to say my return on investment is very low. My company expansion is very high. So unsupportable business process. What is the meaning of unsupportable business process? So whatever the current ERP product you have given to me, what is the current ERP product which I am working, it is not going to be supported to my business. Why? Because okay, I had to go for lot of instances. I mean to say, so for few process I need to go for SAP. For few process I need to go for Oracle. For few process I need to go for the CBEL. For few process I need to go for other ERP products. So lot of instances I am working on my company process. There is no single common instance which is supporting to me. So unsupportable business process. My company process is not at all supported with my current ERP product which you have given to me, because there is no transparency of the data. The first one is nothing but there is no transparency of the data, and there is no simplified process where say for example, I'm a financial manager. I'm a financial manager, something like you can call me as a CFO. So what is the duty at the end of the month or end of the year, something like. So I need to get very good reports. I mean to say, if I see my current balance sheet and P&L account, I need to come out to the correct figure. Okay, where I'm standing right now, what decisions I had to take in the coming months. Okay, what type of decisions, what is the planning I had to take. So that is not at all supported to me. So every time I used to dependent on my homework. Every time I need to dependent on my homework which I have to do the daily. So the business process is completely not at all supported to me by using of this traditional ERP product or something like traditional non-ERP product which I'm going to. So I am looking out for very good product which is very simplified, please. So lack of responsiveness should be avoided. User frustration should be avoided, and unsupportable business. So all this, whatever the product you are submitting to me, what are the product you are giving to me, that has to support all my business processes in a very simplified with a very high speed. Very important. So this is the one of the thing. And the second thing is nothing but, if you look into the second thing is nothing but lack of transparency. I have been telling you. Lack of transparency. Yes. Yeah, just now I told at one point, as a financial manager, I don't have any transparency in my data with my traditional ERP product which you have been given to me. There is no transparency of the data. I cannot visualize the data. I cannot do the decision making because the data which has been provided, the data which has been executed in my current SAP system is not accurate. I cannot take any kind of decision because of lack of transparency in my data. Here is nothing but I need the data needs to be aggregated. No, okay. Need for the aggregation is very, very important, my dear friend. Need for aggregation. Okay, second thing, what do you need? Okay, outdated figures. Yes. Outdated figures. And guesstimation, very, very important. Like prediction. Guesstimation is nothing but I want to predict the data here. Guesstimation. So what do you mean by lack of transparency? Lack of transparency is nothing but there is no aggregation as of now. Okay, everything is nothing but independence. I want to go for need for aggregation of the data. Aggregate the data of the line items. I need, okay, now whatever the figures I'm seeing, it is a completely outdated figure. And there is no guesstimation. I cannot predict. I cannot take any decisions. Lack of transparency. The first one you are seen as lack of responsiveness, and the second thing you are observing about the lack of transparency here. Very, very important. And third one, but not the least, and what is the third one here? Okay, reactive business model. Yes, reactive business model. What do you mean by reactive business model? Missing of opportunities. I can tell it as a missing of opportunities. And the second one is competitive. Very, very important. Now the world has become very competitive. Competitive disadvantages. I can tell it as. So if I go very, very deep, over here in this particular process, okay, the first thing is nothing but suboptimal execution speed. Okay, where the speed is very, very slow. And the second one is lack of transparency. There is no aggregation of the data, and the figures which you are showing is nothing but an outdated. And the third one is nothing but reactive business model. Okay, so the business model which I'm currently working is not at all supporting to me. That is nothing but missing of opportunities and the missing of competitive disadvantages. So if I go and see there are a number of disadvantages are there currently which I spent a lot of amount on my ERP product. I spent a lot of amount on my SAP. So and even in spite of that, in spite of my amount which has been spent on my ERP, there is very, very less return on investment also. Very, very important. The next disadvantage is ROI. ROI is nothing but return on investment. So what is the expectation on the return on investment? See, for example, I'm purchasing an instrument. If I'm purchasing an instrument with a high cost, with a $10,000, so I can expect what is the return on investment. When I can expect the return on after 2 months or after 3 months or after 1 year. So what is the time where I can get my ROI? ROI is nothing but my return on investment. So the current model which I'm working, the return on investment is on a long term. It is not based on the short term. This is also one of the biggest disadvantage of using the traditional database. So if you see on going on the disadvantages, I can give a lot of disadvantages why I should go for SAP S4 HANA. Why I should switch my business process to SAP S4 HANA. Why I should go for SAP S4 HANA. Okay, what are the disadvantages comparing with my normal ERP product with my SAP S4 HANA? So like this, there are several ways, there are several things have been done. There are several disadvantages have been done. Okay, why I should go for SAP S4 HANA right now? What is the time? So today is the best day. So today I need to switch off my normal ERP and I have to go for SAP because my business expansion is going to be done in a very drastic. So today my business is limited to only for few countries. Maybe tomorrow I can expand my business to various other countries. So where are the opportunities are there? So what kind of opportunity the SAP is providing to me? How should I control my data? Okay, how should I control all my destructiveness? So the best solution which has been given by the SAP is you have to go for SAP S4 HANA. That is why the SAP is insisting you to go for SAP S4 HANA. So before I want to know what is the SAP S4 HANA, can you please tell me something about what is the HANA? what is the business warehouse, what is the business suite, what is SAP HANA powered by SAP, and what is S4 HANA. So now let me see the roadmap. Now we have seen the disadvantages. Now we have seen the disadvantages of our traditional database model. Now let me see the advantages of my going to HANA roadmap. So is it clear to everybody now? Let me come to the SAP S4, the great simplifier of enterprise software. See, the word itself is telling that the great simplifier of enterprise software. Okay, now in the last 15 minutes, we have seen about the disadvantages. Now let me come to the advantages, what I'm going to get if I go for SAP S4 HANA. So before I want to go for what is the SAP S4, what is the HANA and how it has come into the market, let me go way back to 1979. Okay, I'm going back to 1979 here. I'm going back to way back to 1979. If you go back to 1979, my SAP, the SAP product has been with architecture of R2 architecture. With R2 architecture in 1979. What is an R2 architecture? R2 architecture, we know that it is going to be called as a real-time two-layer architecture. Real-time two-layer architecture. How it is look like? Okay, see here. So this we are going to be calling as a presentation and application, and we have one more which is going to be calling as a database here. So it consists of only two-layer architecture. One I am taking as a presentation. One I am taking as a presentation, and the second one I am taking as an application. Application where I'm going to be calling the kernel level software. Second, I'm taking as an application. Now, I have a database. Yes, I have a database, but the database is very independent. The database is very independent over here. Okay, let me take an example here now. Okay, database. So I'm taking about the database here. Database I'm using for the storage. Database I'm using for the storing of that data here. Okay, so example, I'm taking one manufacturing company. Manufacturing company it is a. Now, in 1970s, what is happening here? If I'm talking it is a manufacturing company, so I have several operational areas. Like I have a production, I have a sales and distribution, I have a financial operational area, finance. Okay, let us take an example. And I have something like HR, like for example, human resource. Okay, now if I'm calling it as a manufacturing company, yes, everyone can predict that. Okay, it has operational areas like production, sales and distribution, finance, and HR, the human resource, and they have other operational areas also. Let me concentrate on these 4 products now, right now. Okay, now. In 1979, when I'm using my R2 architecture, the company has been given with my presentation and application with a with a low base capacity of the database. Very, very low. The capacity is nothing but very, very low. Okay. It is not even up to 5 GB to 6 GB or not even more than 100 GB of my database. 100 GB. I'm talking about here 100 GB, not less than, not greater than the 100 GB. Now, what is happening here? Okay. When I'm doing my process, when I'm doing my production, or when I'm doing my sales and distribution operations, when I'm doing my financial process transactions, when I'm doing my HR process transaction, what is happening in 1970s when I'm using this R2 architecture, because of very low database process, what is happening? I should need to go for multiple databases here. I need to go for one database I need to use for the production. I need to use one more database. This is for the HR. One more database. This is going to be for the finance. And I need to use one more database. This will be used for the sales and distribution. See, like this. So there are multiple databases. Why? Because the capacity of the database in 1970s, when I'm using the R2 architecture, I'm using multiple databases. One database I'm using for the production. One database I'm using for the, this database I'm using for the production. This is I'm using for the production. And this I'm using for the finance. And this I'm using for the HR. This I'm using for the sales and distribution. See that, okay. Now what is happening? What is the disadvantage? Because there is no real-time consolidation here. I cannot go for any consolidation report. I cannot go for any aggregation of the report because I'm using different types of database. At the end of the financial year, or at the month, the period end closings or the month-end closings or quarterly closings or half-yearly closings or annually closings. So as a financial manager, okay, I need to get the data from the production. I need to get the data from the HR. I need to get the data from the sales and distribution. So every time I need to go for the manual reconciliation process between the production, HR, and SD, and I need to collect the data. Then I have to prepare the my P&L account and balance sheet here. There is no integration, means there is no common database approach. There is no common database where my database is integrated with all the modules. My tables are integrated with all the modules. No, there is no such a process has been introduced by the SAP in 1979 when I'm working with R2 architecture. So what is the disadvantage? So I had to use a separate database for the finance. I had to use the separate database for the production. I had to use the separate database for my HR and a separate for SD. That is for sales and distribution. So where is the lacking here? The lacking is nothing but I don't have a common database for all this process. So you are giving me a separate database for each and every process wise. So when a month-end closings or something like when I want to take a major decision making or I want to prepare my P&L account and balance sheet. So what is happening here? If I want to get the data from other operational areas, so there is a manual reconciliation is going to be happen. There is no real-time reconciliation. Every time I need to go for the manual reconciliation means I need to go for the production. I need to collect the financial data. I need to go for HR. I need to collect the financial data. Then I need to go for SD and I need to connect the financial data. Then I have to consolidate everything. I have to prepare the financial report in my finance. If you have given me the one database, for all this process, so I can reduce. So I should have been reduced my manual reconciliation process, Mahesh. So this is what the way back in 1970s. This we are going to be calling as the R2 architecture, real-time two-layer architecture with presentation, application, and the database. The database is not even connected to my application. So I'm using multiple databases for storing of my data. This is going to be the traditional way back in 1970s. So again, if I come down in 1992, if I'm coming in 1992, then SAP has come out with R3 architecture. We all know that SAP has come out with R3 architecture. What is an R3 architecture? R3 architecture consists of 3 layers of architecture. Yes. So I removed the multiple database model and I'm giving a common database for all the process. So R2 architecture. Now I'm bringing the database here. See here. This is nothing but my database. This is nothing but my database. Very, very important. Okay. Now here I'm going to the presentation. And this will be my application. And this will be my database. Yes. And my dear friends, I just forgot to tell you one thing. If you okay in the R2 architecture, whenever in 1979, so 70s or 80s, when I'm using my R2 architecture, actually there is no Oracle database at that time. So we used to use like RDBMS, like Relational Database Management System, DBMS, database management, which is not more than 10 GB or 12 GB or 15 GB. Now, in the 1992, what is happened here? Nothing but we have brought it as a one common database approach. One common database approach is nothing but, so my presentation, okay, so here it look like this, okay, so how it is going to look like this? So presentation to the application and the application to the database. So whenever I want to extract any data, so it will coming to the, so it is coming like this. So from the database to the application and from the application to the presentation. Before what is happening, before in the R2 architecture, I'm using multiple database approach. But here I'm not using the multiple database approach. Now I have brought only one database, a common database approach for storing of all process, individual process like operation like production, sales and distribution, finance, HR, blah, 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 whatever the operation. So I'm using only one database from today onward. This has been introduced in the 1992. So my application will be supported to any kind of database. My application can be supported to Oracle database. My application can be supported to RDBMS. My application can be supported to DBMS. If you take any database, my SAP application can be supported to any kind of database. So in 1910, 92, SAP has taken a resolution. So instead of using multiple database, so they have brought it with one database approach. So they increase the capacity of the data. So now you can go up to 512 or something like you can go up to storing of your data 512 GB of the data now. Now you can store up to 512 GB. Before that, I can store only up to 10 or 15 GB of this, okay, for the individual databases. Now, I am going to give only one database to you, where this database it can be acceptable. It can be acceptable up to 512 GB of your database storage. Now you can store as much of your data. And then if the database is full, you can archive the data to the other extractor and you can use like this. So this particular R3 architecture, which has been introduced in 1992 with a common database between the presentation to application, application to the database here. What is happening? Once you post any transaction, the transaction will from the presentation, it will go to the application. Here in the application, the SQL query performance will be done, and all the plus and minus additions, everything will be performed over here. And if everything look like, okay, the data will go and store in the database. How the data will be stored? The data will be stored. We all know that the data will be stored in the database in a form of a tables. Every data, every process, every transaction, whatever the transactions you are posting, the transactions are going to be saved in a form of a tables in the database. This is what R3 architecture. R3 architecture nothing but real-time 3-layer architecture. 3 layers are nothing but presentation, application, and the database. What? Here, this is not a real-time scenario. This is not at all a real-time scenario, my dear friend, because I'm using the multiple tables here. I'm using multiple tables for various products. If I complete, if my threshold has been, my database threshold has been reached up to 500 GB or 510 GB, then I need to archive the data. Then I need to take up the backup of the data, and I need to push the data to another database, and I need to keep this database as an empty for the further storing. So every 3 months I need to do the refreshing of my database, or every 3 months. If the volume of the data is very high, every monthly or quarterly or annually also some people are going to do. So that is nothing but refresh of the database. I need to remove all the data, and I need to keep the data in other database. I need to vacant this database, and I need to provide to you so that you can post for more for you. I mean to say you can post any further transaction to the same database here. So this is what we are talking about, R3 architecture, real-time 3-layer architecture. Okay, so this is what next. In 2005, we have come out with a product called as something like we are introduced with ERP. That is nothing but ERP is nothing but enterprise resource planning. We are going to call it as enterprise resource planning. Very important. See here, if you see my diagram very carefully here, 1979, 1992, 2004. In 2004, we have come out with ERP. Okay, we have come out with ERP like, okay, and we have come out with a version of ECC 5.0. And in 2006-7, we have come out with ERP ECC 6.0. Like that, there are several versions have been introduced. Next, in 2000, very important. In 2011, we have come out with Hana approach. Very important. 2011, we have come out with Hana approach. Why we have to come out with Hana? Ganesh, already we are working with ECC now. Okay, we are working. Suresh, we are working with ECC. John, we are working with ECC. Matthew, we are working with ECC. Okay, I'm very much comfortable with my ECC product. I mean to say with my ECC 6.0, which has been product by the ERP. I'm very much comfortable here. Why I should go for HANA? Yes. Now today, let me discuss about the HANA. Let me discuss about the process of HANA in 2015. Okay, no, sorry. In 2011, if you see my screen over here, in 2011, SAP HANA has been introduced, which we are going to be calling as a complete, which we are going to be calling it as a complete in-memory platform-based model, in-memory database platform model. Let me see what is the HANA now. Today, let me concentrate on HANA. Now I'm going to give this R3 architecture. Now I'm going to give the R3 architecture. Currently, what we are working right now. Okay, right. R3 architecture. Now I'll go to the presentation. I'll go to the application. Now see, I'm just giving the informative for all of you see here. Okay, this is nothing but my database. This is nothing but my database, my model of the database here. Okay, database. We don't have our own database, my dear friends. We all know that we are using the Oracle database. Oracle database. We are using the Oracle database. SAP doesn't have its own database model. Very, very important. This is a concept, very, very important. SAP doesn't have its own database model. Okay, we are using the third-party database. We are using the Microsoft database, or we are using the RDBMS database, or we are using the DBMS database, or if the data volume is very high, we can go for the Oracle database also. So for many countries, so many companies, okay, what are all the companies which have been implemented with SAP? They will go for the Oracle database. 99% of the clients are using the Oracle database. Why? Because huge data of the volume. So only Oracle database is going to be supported for huge. If you go for RDBMS or DBMS, it is will be not more than 20 or 30 GB. But if you go for the Oracle database, up to 1 tera database also you can use it. Up to 1 tera database or 2 tera database also you can store the data in the database. So we are still okay. So every client, if you go now in the today's market, if you go for every client, so 99% of the client they are using the Oracle database right now. Okay. Now, yes. Now let us take an example. Now let us take an example. Okay, let us take an example. I'll take a Walmart. Walmart is nothing but my client, for example. Every day, Walmart, every day I'm talking about, not a monthly or a quarterly. Every day, Walmart, okay, you know that Walmart has been expanded its business throughout the world. Throughout the world, they have all the, in all the countries, they have various businesses throughout the world. So every day, they are posting lakhs of transactions, millions of transactions. I can use millions of transactions they are using. Millions of data they are posting every day-to-day transactions. I'm talking every day, millions of transactions throughout the world. So what is happening? So what is the drawback here? If I'm posting the millions of transactions per day from the presentation, if you observe very carefully, presentation to the database. So every quarterly, see every quarterly, I'm using a word called as every quarterly. Every quarterly, I am seeing that my threshold has been reached out. Okay, my database has been reached out to the dead stage. Okay, now 1 tera database. The capacity of the database is 1 tera database. For example, I'm taking 1 terabyte. Now I have reached up to the threshold process. Means if for example, if I'm not going to do the refresh of my database from tomorrow onwards, I cannot do any kind of processing of my data, please. Why? Because already it is very full. Okay, the database is very full. It has already crossed my threshold. Okay, now I know it is the time for me to do the refresh. Means I need to take up of the backup data. So what I'm going to do here? So I'm constructing a business warehouse. That is nothing but I'm taking a one more database. Okay, right. I'm taking one more database like this. Okay, I'm taking one more database and I'm moving all the data. I am moving all the data means I need to refresh my data now. Okay, I'm moving all the database from Oracle to so from this database to this database means so now already it has been reached to 1 tera database. Now every quarterly this company what it is doing, every quarterly they have to do the refresh activity like this means so they need to clean up this database and they have to move all this historical data to the another database and they have to make it as a very clean so that from tomorrow onwards every transaction should be posted successfully. So this process they are doing every quarterly. Every quarterly they have to do the refresh of the data here because my capacity of my database is up to 1 tera database. 1 tera data. If it is crossing more than 1 tera database, I cannot post any further transaction. So now I need to do the refresh. I need to do the archiving of my data from one database to another database, so that the current database is the current database is having a maximum amount of the storage, so that tomorrow onwards I can do the posting of the data. So this is happening every quarterly. This is happening every quarterly because of very low limited data posting to my Oracle here. So you are moving to the business warehouse. Okay, you can call it as a business warehouse server, BW. So you are having a multiple BW servers. You are having a multiple BW servers. So now in 2011, I got an idea now. Okay, I'm working on some ideas. Why I should go for Oracle every time? Why I should do refresh of the data every quarterly? Okay, why can't have my own database? Why can't have my own database? Why should I dependent on other databases like Oracle or RDB? SAP doesn't have its own database. SAP is one of the good ERP product. SAP is standing as the #1 ERP product. Why should I take the tenant of other databases? Why should I use my own database? Yes, this thinking has been done by the SAP. So in 2011, very important. In 2011, we have come out with Hana database approach. We have come out with Hana database approach. You know that Vishal Sikka now he is the current CEO for Infosys. Actually, that person has brought this Hana prospect, this Hana word into the world. Very important. Okay, Hana is a terminology used for the database actually. So Hana has been brought out by Mr. Vishal Sikka. He's working as a CEO for Infosys. Okay, so instead of using the other database models, okay, why can't we bring our own database? So in 2011, we have brought out with Hana database. Very important. Now Hana, very important. See here. In 2011, we have brought out with Hana, okay, and this we are going to be calling as a secondary database. When 2011, actually we are not directly taken this database to any architecture, so we are using as an external database. Very important. It is an external database. It is a secondary database for my application. It is a secondary database. So one application is connected to my Oracle. At the same time, my application has been connected to my Hana. See here the difference. See the difference here. Okay, so I'm not switching off my Oracle database. So parallelly, I'm using a one more database which has been introduced in the 2011. That is, the name has been given as Hana. Hana is nothing but a database model. Okay, so this particular Hana database has been connected to my application. The same application has been connected to my Oracle database. The same application has been connected to my Hana database. So whatever the transactions you are posting to my presentation, the transaction will go to the application. From the application, the transaction will getting posted to my Oracle database. At the same time, the same transaction now it is getting posted to my Hana database also. Very important. So this primary database I'm calling as Oracle, and the secondary database I'm calling as a Hana database from today onwards. So why? Because I don't want to switch completely my Oracle database and I don't want to move to the Hana. Now it is a very testing purpose. So instead of directly connecting my database to my application, so I'm using my Hana database as a secondary database and my Oracle as a primary database. And my Hana is going to be supported up to more than 3 to 4 GB. I mean, it is a 5 tera database. Yes, my database has been improved now. Now I've been moving up to 5, 10. Actually, it will go up to 10 tera database also, my dear friends. Hana is going to be. And where my current existing database is only 1 tera database, if I take the Hana database, it is accepting up to 10 tera database of the data. So no need of, No need. Now what is happening? No need of refreshing of the data from the Oracle to the BW, refreshing of the data to the Oracle, because my HANA itself is having a lot of huge data volume. I mean, so you can store up to the data up to 10 terabytes. So no need of BW. So this particular HANA concept has been brought out by SAP in 2011. It has been brought out by SAP in 2011, where we are using the HANA database as a secondary database from the application to the HANA, and the primary database is from the application to the Oracle here. And this is going to be called as a HANA, which has been introduced, that the SAP HANA has been introduced in 2011. So this secondary database has been introduced in the 2011 to store. This is our own product. This is our own database now, my dear friends. So we are not depending any other databases. This is going to be called my own. Okay, let me continue. So in 2011, we have brought out with this HANA database. So this HANA is a secondary database. Please, we are using it as a secondary database. Primary database, we are using our Oracle database as it is. We are not disturbing the Oracle database. So we are using the same Oracle database as it is. But due to the huge volume of the data, every quarterly, we need to do the refresh. So to avoid this kind of situation, so SAP has made some research, and in 2011 we have brought out with HANA database into the market. So before we bring this HANA directly to the application, so we are using it as a secondary database in 2011, not directly with the primary database with my application. So I am using the HANA as my secondary database in 2011, and primarily I am using as the Oracle. So what is happening? The data which you are posting from the presentation to application, the same data will go to the Oracle database, and the same data will be posted to my HANA database. Okay, so two documents are going to be created. One document is going to be created in my Oracle, and one more document is going to be created in my HANA database. Please, very, very important. This concept is very, very important here. Why? Because now today my database is very much improved. So no need of doing any kind of refreshing of my data quarterly. Why? Because you can go maximum, you can go up to 10 tera database, but whereas my Oracle is supporting up to 1 tera database. So in 2011, we have made it as a secondary database. Slowly, when the years are passing, so we have made our Oracle database, I mean to say, our HANA database into more visuality, I mean to say, into the more visualization, I mean to say, we have improved our HANA database in such a drastic way, so that we have completely removed the Oracle database, and now current situation in the current market, we are working with my HANA database. That is nothing but the migration of our traditional database to HANA database. So the migration is going to be happen. Now currently, if you see that SAP S4 HANA, so there are two projects are there. One is going to be called as an on-premise. Second one is going to be called as a greenfield implementation. If it is on-premise, is nothing but converting the Oracle database to HANA database. That is nothing but existing customers. There are lakhs of customers are there. Now they want to move on to the HANA. So converting the Oracle database to the HANA database, and after the conversion, we are completely removing the Oracle and we are making the HANA database to the application. That is going to be called as a conversion, that is the on-premise. And the second one is going to be called as a greenfield implementation. Greenfield implementation is nothing but from today onwards, no need of any ERP, no need of with any ERP. Now directly you can implement your SAP on suit on HANA directly. That is going to be called a suit on HANA, not with suit of with Oracle. Now directly your new clients, for example, I am a very new client. Till now, I have not been implemented with any SAP. Now today my company wants to go for implementation of SAP. So directly I am implementing SAP on a suit on HANA directly, not with any other databases. So there are two projects there. One is going to be converting of the Oracle database to the HANA database, which is going to be called as the on-premise, and the second one is nothing but completely greenfield implementation directly on the HANA database, is going to be called as a greenfield implementation. That we are going to be calling it as a SAP S4 HANA. So let me see that now today we have seen only how the HANA has come into the market. Today we have seen it, what is the HANA and how it has come into the market. So tomorrow classes are very, very important. So we are bringing our business warehouse and HANA database in 2012, and we have made it as a SAP business suite in 2013. So every day we are going to see some of the important things about the HANA. Then we are going to be coming to the SAP S4 HANA. Lastly, we are seeing about the what is SAP S4 HANA. So today I have covered only the just what is the HANA, how it is working, and when it has been brought out into the picture here. See, these are very, very important. Introduction classes are very, very important. See, I'm telling once again, I'm not directly going to SAP S4 HANA finance classes, please. So these classes are very, very important. Till 10 to 15 classes, I'm going to cover about the HANA. Then I'm going to the SAP S4 HANA finance. So complete process is going to be covered. I'm also covering some Fury apps also. So I'm going to teach the classes on the Fury. So that is nothing but an end user new user experience. And I'm going to cover the SAP cash management completely. What are the changes which have been happened? And I'm going to give some overview on all these processes. And I'm also covering some introduction classes about the integrated business planning for finance. And I'm going to show the transactions, what are the transaction level they have been changed about that. But in-depth will be covered for SAP accounting.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a component of SAP S4 HANA Finance? Option A, accounts payable. Option B, asset accounting. Option C, human resources. Option D, cash management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S4 HANA Finance course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S4 HANA Finance. It's a powerful tool to manage financial operations, from accounting to reporting and everything in between. Our course covers all the essential topics, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who have years of experience. Your instructors are finance pros who know their stuff. They're ready to guide you and answer any questions along the way. Don't just take our word for it. Students love this course. People like you have found it extremely valuable and easy to follow. Best of all, it's super affordable. You'll get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to level up your finance skills with SAP S4 HANA? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, if I talk something about a growing complexity is a major challenge. One is going to be called as growing, Growin, growing challenge. Or something like growing complexity, we can call it a complexity, yes. Complexity is one of the major challenge. Very, very important. What do you mean by growing complexity is a major challenge? What is a growing challenge? Okay, so I can take like this. One is going to be called as a very, very important. You can take it as scattered data. Scattered data. Let me talk something about the scattered data. Okay, so there is a 70% of the analytics effort by the IT is prepared data. Okay, 70% of the data, very, very important here. Okay, there are three important major points today we are going to be discussing. One is the growing complexity is the one of the major challenge. Okay, we can see about 70% of the data, not less than. And SAP, this is not my percentage. Actually, this is the percentage given by the SAP. Very, very important here. Okay, you can expect a certification question also, please. You can expect a certification question from this, please. Very, very important, I'm telling here. 70% of the scattered data, constant data. I can call it as a constant data movement to need analytical needs. Okay, so I can call it as a constant data movement to meet analytical need. Or you can delete as analytics need. Like expert repeated to gather something about the reconcile the financial efforts, something like, okay, so There is some scattered data between the vendor and the GL. There is some scattered data between the GL and the customer. There is a scattered data between the material analysis and my GL. So there is something called as a huge data, which is going to be running in my database actually. So I need only one common data which is going to be applicable for the analytical purpose. See, if I'm going to be looking out for a report of the vendor or something about, I want to, okay, now what is happening in this current ERP world when you are not using the HANA database, when you're talking about the classical ERP level, when you are using the Oracle database as a database for the ERP. So what is happening here is nothing but we are going to see the lot of scattered data, 70% of the scattered data, which is unnecessary for me. Actually. See, okay, every month end I need to go for the reconciliation. I had to go for the reconciliation between my GL with other subsidiary ledgers. If you see my financial accounting, my central tenant of total accounting system is called as the GL. So without my GL, I cannot prepare my P&L account and balance sheet. Okay, that is very true. Oh, yes, without the GL, I can't prepare my P&L account and balance sheet. So if I want to get the data to my GL accounting from the other subsidiary ledgers like AR, AP, asset accounting, SD, MM, okay, if you are going to be seeing the data from other modules or other subsidiary ledger, I'm using a point called as a reconciliation. Reconcile the data before the end of the process. So I want to reconcile the data between the payables and my GLs. I want to reconcile my data from the receivables and my GLs. I need to reconcile my data from the SD to my GL, MM to GL. Okay, what is happening here? So I can see 70% of the data is unnecessary for me. Means my database, whichever the database I am using, the database is getting occupied with unnecessary data of 70%. I had to go for the reconciliation process. Means I see there is some data between GL and payable. Means if I see the data in my reconciliation account, it is, for example, okay, after the month end of March 31st, okay, if I'm executing a sundry creditor is the reconciliation account. So if I execute this particular report in my GL, I see something about $1 million. Okay, if the same report I executed for the vendors, I'm seeing the same data for the vendors also. Means what I would like to say, if I see the vendor balances, for this particular March month, okay, I see the same $1 million. If I see the reconciliation account for all the vendors, I see the $1 million only. Means why should I need two types of data here? Why should I have two types of data? Why should I go for all the reconciliation data? Is there any real time? There is no real time processing where I can eliminate all this reconciliation process? Yes. Is there no real time process where I can eliminate all this reconciliation process? Why should I go for the reconciliation? Why should I do all this month end processings? Why can't I eliminate the 70% of the scattered data from my database? Yes. This is one of the growing complexities, one of the major challenge which the environment of SAP is going to be facing with many clients. So now what the SAP has done, now instead of making all the reconciliation process, they have eliminated the reconciliation and they have made it as a real time. Very, very important. And they have made it as a real time to avoid the reconciliation. So what happens if I'm going to avoid the reconciliation? So whatever the scattered data which I am facing earlier, now I'm minimizing the scattered data up to certain extent of level because the 70% is a major factor for me. 70% of the scattered data is a major factor for me. So I'm eliminating the 70% of the scattered data. By removing all this reconciliation process, I'm making one common database table. This database table is called as the DotCom table. DotCom table. Now what I'm going to do means I'm eliminating all the aggregates and the indexes. I'm going to eliminate all the tables which are unnecessary for me and I'm making one common table where this table is going to be playing as a major reporting table which is going to be called as a universal general, or I'm going to calling as the DotCom table. DotCom table, which is one single source of truth. Very, very important. I am using the word called as a one single source of truth. Very, very important. One single source of truth. This is the common word I had to use from today onwards. What is the one single source of truth? Okay, let me explain you very in-depthly now. What is a single source of truth here? Okay, so I'm using two words here. One is going to be calling as the ACDOCA, and ACDOCA is also called as a universal general. Now the concept which we are using is going to be called as a single source of truth. Very, very important here. So if you go to the classical environment, before you migrated or before you converted your database from Oracle database or some other database, any other database to HANA database. Okay. If I'm working on the classical ERP with Oracle database, so I can call it as a multiple source of truth. It is not going to be called as a single source of truth. It is going to be called as a multiple source of truth. What do you mean by multiple source of truth? Multiple source of truth is nothing but I'm going to gather all my financial data. I'm going to reconcile all my financial data from various other sources. Okay. So if I go with the diagrammatical form, okay, this is going to be called as my GL example. Okay. Anyhow, we are going to learn very in-depth of all the process. This is going to be the one module. This is going to be the second module, and this is going to be called my third module, and this is going to be called as my fourth module. So what is happening here? What is happening here is nothing but, okay, so I'm going to be, so what is happening? So this is going to be called my GL. This is called as the general ledger, GL. And this is going to be called my SD. This is called my MM. Example I'm talking, MM. And this is nothing but my controlling, a CO. And you can take it as a HR, something like other modules. Okay, I'm taking something like as a HR. So what do you mean multiple source of truth? I'm going to reconcile. I'm going to do the integration of my general ledger with various other modules or with various other subsidiary ledgers like SD, MM, CO, and HR, like PP or whatever maybe. You can take any module which is getting reconciled to my general ledger. General ledger is called as a central tenant of total accounting system. Without my general ledger, I can't prepare my P&L account and balance sheet. So what is happening? This is going to be called as a multiple source of truth. Multiple source of truth. You can execute the report from SD for the customer related analysis. You can execute a report from the vendor for the MM related analysis. You can execute the cost related report from the CO. You can execute some HR related report from the HR. Okay, but what is happening at the month end or during the year end? I'm going to reconcile all these processes to my general ledger, and I'm preparing and I'm using this reconciliation process for the preparation of P&L account and balance sheet. So what is happening? A multiple source of truth. A multiple source of truth. I'm extracting the data. I'm reconciling my general ledger from various other sources. So what is the benefit? What is the drawback of this? This is going to be called as a redundancy of the data. Redundancy of the data is nothing but very, very important scattered data where I want to avoid this kind of process from today's environment. I want to avoid this kind of processes from the today's environment here. Okay, now what you're going to do, instead of going with a multiple source of truth, now I want to use the single source of truth. Single source of truth is nothing but where we are going to be calling as the ACDOCA table. ACDOCA table is going to be reconciled. The ACDOCA table is going to be reconciled with the payables, receivables, and asset accounting with the material ledger. I'm going to give the diagram now. See here. So what I'm going to do here, so ACDOCA table. So now what I'm going to do here is nothing but I'm preparing one single source of truth. Now I'm preparing one single source of truth. This single source of truth is going to be called as a universal general. Universal general, which is also going to be called as a table called as ACDOCA table, ACDOCA table. Very, very important. This is the universal general table. Now what happening here is nothing but I'm going to do like this. So major 5 components, very, very important. Major 5 components I'm using. Major, very major. Major 5 components. Okay, you can observe like this. Okay, now what is happening here? Now I'm going to be called as this is going to be called as my, okay, so this is going to be called as my GL, asset accounting, AA, material ledger. So I can call it as ML, I can call it as a controlling, and this is going to be called as a COPA. Now, if you see the major, if you see all these processes, see general ledger, asset accounting, material ledger, controlling, and COPA. COPA is going to be called as operating concern for the market segmentation. We all know that. Now what is happening? Instead of having the data in all the subsidiary ledgers, so what the SAP has done, they have eliminated the process of the GL in a different component. They have eliminated the process of asset accounting in the different component. They have eliminated the process of material ledger. They have eliminated the process of controlling, and they have eliminated the process of COPA. Now everything has been brought out into one common database approach for the one universal gender. That table name we are going to be calling as the ACDOCA table. Now no need of going for each and every index and aggregate tables of the GL, asset accounting, material ledger, COPA, and controlling. Now all the tables of all the redundancy tables have been removed. All the duplicate tables have been removed, and they have made it as a one common database approach table that is going to be called as a universal general. That table name we are going to be calling as that DOCA table. It is going to be called as a single source of truth. Now no need of using the word called as a multiple source of truth. Multiple source of truth is nothing but you can see the data in the GL before. You can see the data in asset accounting, you can see the data in material ledger, you can see the data in controlling, you can see the data in COPA. Now what happening here, what the SAP has done, instead of using the multiple source of truth, I am going to bring all the fields of the GL to the universal general, all the asset related fields to the asset accounting, and all the material ledger fields to the AC DOCA, and all the controlling related field to the AG DOCA, and all the COPA related field to the AG DOCA. Means what is happening? No need of independent component, no need of a multiple source of truth. I am making all the fields of all the 5 components into one source of truth. That source of truth is going to be called as the AG DOCA table. Now today's environment. Very, 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 very important. So what happening? Because of this making of single source of truth, because of making of universal general, now what is that? I have removed the 70% of the scattered data for the analytical purpose from today's environment. 70% of the scattered data has been eliminated. Very, very important. Constant data movement to meet the analytical needs. 70% of the analytical effort by IT is preparing data. Very, 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 very important. This concept is called as a single source of truth. What is the single source of truth? I am going to eliminate all the reconcile process between the GL, asset accounting, material ledger, COPA, and controlling. And I have eliminated all the process and I have made it as the one single source of truth. You can find all the GL related fields, asset accounting fields, material ledger fields, COPA fields, and controlling fields within one common database approach, which is the one common table. That table name we are going to be calling as the ACDOCA table. This is called as a concept of growing complexity to meet the major challenges. This is one of the common in approach that is going to be called as a scattered data. Scattered data. Okay. So second one, if I want to talk about the second one, yes, I know about the eliminating of 70% of the scattered data. What the second one is going to be called as, now the second one we are going to be called, the first one we have seen about the scattered data and I'm putting over here, okay, I'm writing here. And the second one, we are to talk something about called as a batch processing. Very beautiful words over here, please. Very, very important. The second one, what you're going to be calling as the batch processing. We see several batch processings are going to be executed. In SAP FI, we are going to run the month-end jobs or weekly jobs or yearly jobs or something like it. The PP also, they are going to run some production-related batch jobs. In SD also, they are going to run some SD-related batch jobs. So there are several batch processing jobs are going to be executed in the background. when we are executing the data, okay, batch and processing is going to carry lot amount of data to execute the batch processing. You can see some batches are going to be cancelled and some batches are going to be completed successful and some batches are going to be failed because of something like mismatching of the data. We can see a lot of problems we are going to be facing when we are executing the batch processing. I can say that it is a very difficulty keeping up with the demand volume. 76% here. Okay, so here we are talking something about the 70% here, but here when the batch processing, when we talk about the batch processing, 76%, very, very important here. 76% difficulty keeping up with the demand volume. 76% of the global companies do not want to have, very, very important. 76%. 70% of the companies, they don't want to have the scattered data, but 76% of the global companies they completely, they don't want, actually they completely, they don't want, the companies do not have financial performance data at ready. Very, 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 very important. 76% of the companies, I can writing here, very, very important. What the problem here is nothing but difficulty keeping up with demand value. Very, very important. Difficulty keeping up with demand value. Very, 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 very important here. Okay, demand value. Difficulty keeping up with 76% of the global companies do not have financial performance data at ready. Yes, I want to take some decisions. I want to have some decisions, or I want to do some financial planning for the coming months, or I want to do some financial planning for the current year. How should I do this? If the data of the batch processing is going to be executed, if I'm facing a lot of financial problems because of this batch and processing in the month end or in the year ending or something like in the weekend. So where can I get the data? Until or unless if I don't complete this batch processing, the system is not going to give a clear picture about my financial data. I want to avoid this kind of batch processing, please. A real-time processing has to be adopted over here. Just like what the scattered data you are eliminated, the same way I want to eliminate this batch processing also. Today onwards, I want to complete. I don't want to run any task. I don't want to take the multitask in my SAP. I don't want to take any batch and processing to my SAP. Can you please avoid this? Avoid this kind of data. Now I want to bring a real-time processing which has to be happened in my SAP S4 Hana Simple Finance. That is the major concern here. That is the major concern means 76% of the global companies, they do not have the financial performance data at ready. So what could be the problem then? Then they cannot go for any financial plannings. If they don't want to go for if they're unable to go for the financial plannings, then how they can take the decision? Then how they can take the very much improved decision for the coming months or for the coming year if the SAP is not providing you much more analytical financial real-time data to you? My God, if this is going to be like this, if this is the second thing. If the scattered data I'm able to redundant, I can remove that. But how to remove this batch processing of 76%? Then the common approach is called as a SAP S4 HANA Simple Finance, where I'm not only removing all the reconciliation process, I'm also eliminating the batch processing. 76% of the company's request has been taken into consideration, and I'm going to remove this batch processing where as finance, a simple finance. Now, whatever the new terminology I'm using, SAP S4 HANA Finance, which I'm using a new term, this will give a real-time analytical data to you without any batch processing from this today's environment. Very, very important. This is the one of the major factor, like closings and the allocations are based on latent data, no error checking or simulations. Very, very important. What I would try to say here is nothing but what I try to say, closings and allocations are based on latent data, no error checking or simulations. Yes, very, very important. Very, 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 very important. Because of the scattered data, what is the problem I'm facing here? Insufficient speed and details to diagnose the problem in the scattered data. Insufficient speed. If there is no speed actually, and also at the same time, detail to diagnose the problem is also a major problem because of the scattered data. But when you're coming to the batch processing, 76% of the closings and allocations are based on the latent data. There is no real-time processing which is going to be happening, and no error checking or simulations. No error checking and simulation because of the batch and processing. This is the second growing complexity by the major companies, which is the major challenges which we are going to be facing. And the third but not the least, which is going to be called as, this is also very important, old architecture. Old architecture. Still I'm using the old architecture. 73%. Very important. This is also one of the major factor actually. 73% actually. Major reporting layers for each business change of executives. Okay, identity, complexity as bigger IT challenges. It must create a reporting and interface layers. Cannot try new models or optimize business process because of your old architecture. Yes, very important. If I'm using the same old architecture, with the presentation, application, and the database, and also I can see that the database performance is also very slow. I can also see that I'm using the 3 different copies of the data. One is for the transaction, one is for the acceleration, one is for the analyzing. That is nothing but we are seeing that old problem, that is OLAP and OLTP independent. Okay, OLAP and OLTP are independent actually. I am able to see 3 types of data in the same architecture. One data is going to be the transaction, one data is going to be the acceleration, one data is going to be called as analyze. So if I'm using the same old problem in your HANA also, then there is no point of using the HANA database to my application. So what the SAP has done, keeping of the 73% of the analytical problem, what the SAP has done, they have eliminated this. They have eliminated the independent of OLAP and OLTP, and they have made it as the one common database approach for OLTP and OLAP with in-memory database platform. So what happening if you are using the OLAP and OLEP together? So now you can, instead of using 3 different copies of the data, now you are using only one single copy of data within your SAP from today's environment. Mean to say that your speed and your flexibility is going to be included with higher throughput, without any redundancy of data, without any scattered data, without any batch input data now. Now you can execute the reports every time in any memory database columnar storage with minimum time, with execution time, with minimizing the execution time of your report. So instead of using the old architecture, I'm going to propose a new architecture if you want to go for SAP S4 HANA Simple Finance. So these are the 3 important major challenges of all the companies during the growing complexity. Very important. So these are the 3 major. So we have seen about the growing complexities in the major business challenges. Now let me understand about one of the major thing which we are going to be calling as a very important. This is the one certification question. Instant. Very important. This is also a very good topic. So if you observe from the starting of the classes, many times I have used this word, instant insight, instant insight. What do you mean by instant insight? Can anybody answer this question, please? I have used so many times, and in some classes I already have given some clues about what is the instant insight also. If you go back to our previous classes, about the 5 to 6 previous classes, I already talked something about the instant insight. What do you mean by instant insight? Can somebody give a small definition about this instant insight? Anybody, please. If you are wrong or right, doesn't matter for me, but I want a complete answer from you.
In terms of finance, instant insight, what I understand it is really, it means you could get results. You could see the instant result of your posting at any particular time. You could get a position. I mean, like you get instant result of position at any time.
Okay.
So management could run the reports and get results instantly.
Okay, so your definition, okay, you're gone with the reporting level. Okay, so you're going to be your answer is completely, if I put in a one word, so the reports are going to be executed with a minimum speed or guaranteed speed. I'm right. So I'm going to cover each and every topic in depth. So if I want to skip, you cannot learn what is appendix ledger, what is the base ledger, and how the ledgers are going to be obtained. You cannot learn all these things directly. I can start the practical, but not like this. So I want to have the complete syllabus wise, and I will show the screenshots with the practical orientation. Please be patient and learn something new from my side, so that no need of getting any confusion when you're writing the certification, or no need of getting any confusion when you are at the client side. Complete information, I'll give a complete package to you, please, but be patient with me. That's all I'm requesting from everybody. Okay, so what is the instant insights? Instant insight is to take the action based on real-time information. The SAP has given a very good definition for this. Okay, so what is the instant insight? And this is certification, please. This is certification. This answer is certification. They will give 3 to 4 answers. You need to select the best answer. This is the right answer. You have to make it in certification. So what do you mean by instant insight? Okay, so I'm just making it as a highlighted. Very, very important. Very, very important. This is a beautiful answer given by the SAP, and it is a certification answer, please. Okay. An instant insight is take the action based on real-time information, please. They will give okay, so here are some of the certification questions I have collected when I have written the certification, not only from my side, okay, few of my friends also written some certification. So we gathered and we have prepared the certification for all of you. Okay, these are the certification questions you can expect from the SAP when you are writing the SAP. So I'm going to give out 110 questions, 110 to 100 questions. Out of these 100 questions, you will expect 100% guarantee that 80 questions are going to be obtained in your certification when you write the certification. So these are the certification questions which have been prepared for you, all of you. The vision of SAP, which one is correct? Transaction, analytical, and accelerations are separated in SAP S4HANA, or it is a combined of both transaction plus analytic plus acceleration. Which one is correct? The second one is correct. And with HANA, much of the logic execution performed in application server instead of database. Yes or no? No. Why no? This is the example I have given. This is the explanation I'm going to begin. With HANA, the key to the best application performance is to pushing as much of logical execution into the database as possible. We not trust database keeping all the data into logic in the downtime. The database is an SQL script and HANA Ori. Okay. Next one, third question. SAP S4 and the next generation business would consist of, what are these? Okay, consists of SAP Business Warehouse powered by SAP HANA. This is the same thing. This is the same thing. This is the same thing. This is what I'm talking. You can expect 2 to 3 questions from this diagram. Okay, SAP Business Suite powered by HANA, SAP Simple Finance powered by HANA, and SAP HANA. All these 4 answers are going to be correct. Like this, see here, if you go and look each and every question, everything we have discussed very, and see this question, yesterday we discussed the same thing. SAP S4HANA technical and business values. Yesterday we discussed this topic also. If you still go on with your recording of yesterday's class, we have discussed this. SAP S4HANA technical and business value. Which one is correct? Reduce data footprint, lower throughput. No, it is not a lower throughput, it is a higher throughput. And full flexibility and less agility. No less agility, it is going to be the more agility with high performance, with a high throughput, with a reduced data footprint, with full flexibility. So out of these 4, 2 answers are correct. 1 and second one is correct. Single source of truth. What is the single source of truth? Everything we are going to be discussing here. So give me one day, today, once I complete this slides, I will attach. See, this is going to be called single source of truth. Like this, okay? So once I complete this 4 to 5 slides, I will give it to you. Don't worry. By today, end of the day, it will be available most probably. Don't worry. Okay, so these are the certification questions. Okay, so these are the questions I have consolidated from not only from my side. Okay, mostly my friends have written the certification. So we gathered and we have collected all these questions. We have remembered all of our questions, what we have written in the certification, and we have made it as a complete structure. See here, there are about 100 questions are there. Out of these 100 questions, you 100% guarantee you can get 80 questions from this particular list. 80 questions are damn sure. Means your minimum 61% will be the pass mark. Damn sure within a blind case, okay, you can complete your certification with 61%. But my intention is not to go for 61%. My intention is you should have a basic of 95% as the pass mark for you. You have to keep your mindset like that. Don't keep it at 61%. 61% is the best of thing. You have to keep the mindset as 95 to 100%. You have to keep your mindset like that. Then you can answer all the questions. Action based on the real-time information. What is the real-time information? The one thing I just want to tell. Okay, instant information is one thing is going to be called as a single source of truth. Very, very important. Instant insight is nothing but a single source of truth. Single source of truth is nothing but just now we are seeing the diagram. Here it is. Single source of truth is nothing but till yesterday we are working with multiple source of truth. If you see that multiple source of truth means my GL is separate, my material ledger is separate, my asset accounting is a separate, my controlling is a separate module, and my COPA is a separate module. And at the month end, I need to reconcile all the processes with my GL and I have to prepare my P&L account and balance sheet. Now I'm removing this multiple source of truth, and what I'm going to do here is nothing but I'm making it as a single source of truth. Single source of truth is nothing but I'm eliminating all the reconciliation between the GL, COPA, controlling, asset accounting, and material ledger, and I'm making one common database table. This table name we are going to be calling as a universal general, or it is also called as the ACDOCA table, where you are going to find all the fields of the GL. See, ledger, company, account, everything. Whatever the fields you are available in GL. Now those fields you can see in the universal general. COPA fields are available in the universal general, and controlling fields are available in the universal general. Asset accounting fields are available in the universal general, and the material ledger fields are available in the universal general. Means what is here? Now you can extract any report at any time using of this universal general. No need of using multiple reporting system from today onwards. Whatever the report the client is expecting, come on, go to the ACDOCA table, extract the report, remove the unwanted fields, and make it as a mandatory fields, and give the report to your client within a fraction of a second. The speed, the high throughput is very, very high because I'm making it as a single source of truth. Now I'm not making it as a multiple source of truth. This is going to be called as a take the best of all the worlds. Take the best of all worlds. This is the motto of this new architecture. See here. Take the best of all worlds. Example, ledger, market segmentation, coding blocks, etc. Now the secondary cost elements are going to be within the GL. One line item table with full details of all the components. One line item table with full details of all the components like GL, COPA, controlling, asset accounting, and material. Data stored only once. No reconciliation needed by the architecture. Very, 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 very important. No more reconciliation means how the SAP has reduced our burden. See now. See that now. How the SAP has reduced our burden. Okay, no reconciliation. Reduction of data memory footprint to the eliminating of redundancy. Fast multiple dimensional reporting. If BI is in place, if the business information warehouse is in place, only one single BI extractor is enough. Technical preparation done, enhance improvement with the architecture and the capabilities of this. These are the benefits of my single source of truth. This is going to be called as my universal general, which is also called as the ACDOCA table. If you're going to be coming as an instant insight, the first point is going to be called a single source of truth. Single source of truth is nothing but you can extract the report within one table. That is going to be called as the ACDOCA table, which is also called as a complete process of SAP. You can call it as some complete process of SAP. So I can call it as a agile, A-G-I-L-E-D, agile process. Very, very important. Agile process, very, 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 very important. This is a certification question. And the second one is real-time processing. What is the instant insight? One is single source of truth. The second one is going to be called as a real-time processing. Now you can see all the real-time processes are going to be happen. Now there is no reconciliation efforts. Everything will be under the reconciliation. No month-end jobs, no reconciliations, nothing. Okay. Now you can have your cash positions, liquidity forecasting of the reports. Everything will be available with a real-time processing of the data, which I am going to be calling as a one point under the instant insights. And the third one is going to be called as a very, very important, and this is going to be called agile process, and this is going to be called as a, okay, real-time process. Very, very important. Okay. And last one, but not the least, which we are going to be calling as the dynamic planning and analysis. Dynamic planning and analysis. Very, 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 very important. This we are going to be called as a predictive process. Dynamic planning and analysis. So what the SAP has done is nothing but, so now you're going to have three different components. Now you're going to have three different components. One component on SAP S4 Hana platform is single source of truth, where you can have the observation of total SAP accounting, making as a single source of truth for all your removing of multiple source of truth and making a one common database approach for material ledger, controlling, COPA, and your GL. And the second one is real-time processing for all your cash and liquidity forecasting of the report. And the third one is going to be called as a dynamic planning analysis. Dynamic planning and analysis is going to be called as a planning of your data, nothing but you're going to take now. BPC is one of the module which you have been used earlier, 7.1, something like BPC model, business process consolidation. Now what is happened, the business process consolidation is a part of our SAP S4 Hana in your IBPF, that is going to be called as integrated business planning and consolidation. Now all the planning, GL planning, accounting planning, cost center planning, profit center planning, internal planning, whatever the planning executions you have been made earlier, now all these plannings have been moved to IBPF in this today's seminar. That is going to be called as integrated business planning for financial consolidation purposes. So if you see the single source of truth is nothing but an agile process. A dynamic real-time planning is going to be called as a predictive process, and the real-time process is going to be called a cash and liquidity forecasting, which is going to be called as a real-time processing. These three combined is going to be called as a instant insight. Instant insight to action based on real-time information is called as an instant insight. Very, 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 very beautiful explanation has been given by the SAP. Very, very important. If you see this same thing in my certification related, they have given here like this. See here. This is the certification. Okay, material. I am also taking the certification material in your, okay, in your that is in your folder. Okay, very, very important. 1 second, just I want to show here. I'll show the diagram of instant insight. Yeah, here it is. This is what I just want to tell something like this. Okay, this is what I just want to give that. Instant insight is nothing but, okay, all the three accounting process, all the three components are going to be under the same SAP platform. One is going to be called as a single source of truth, which is going to be called as SAP accounting. In this SAP accounting, you are going to benefiting of single source of truth. And the second one is agile process. Agile process is nothing but a cash management. And the third one is going to be called as a dynamic planning and analysis. This is going to be called as SAP integrated business planning and consolidation. So all these three components are going to be lying under the same platform. That platform is going to be called as SAP Hana platform. So very, very important. They'll give a question, what is the agile process in SAP S4 Hana? Means your correct answer should be accounting. What is, aligned process. What is the agile process is nothing but your SAP cash management. And what is the predictive process means you have to give the answer like as SAP integrated business planning and consolidation. Very, very important. These three are very, 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 very important. Aligned, agile, and predictive. Agile is nothing but your real-time processing. Aligned is nothing but a single source of truth. Very, 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 very important. So what is the instant insight? Instant insight is to take the action on the real-time information, keeping of single source of truth, real-time processing, and dynamic planning and analysis. So all these three different components are going to lie under the same platform. That platform name is going to be called as SAP Hana platform.
So why is it named as an agile? Because when I normally relate to agile and waterfall, that's where I go into actually.
No,
Why
this
is this
agile,
cash?
agile is nothing but everything. See, now what is happening? Your treasury modules are there. Actually, now the treasury modules, everything like cash and budgeting, everything has been moved to the cash management. Now this is the new product for the cash management process. Okay, agile is nothing but just keep it in mind that is nothing but everything is going to be happening in the real time process now. All the data is going to be moved to your database with a common database approach as per the SAP definition. But anyhow, we are going to discuss very depthly about what is agile, real time and everything with a common database approach with one example that I can show that.
Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S/4 HANA Finance course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S/4 HANA Finance. It's a powerful tool to manage financial operations, from accounting to reporting and everything in between. Our course covers all the essential topics, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who have years of experience. Your instructors are finance pros who know their stuff. They're ready to guide you and answer any questions along the way. Don't just take our word for it. Students love this course. People like you have found it extremely valuable and easy to follow. Best of all, it's super affordable. You'll get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to level up your finance skills with SAP S/4 HANA? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
We're going to discuss about the analyzing the universal journal. So this could be the one of the beautiful session. We are going to be discussing about the universal journal. Okay, so after the end of the course, you will be in a state to understand the new posting logic within the accounting component. So I'm going to give the summary. What could be where you will be after this completion of the course. You will be you want to understand the new posting logic within the accounting component. So how the posting logics are going to be happen now. What is the new data structure which has been changed? What is the architecture of general ledger? What is the architecture of asset accounting? What is the architecture of accounts payable and receivable? What is the architecture of controlling? What is the architecture of COPA? What is the architecture of material ledger? So you will be in a position to understand the new posting logic within the accounting component. I've been told that. So why I'm using the word called as the accounting component, because in the on-premise there are three components are there. One is SAP accounting, which is an aligned process, and SAP cash management, which is an agile process, which is completely on the real time. And the last one, but not the least, it is going to be called as IBPF, Integrated Business Planning and Financial Consolidation. It is going to be called a dynamic predictive process. Actually, we are going to be calling it for the decision making. So this part, so the universal journal part is a part which we are going to be discussing more in depth about the component called as accounting component. We are going to be discussing through the accounting component. That is the reason why I'm using accounting component. Accounting component is one of the component of on-premise. This is what I'm just showing. So this is the accounting component. There are three components of SAP S/4 HANA. So in the SAP S/4 HANA, one is the SAP accounting component, which is an agile aligned process, cash management, agile process, and the integrated business planning and finance, which is going to be called predictive process. So you want to understand the new posting logic within the accounting component. This is what the component we are going to be discussing, and you are interested in understanding. So the next point which I'm going to be covering is nothing but you are very much interested to understand how the general postings are going to be handled from the various other components. Mean from the cash management or from the integrated business planning. So from various other components. How the accounting component, I'm going to be understanding most important thing here. How you are very much interested. In understanding how the general postings are handled from the various accounting components, and whether the unification into the central finance limits the flexibility you have associated with your management management accounting process or not. Unification is the very, very important thing. We will discuss about that. So in this point, in this session, we are going to make through that, we are going to through the posting logic, and we are going to be understanding how the various accounting transactions are getting integrated through this accounting component, how the documents are going to be flow into this accounting component, and how the documents are going to be saved. So we are going to discuss everything in detail about this concept called as the universal journal, that is going to be called as analyzing the universal journal. Okay, so this is what the summary here. Okay, very, very important here. Okay, so I'm going to give the many useful points over here. Okay, so just make a note, okay, one by one. Okay, so first point is going to be just, I'm going to highlight the points here, then okay. Okay, so these are going to be some of the highlights about the universal journal. Okay, so we are going to discuss each and every point in depth over here before we go into the practical level. The universal journal entry consists of a header table. Okay, there is a common header table actually, so there are multiple redundant tables are there. I mean, the multiple induction and aggregate and group tables are there. Now, what the SAP has done, it has been minimized. Maximum extent of the tables have been eliminated from our structure actually, from our classical, from our legacy. I mean to say, you can call it as a ERP, something like R3, whichever the thing. Okay, you're going to be calling a maximum number of tables have been eliminated. All the indexes and the aggregate tables of the FI related has been completely eliminated from the GL, from the controlling, from the asset accounting, from the material ledger, and from the COPA. So whichever the fields you're working earlier, whichever the tables you're working earlier, okay, so all the fields, all the tables have been eliminated and made it as a compatibility view. I'm going to explain what is the compatibility view, which is going to be called as a non-disruptiveness. Non-disruptiveness, it is a special topic actually. Once we complete this analyzing of universal journal, we are going to discuss the topic, which is going to be called as a non-disruptiveness. Very, very important, and it is certification question. Non-disruptiveness. Okay, so so what happened? These tables have been completely eliminated and they have been moved as a backup table, and they have been converted as a compatibility view where you can read those backend tables, okay, but you cannot do any kind of change or modification in the table. Only the read axis has been provided. Only the read axis have been provided, the tables which have been eliminated from our universal journal actually. And there are two major tables out there. One is going to be called as a BKPF, another one is going to be called as a BSEC. BKPF, another one is going to be called as a BSEC. So these two tables have been remained as it is. There is no change in the table actually. Okay. So the before what we are going to be calling as a header table as a BKPF, that particular header table remains as the same header table. There is no change in the header table, so it will remain changed as it is. So it looked like this actually. So before that, this is going to look like this. Before that, it was like this actually. Okay, this is going to be called as the BSEC table. Any table, you can take any table. Okay, so example, I'm doing BSEC table, and upon this BSEC table, there is a header table will be there. Okay, so what you are going to do here? Okay, upon this table, there is a header table is there. Okay, so here it look like this. Okay, this is going to be called as a header table onto the BSEC. This is we are going to be how we are experiencing. This is going to be called as a header table. Okay, so all the line items are going to be stored in the BSEC, and the header table consists of the posting date, logical date, reference, reward, company code, currency, everything you're going to be served. In the same way, what the SAP has done here is nothing but they have eliminated all the index and aggregate tables, but what they have done, they have made it as a one single universal journal entry table, which you are going to be calling it as the respective items, the line items are going to be stored now in a DOCA table. A DOCA table. XDocker table with the same header table. With the same header, there is no change in the header actually. So the header will remain as the same header table. How we are working earlier, the same header table will remain as the same header table here. So there is no change in the header table. That is going to be called the BKPF. BKPF. Very, very important. So like this is before and this is going to be the after. Okay, this is going to be the before, the BSEG with BKPF table, and here also the BKPF with the XDocker table is going to be the new general entry architecture, how we are going to look like here. So the field general entry consists of the header table and the respective line items are going to be stored in the XDocker table. And I'm telling that all the tables have been eliminated from the FI, it's from the GL, from the controlling, from the asset accounting, from the material ledger, from the COPA. So we are going to discuss each and every component in depth. Don't worry about that. How the posting logic has been changed in controlling, what about the GL, what about the asset accounting, what about the material ledger, what about the COPA. So we are going to discuss each and every architecture in depth. But here I'm just covering only the underlying the part. We are going to discuss only the highlighted part. So don't panic yourself that I am eliminating all the necessary steps. No, this is only the overview. That the part itself is saying that analyzing the general ledger, analyzing the universal entry only. So here I'm going to give the overview of all the things. But when you are going to be coming to the GL level, controlling level, asset accounting level, material ledger level, COPA level, we are going to discuss every topic in depth. I'm not going to leave any topic here. So don't panic yourself, okay? So we are not going to call it as a FI, please. We are not going to calling it as a FI. What is that? So don't call it as an FI now. Don't call it as an FI and controlling. Don't call it as an FI and controlling. Now it is the S4 HANA Finance. It is we should call it as a SAP S4 HANA Finance. Very, very important. Now it is not an FI and CO. If we talk about the FI, we should talk about the GL, we should talk about the AP, we should talk about the AR, we should talk about the asset accounting. These all the components are going to be discussing in the FI. But here we need to talk about the SAP accounting, SAP cash management, and SAP IBPF. Not FI and CO. Please remember this word very, very carefully. We are going to call all the components as SAP S4 Finance. It is not SAP S4 FI CO. Very, very important. It is called as SAP S4 Finance. Consists of three components: SAP Accounting, SAP Cash Management, and SAP IBPF. So the GL, controlling, asset accounting, material ledger, and the COPA. These are the 5 sub-components of SAP Accounting. Very, very important. These will come under this SAP Accounting only. So if you see the first box, GL, asset accounting, COPA, controlling, and material ledger, all these are the components of SAP accounting, not FI and CO. Very, very important. This is going to be powered by SAP HANA. So you need to talk about all these things individually. So don't combine everything as an SAP FI CO. It is a certification because the components of SAP accounting consists of GL, controlling, asset accounting, material ledger, and COPA only. Very, very important. So the XDocker table consists of all the fields needed for GL, CO, AA, material ledger, and profitability analysis. Very, very important. This point is very, very important. And all the cost elements, till yesterday we are working with 2 types of cost elements. One is going to be called as the primary cost elements, and the second one is going to be called as the secondary cost elements. So primary cost elements are going to be treated as the primary cost elements are going to be originated within the FI, which are going to be called as the cost elements, which are going to be carry the cost from the various other modules to the controlling module, and they're going to be treated as the revenue elements, and we are going to categorize these kind of cost elements with the cost element categories. You all know that. So if it is a primary cost element, we are going to categorize these primary cost elements as a 1. 1 is nothing but, it is going to be called as a primary cost. If it is the revenue elements, 11. 11. Okay. And there are many secondary cost elements, other internal cost activity, internal cost elements, something like internal settlements, okay, assessment. These are going to be treated as a secondary cost elements which are originated within the controlling module. Primary cost elements are originated within the FI, and the secondary cost elements are originated within the controlling for the internal movement of the cost from one cost center to another cost center. Okay, so these are going to be the secondary cost elements. So now what the SAP has done, now there is no concept. Why? Because we are making it as a universal entry. We are going to making it as a universal general. Universal general is nothing but it is consists of with only one table. universal journal entry consists of with only one table, that is egg docker table. In that egg docker table, you can see all the fields related to the controlling, GL, asset accounting, material ledger, and COPA. So what the SAP has done here is nothing but now there is no need of bifurcating. Now there is no need of bifurcating the GL accounts with the primary and secondary cost elements. So what the SAP has done, instead of creating the primary and secondary cost elements within the controlling module, now you are going to bring this concept of primary and secondary as an FS00, which is going to be called as a GL account creation within the FI itself only. Now there is no primary and secondary. Now you are going to be treating a primary and secondary cost elements as the GL accounts within my within my docker table, within my universal general, and there also you are going to categorize. So there is if you go to the control data in the GL accounting, if you go to the control data in the GL accounting in the account management, there is one field has been given by them that is going to be called as a cost element category. If it is a primary cost element, give it as a 1. If it is secondary cost element, you are going to be give it as a 2. Okay, so like this, the categorization is also there here also, but we are going to be providing the categorization in the FS00 directly. No need of going to KA01, KA02, KA30, KA11. Okay, don't create any secondary and primary. And even though if you are trying to create also, those options are eliminated. Now there is no KA1, KA2, KA3 transaction codes are available, please. Very, very important. Now you have to directly come to the FS00 and you have to create these cost elements in FS00 directly without any objection. Please, this is very, 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 very important. And multi-gap capability, so actually that is a capability, not a capability. I'm extremely sorry, there is spelling mistake is there. Multi-gap capability through RLDNR dimension, line item dimension. That is going to be called as a line item level dimension, multi-gap capability. Okay, now you're going to get the reporting based on the line item level. Now there is no summarization, please. Now there is no summarization and the aggregation of all the GL accounts. So what is going to be there? All the accounting entries which you are posting to this universal journal entry are going to be stored as a line item level. So everything are going to be get the reporting based on the line item level with RLDNR dimensions. I'm going to discuss what is this all RLDR dimension in the coming classes. And 23 digits for the currency field. Now before that we are working with the 18+1, that is going to be the currency field. Okay, we are going to maximum number of decimals we can give up to 18. Okay, now it has been extended up to 23 now. 23+1, 24. So completely 23 field digit for currency field. Now it has been extended up to 23. So these are the some of the 5 highlight points which I am be providing. Okay, who is the raising of the hands? And the most important thing out of this 5 points, the most important thing, the BKPF is going to remain as the same, and very, very important, the BSEC is also there here. The BSEC also remains same here. There is no change in the BSEC table. It remains still same. Means apart from the docker table, BSEC is also there, but the BSEC is only used for summarization purpose. I'll tell you what exactly that. BSEC is only used for summarization purpose only, because I don't want to take any risk of removing the BSEC table from my universal journal entry, because BSEC is the total backbone. BSEC is the total backbone of my previous accounting entries. Now, if I remove the BSEC table from your universal journal entry, if something is going to be happen tomorrow to my universal journal, which is not working as per my expectations, which is not showing the results as per my expectations, there is some technical problem has been happened in the docker table, then where is the data? Where should I pull out the data? So that is the reason SAP has not taken any risk of removing the BSEC table. The BSEC table remains as same as the BSEC table, but it is used only for the summarization, because you cannot get the summarization report from the docker table. If you want any summarization report for all the GL accounts, for all the line items which you have been posted, so you are maybe in one document you are supposed to post about 999 line items if you go to the back to SAP FIC, how many line items you can enter into one document? 999, that is 999 line items you can enter into one accounting document. That is going to be called as a document creation. But here, after moving into the universal journal entry, now the SAP has made it as now how maximum number of, now it has been enhanced with now it has been enhanced with 6-digit field. Now yesterday till we are working only up to 999 line items. Now it has the ACDOCA table has been enhanced with 9,99,999 line items. You can enter into the ACDOCA table now. BSEC will support only up to 999 line items, but the ACDOCA table will be enhanced with 9,99,999. It is up to 6 digits field for each and every document of ACDOCA table. This is going to be the some of the enhancements points which has been done. Very, very important points here. So these are the six important highlighted information about the universal journal. One is going to be called as the universal journal entry consists of header table. See, these I'm covering just like an overview. Don't think that I'm going to covering everything in a day. I mean to say these are going to be the in-depth. In-depth will come in the later classes. This I'm covering only an overview to make you to understand. But each and every point, what the 6 points have been highlighted here, we are going to discuss in-depth. Okay, so in-depth is a different. That is going to be very detailed. We are explaining in the coming classes, but here I'm just covering the overview only. This is going to be describe how the universal journal entry is going to be done in our SAP accounting. That's all. Okay, so the universal journal entry consists of header table. So it remains as the same as the BKPF only, and the respective line items before that it was storing in the BSEC, BSID, BSIK in the line item index and aggregate tables. Now it has been made it as the ACDOCA table, and ACDOCA table consists of all the fields needed for GL, controlling, asset accounting, material ledger, and COPAM. Cost elements, including secondary cost elements, are now as a part of the GL accounts, and multi-gap capability through RD under the line item dimensions, and 23-digit field for the currency field Now it has been enhanced up to 23-digit field of the currency field, and the maximum number of line items per document in ACDOCA table is 9,99,999 line items. It is up to 6. Before that, the BSEC is going to accept only 999, only 3 digits. Now it has been expanded up to 9,99,999 digits field. So these are the some of the overview. Just I'm covering as an overview. So we are going to be coming about the in-depth about the concepts of the line item level, document number, everything we are going to be discussing very in-depth here. Okay. So let's go into the one by one. Now I had told just now here, now the system, what it is going to do, since the system now it is going to write only one universal journal entry for all the components. Yes. Now, if you are posting any accounting transaction for the controlling or material ledger or COPA or something like asset accounting or something like GL, okay, whatever the component postings you are making from right today from the in SAP S for HANA Finance, what the system is going to do, the system is going to now write only one universal entry now. So one universal entry for all the components. So you're going to be treating now there is only one table you are going to be working. There are no different types of tables here. All the tables have been eliminated. All the redundant tables, all the induction tables, all the aggregate tables have been eliminated. So whatever the postings, okay, now the system is going to write only one universal journal entry for all these components whenever a document is getting posted to the ACDOCA table. So one document number is sufficient. Very, very important. One document number is sufficient for the business point of view. Very, very important here. So the first point which I want to try to tell here is nothing but now the system, very, very important here. Since the system now okay, this is the first point. Let me discuss about the first point. The system now writes only one universal journal for all the components. Now, what did you want to say? One document number is enough. Now, the one document number is sufficient from the business point of view. The journal entry consists of header table, which we are discussing now in the right way. If you go to the first screen, okay, we had already discussed that. Now, the header table remains as the same header table. There is no change in the header table. The header table will remain as it is. There is no change in the header table. So, it is going to be called as a BKPF. And the items are going to be stored, the line items are going to be stored in the ACDOCA table, and the respective document number. What is the document number? The respective document number, BKPF, I'm going to be called a respective document number. What is the field for the document number? Anybody? Any guesses? The respective document number in the BKPF with BSEC. What is where the document numbers are going to be stored? What is the field number of the document number? Anybody? Any guesses? Belnar. BELNR. Now it is going to be like at DOCA. Same as it is. See here, I'm going to be putting the respective document number. I've been telling from the many times here. I've been telling here many times here. The BSEC is remains as the BSEC only. There is no change in the BSEC table. The BSEC is always will be there. Okay, only the enhancement table, all the aggregates and the induction tables have been removed, but the BSEC as remains as a BSEC only. There is no change in the BSEC. BSEC is used for the summarization purpose. So all the line item details information you can get from the ACDOCA table, but if you want to get any summarization report of all the line item level, you have to go for the BSEC table. But it is going to accept up to 999 line items, whereas the ACDOCA table is going to accept up to 9,99,999. If you see this document number, if you see the respective document number in both BSEC and ACDOCA table, see the first one BKPF-BELNR is for the BSEC level, and I have given an hyphen over there ACDOCA. So actually here it is not a hyphen, it is going to be, so it is not oblique, okay, it is going to be called as hyphen. So it is going to be the ACDOCA table. So I have given two tables. One is the BKPF with the BSEC, and the second one is going to be called as ACDOCA with the line item numbers. So the respective document numbers in the both BSEC with header table and the ACDOCA table with the header table must obey the legal rules of financial accounting. This is very, very important. Very, very important. This is how about my statement I just want to bring here, please. Very, very important. This is going to be called as a very, very important. The respective document numbers. Yes. Now the system is going to write two document numbers. One is to the document number to the BSEC. Another one is going to be called as the document number to the universal general. That is going to be called as ACDOCA table. So whichever the reference documents you are supposed to be posting to the BSEC and the ACDOCA table, this has to obey the legal rule of financial accounting. I am telling that very, very important. BSEC is still there. BSEC is used for the summarization purpose, whereas financial accounting document for the ACDOCA table is going to be as a line item level. So these are the two important points you need to remember in your mind. So if I open the diagram, if I open the diagram, see here how it is going to look like. The diagram is going to look like that. The ACDOCA table is going to be covered with a header table that is going to be called as a BSEC table, and these are the some of the points just now we have covered about here. Okay, we are going to be covered about here, and if you go down, and this is going to be called as a non-destructiveness. We are going to be discussing in the coming classes. And these are the some of the tables which have been highlighted over here are going to be eliminated. Now now you cannot access any table here. Now you cannot access any table, but even though if you are accessing the table, but it is only for the read access only. No change and no modification. All the tables have been eliminated except BSEC table. BSEC remains as a BSEC only. And if I come to the asset accounting part, if I come to the general ledger part, this I given for the asset accounting. If I come to the general ledger part, the table look like this. Okay, let me give one more time. Okay, one second. Okay, let me discuss the point in the later classes. So I'll show the diagram of how it is going to look like. And this is how the diagram look like for the general simple finance for the ACDOCA table. So this is what the universal general entry, how it is going to look like. This is going to be how the universal general entry, if you see that the dotted green color box, this is going to be called as universal general. And now there is no general ledger, there is no profitability, there is no account management, there is no asset accounting, and there is no middle ledger. All the fields of all the sub ledger components have been come into one universal general entry. Now you can see all the fields over here only. System is going to be compatible up to 300 and 400, up to 400 fields you can access in the universal general. Now all the fields related to the management accounting like controlling area, cost element, amount 1, amount 2, everything you can see over here. Now you can see asset accounting fields in the universal general, and you can see the middle ledger fields in the universal general, and the general ledger fields in the universal general, and the profitability fields in the universal general. This is going to be called as a single source of truth. Very, very important. Now this point we are going to be called as a take the best of all the worlds as a single source of truth, which is going to be stored in one document with one document number for all the documents which are going to be entered from various other modules are going to be entered to the ACDOCA table, or it is going to be stored as one accounting document for all the reporting purpose. Very, 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 very important. Very, very important. And very one more thing I just want to give here in the document number ranges, and these document number ranges are going to be very important. I'm talking from the point of universal general. Okay, the documents I can write like this. Document numbers I can write. Okay, so I will not make you the I will not make you the complex. Document number is dependent on the fiscal year. This is certification question, please. This point is certification question. This point is certification question. The universal general document number depends on, they'll give the question and they'll give the 4 multiple choice question. Now you have to give the answer. So the universal document number is dependent on fiscal year and the company code. The answer should be the fiscal year and the company code. They will confuse you. They'll give the fiscal year and the company code. They'll give the fiscal year and the company plant and company code, material number and the company code. Like that, they'll make you confused. But don't confuse the document number of a DOCA table or a universal general entry is going to be dependent on fiscal year and the company code. This is very important. And when you're coming to the CO part, fourth point, controlling documents, very important. See, write down. Controlling document numbers have not been year dependent from today onwards because you are making as a universal general entry now. There is no controlling document number with a year number and the material. So you know what is the organizational unit, example, plant, company code. These all are going to be called as example. I'm going to be writing example. You can take it as a company code. And what are the next point in the universal general? Let me think about that. So since the system now writes only one universal entry for all the components and the respective document numbers must obey the legal rules of financial accounting. Why? Because now the document is getting posted to the BSIC and ECDOCA table. Now ECDOCA table is accepting only up to 919. BSIC is accepted up to 999 line items. But when you're coming to the ECDOCA table, it has been enhanced with 3 more digits. That is 9,99,999. So whenever a document is getting posted to the BSIC and the ECDOCA table, so it has to obey the legal rules of financial accounting. I'll explain you now. I'm going to put a chart now. And the document numbers is dependent on the fiscal year. Okay, document number is dependent on the fiscal year and the company code. When you're coming to the controlling document numbers have not been year dependent from today onwards. So these are not going to be dependent on the year dependent now from the today. It has been removed. Why? Because the controlling is one of the component of DOCA table. So, and the material ledger documents have not been dependent from the organizational unit. Very important. The material ledger you are going to be activating at the valuation level area. That is going to be at the plant level. Now what is happening? The material ledger documents have not been dependent from the organizational unit. Example, you can take it as a company code work. And when you're talking about this company code, controlling area, everything, both the numbers did not have a legal relevance. I mean to say, you can put me like this here. So controlling document numbers and the material ledger documents numbers now, which are not going to be on the fiscal year and the company code or something like organizational unit, both the numbers did not have the legal relevance. Why? Because now everything is getting posted to the universal general entry. Now there is no point of legal relevance of the mentor controlling and the material ledger here. Yes. When you say the document numbers is dependent on the company code and the fiscal year, are you referring to the DOCA table? Yes, I am referring to the DOCA table only, please. DOCA table only. Before that also, when you go to the BSEC table also, before that also, we are going to be defining dependent on the fiscal year and the company code. The same principle now here also we are using the same. There is no change. So before also, if you go to the FBN1, yeah, it is also the company code is going to be dependent on both the fiscal year and the company code. Here also in the DOCA table also there is no change, please. It is also going to be remain same as on fiscal year and the company code only. Why? Because why I want to say here is nothing but I think the people who has worked with the new GL, they will they know this point very much clearly. Now before that, the document number there are 2 steps are there here. Document number at entry view and the document number at the general ledger view. 2 views are there actually. So now general ledger view has completely removed here. Now there is no part of general ledger. The document numbers are at entry view. Document types and number ranges are maintained at the entry view only. No general ledger view from today onwards. Why? Because now the general ledger view is not more available. Why? Because now the GL has been brought out as DotCom table. Now there is no comparison of the GL, AR, asset accounting with anything here. Now there is only one component you should talk with, the one table that is going to be called as the DotCom table only. And one more thing here. So here I'm going to be putting here BSEC is with 999 and with DotCom is with 99999 line items. Very, very important. And when you're coming to the controlling level, very, very important. What is the line item table for the controlling? Anybody, any guesses? You can type over. What is the line item table? Now for FI it is the BSEC, but what is for the controlling? What is the table for the line item storage of the controlling documents? I want an answer. Anybody, any guesses? I hope everybody has done the FICO training and everybody is working on a real time. I've seen many people have been shown their hands. What is the controlling document number? What is the controlling document table for storing of line items? Now it is called as a DotCom table. Now before that, what is the header table of controlling? The header table of FI is BKPF. What is the header table of controlling? Kalyan is saying as a COEP, whether it is a header table or a line item table, Kalyan. So, let me make it a clarity. The header table of the controlling is COBK. COBK and the line item table is COEP. The header table of controlling is COBK and the line item table is COEP. Very, very important. How many value types are going to be stored in the controlling line item level table? Very, very important. How many? Who can give this answer? How many value types? If I'm posting any documents or if I'm posting any documents from various other modules, the documents are going to be controlling. The documents are going to be reflected to my controlling and they're going to be stored as a document. Like this, how many types of value fields are there for the COEP? How many types of value fields are there for the COEP? Like revenues, like if you take the revenues, actual cost, okay, there are the different types of value types are there. How many value types are there for controlling? I'm not talking in the DotCom table, I'm talking before you come into the SAP S for Hana, please. I'm talking in SAP FICO. How many value types the controlling COEP table consists of? COEP, just now you people told the COEP is the line item table. Now somebody can tell me how many value types the COEP consists of? There are 17 value types are there in the COEP. 17 value types. 17 value types. Okay. We'll discuss in the coming classes. Out of these 7 value types, only 2 value types have been storing in the COEP table. So, the remaining 15 value types are that the 15 value types remains in the COEP. Only 2 value types have been brought out into the DotCom table. So, COEP table is also still there. Very, very important. COEP table is also still there. If I come here, this is going to be the structure of controlling. This is how the controlling structure is going to look like. COBK is the header table, and it has been moved as a COBK to BKPF. Just now I told that there is only one header table which is going to be called a COBK with the BKPF, and COEP remains same. Actually, there are 17 value types are there. Out of 17 value types, now the DotCom table is taking only 2 value types. One is the value type called as the 04 actual, and the second value type is going to be called as 11. 11 is going to be called as the statistical actual actually. So only out of 17 value types, only 2 value types are going to be stored in this DotCom table, and the remaining 15 value types that still remains in the COEP table only. So COEP is also active. It has not completely eliminated because okay, if you are going to bring all these 17 value types to the DotCom table, I can eliminate the COEP. But as on today in the 1610 release also, in the 16 or in the 1610 release also, COEP is going to hand over only 2 value types to DotCom table, and the remaining value types will remain in the same COEP table only. So COEP table still remains as a BSEC. How the BSEC is there, the COEP table is also remains same as it is, but only with 15 value types. The remaining two value types have been merged with ACDOCA table. That is what? Actual data of COEP. See, actual data of COEP, not planned. Actual data of COEP value type 04 and 11 is stored in ACDOCA table. Very, 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 very important. Currently, the header table of COBK is written as before. The target is to replace with now it is removed actually. Now the target has been made it as the BKPF only. There is no change here. Value type C. Value types very, very important. Value types other than 04 and 11 are still stored in COEP table only. COEP, COSP back and COEPK. So COEP is also still there. There is no change in the COEP. COSP is going to be called as the primary cost element table and COSS is going to be called as the secondary cost element table. This primary and secondary, they have been eliminated and moved as the backend table. See BAK. So they have been moved as a backend because there is no primary and secondary cost elements. All the tables have been moved to the FS00. Now it has been remains unchanged with COEP only. Other than 04 and 11 value types, actual and statistical values, everything has been remained same in the COEP table only. So ACDOCA table is only partial replacement of COEP, only partial replacement of COBK, COEP. So what I want to say here, whereas COEP has only 3-digit field. Now when you're coming to the controlling, yes, COEP is still there. So COEP is also going to accept up to 999 line items only. Yes. With the 3 digits only. Here also with the 3 digits only. With 3 digits field. So you can write like this actually. Instead of giving as like this, you can put it like this. So I will not make you the confusion. So BSEG, anyhow, BSEG is going to be written with 900. And so COEP will remains as a 3-digit field only because already only 2 value types have been moving to the ACDOCA. Only partial value types have been moved. And the remaining 15 value types still remains in the COEP. So COEP, whenever the postings are going to be happen to the controlling is also going to be captured with COEP, but the COEP is going to take only 3 digits field only. But in the ACDOCA table, may be posting more than 999 line. If the situation is like that, if the ACDOCA table is posting with more than 999 line items, for example, if the ACDOCA table is posting with 2000 line items, then what could be that? Yes. I'm posting a line item. I'm posting a document with 2000 line items. It is more than 999 line items. Very, very important. What is the situation now? How the BSEG and how the COEP is going to take care of this? It's a very, very important point. See here. Yes, Mr. Mahesh, you are telling that BSEG is still there and COEP is also still there, but the BSEG is going to accept up to 999 line items and the COEP is going to take only up to 3-digit field only. But whenever a document is getting posted to the ACDOCA table may consist of more than 999 line items because it has been expanded up to 9,99,999. If a user has posted a document to the ACDOCA table, with 2000 line items, because it is more than 999. If he has posted with 200 line items, so what is the implication to the BSEG table and what is the implication to the COEP table now? Exactly. This is the question. This is what the answer I'm going to be expecting. So this answer I'm going to explain through the diagram in the coming class. Very, very important. This has to be explained very, very detailed in the diagrammatical form. It will take us up to half an hour diagram. So I'm going to give the ACDOCA table with the document number, with the Belnar and with the BC, with whatever the line items you are going to be entering. I can write here actually. So for you to confuse, okay, so what I'm going to do here, this I'm going to write here actually what the SAP is offering. SAP offers, so just I'll give you a clue here. SAP offers a new transaction. See, like this, after 999 line items, if it is more than 999 line items, I'm talking, if you're trying to post up to 2000 line items in one document, once it reaches to the 999 line items to the BSEG, so SAP offers a new transaction So what is saying? So if it is reaching, okay, yes, if it is coming more than 999 lines, so once it has been reached to 999 line items, it is going to stop. It is going to create one document. And if it is from the count of 1000 to next 999 line items, it is going to create one more document in the BSEC. But when you are coming to the active Docker table, there will be only one document for up to 9,99,000. But the 2000 line items will come under the same principle of active Docker table. So only one document will be created for this 2000 line items in the Docker table. But when you are coming to the BSEC, there will be three documents will be there. There will be three documents. One is with 999, another with 999, and the remaining two line items, there will be one more document. So totally three documents will be created if you're trying to post a document in a Docker table with the 2000 line items. So one document will be up to 999. This is the document number 1. And the second document number will be 999. This is for the second. How many items? So 999 plus 999, how much? 1998. Then the remaining two line and the remaining two are there, and the remaining two line items are there. So remaining two line items 002. There will be one more document will be created in the BSEC like this. So this is going to split like this because the BSEC will not accept more than 999 line items. So for 999 1, 999 2, and the remaining two line items will be the total 2000 line items. It is going to be post of the three documents in the BSEC. Okay. Whereas in the Docker table, there will be only one document number for up to 2000, but it can be up to post up to 99,999 line items. So 9,99,999 line items here. That is the reason I just given here. One more important information to all of you. SAP offers a new transaction number for every 999 document.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of group reporting in SAP S4 HANA Finance? Option A, to manage employee groups. Option B, to create consolidated financial statements. Option C, to group customers by region. Option D, to categorize products. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to master finance management? Our SAP S4 HANA Finance course is just what you need. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S4 HANA Finance. It's a powerful tool to manage financial operations, from accounting to reporting and everything in between. Our course covers all the essential topics, from the basics to advanced features. It's created by experts who have years of experience. Your instructors are finance pros who know their stuff. They're ready to guide you and answer any questions along the way. Don't just take our word for it. Students love this course. People like you have found it extremely valuable and easy to follow. Best of all, it's super affordable. You'll get top-notch training without spending a fortune. Ready to level up your finance skills with SAP S4 HANA? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.